plan. Please, sir. Officer at National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, Bangalore. Shri H.R. Bapu sir, President, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti. Dr. Binky Rubwani sir, Chairman. Dr. I.P. Keswani sir, General Secretary. Shri Neeraj Bapu sir, Secretary, College Affairs, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti. Principal, Dr. Vishwajit Pensi sir. Dr. Yogesh Pute, IQSC Coordinator, Dada Ramchand Bapu, Sindhi Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. Welcome you, sir. Now may I request Shri H.R. Bapu sir, President, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, to please welcome Dr. Devendra Kavre, Advisor, NAC, Bangalore. It is our great pleasure to welcome Reverend Shri H.R. Bapu sir, President, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, who is a lighthouse of knowledge, modest in speech, very humble, under whose dynamic leadership the college is progressing leaps and bounds and is vibrant with lot of educational activities. Let me call upon Honorable Dr. Pense sir to please welcome him. May I now request respected Dr. S.V. Tiwari sir, Vice Principal Dada Ramchand Bapu Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, to please welcome our Reverend Chairman of Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, Dr. Binky Rubwani sir. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Dr. I.P. Keswani sir, General Secretary, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, who with his solemn and serene presence graced the occasion and enlighten any academic gathering with his impeccable thirst and incisive observation and brilliant insight. May I request Honorable Dr. Miling Chimkhede sir, Vice Principal Dada Ramchand Bahadur Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, to welcome Dr. I.P. Keswani sir. A very young and dynamic, vibrant and talented, Sri Neeraj Bahadur sir is an engineering graduate from Ramdev Baba Kamala Nehru Engineering College and MBA from University of Wollongong, Dubai. He has a vast experience of 16 years at international sales, marketing and business development. He is currently director at Brainwork Systems Private Limited. He is the Secretary College Affairs Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, and he takes keen interest in educational activities in the college. Let me request Honorable Dr. Yogesh Muthe sir to please welcome Shri Neeraj Bahadur sir. After this formal welcome, without wasting much of your time, let me request Honorable Dr. Pence sir to please deliver his introductory speech. Dr. Pence.
Honorable Dais, marked by the presence of Dr. Devendra Kavle, Advisor Michael Guru, President of today's function, Sri H.R. Bahaduji, President HSBS, Guest of Honor, Dr. B. Rumaniji, Chairman SHBS, Guest of Honor, Dr. I.P. Keswani, General Secretary, SHBS, and our Quality Mentor. Guest of Honor, Sri Neeraj Bahaduji, Secretary, Quality Affairs, faculty members and enthusiastic online members. Golden Jubilee of HEI with continuous increase in number of students, academic programs, resources in tune with the contemporary knowledge society deserves celebrations. Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti and College Development Committee has planned a series of celebrations that would outcome Navarasa, creating a joy and satisfaction in the stakeholders. Since 2016, NAC started thinking and executing the new dimensions in academic process, A&A process. We would like to appreciate, sir, sir. We would like to appreciate their mindset of accepting the being open loop and looking at the suggestions and modifying the RAF and SOP frequently. This action of NAC have built confidence in the HEIs that their suggestions and their ground reports have been taken seriously by the NAC. As a host, we expect that participants would use this opportunity to understand draft and motive behind the matrix. It's apart from the compliance, what exactly is expected to happen in a institute, that motive is also to be understood. And they will also share the critically analyzed case studies with them. The purpose of this seminar is to emerge out the way to make IQRC function more effectively, more fruitfully, in a responsible yet relaxed way. Because to put the quality, we will have to make people relax. But that quality has to be imbibed. It cannot be enforced. So many times when I interact, I feel that there is a lot of pressure on the IPSC team, the colleges, the HLM. So if we find out a way to relax them, they will work responsibly, but in a relaxed way. I think the motive of our entire efforts, rising the quality of education in India, that will rise. I thank Honorable Professor S.C. Sharmaji, Director NAC, all the members of SHBS, eminent speakers of 4 sessions for supporting our team, IQAC, in organizing this seminar. Thank you. Thank you, Manoj.
Thank you very much, Princess. Now our next speaker is Reverend Dr. I.P. Keswani, sir, General Secretary, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, who has a direct bearing on the administration of institutions working under Samiti. By profession, he is a mechanical engineer, passed out from prestigious Vishwesvaraya Regional College of Engineering, now VNIT Nagpur. He has various illustrious academic record during his student days. He scored second in order of merit in Maharashtra State Board HSC exam. He did his PhD in service quality and has more than 50 research papers to his credit in various international and national journals. He is recently superannuated as professor and head of industrial engineering at Ramdev Baba College of Engineering and Management, Nagpur, one of the most sought after engineering colleges of this region, now working as adjunct professor in the same college. He is actively associated with Indian Institute of Engineers, ISCE, and Institution of Industrial Engineering. His apt knowledge, keen observation, and crisp delivery is a feast to the ears. His speech has a lasting impact, and I request most distinguished Dr. I.P. Keswani, sir, to please address the gathering. Please, sir.
On this occasion of National Seminar on National Accreditation Board, we have none other than the most influential person in that, Mr. Devendra Kavade, advisor of that with us, and we are definitely very fortunate to have with us Honorable President of our committee, Dr. Mr. H.R. Babuji, Honorable Chairman Dr. Rajiv Bhavani, Honorable Secretary Shri Neeraj Babuji, Principal Dr. Prince, Mr. Yogesh Kuthe, Mr. Devani, honorary professors, my dear friends. Let us start with the basics, and I always insisted on understanding the basics. Once the basics are clear, the things become easier. And there are so many times, we come across this word quality every day. I'd ask a simple question, right? Whether the boy from Sindhu out there is having better quality, or the science graduate from Institute of Science is having good quality. Simple question. Whether the car which you see as Alto is having good quality, or Honda City is having good quality. Or for that matter, Nirma powder which you use is having good quality, or surf is having good quality. What is the answer? I think there will be confusion in your mind. Some people will say that, well, Institute of Science का बच्चा ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा, या सिंधु वाले का बच्चा खराब है, एल्टो का सेट सबसे ज़्यादा है, Honda City से भी ज़्यादा है. Still you see people saying that the Honda City quality. It's not the case, If the product is performing as expected it to perform, then the quality is present. It's not that quality अच्छी होती, दो adjective नहीं रखते, product अच्छा है या quality है. If the Sindhu Mahavidyalaya boy performs as he is expected to perform, then the quality is present in that boy. So many times you see आपके घर में झाड़ू लगता है और आप बोलते हो कितना अच्छा झाड़ू लगा है, या क्वालिटी है, तो क्वालिटी तो हम रात दिन बात करते हैं, खाने की क्वालिटी. एक माँ का बनाया हुआ खाना और एक रेस्टोरेंट का खाना, इसमें कितना फर्क होता है. इसलिए एक कस्टमर को बहुत ध्यान में रख के बनाया हुआ है, बच्चे का प्यार है उसके लिए, प्यार पूरा उसमें. So if you have the same kind of love and affection for your students, then the quality will always be present. So these, there are so many. I spent my entire life in understanding and making people understand what it is. कितना सारा रिसर्च हो रहा है, हम सब्जी खरीदने जाते हैं, चेक करते हैं कैसी है, but that visual inspection is enough. But there are cases where visual inspection is not possible. Suppose आप एक इंडस्ट्रियल मोटर खरीदने जा रहे हैं, कूलर के लिए मोटर खरीदने, उसको हॉर्स पावर लिखा हुआ है 2 हॉर्स पावर, तो आपके 2 घोड़े लगा के चेक करेंगे इसका 2 हॉर्स पावर है कि नहीं कर सकते. So you believe in certain certification. एक ISI मार्क देते हैं, इन्होंने टेस्ट किया हुआ है, गवर्नमेंट अपनी एजेंसी अपॉइंट करती है टेस्ट करने के लिए सैंपल बेसिस पे, और पूरा इंडस्ट्री को सर्टिफिकेट देती है इनकी क्वालिटी है. सिमिलरली फॉर एजुकेशन स्टूडेंट, आप कोई बच्चे को कॉलेज में भेजना चाहते हैं, वो कॉलेज कैसा है कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा? आप जाके थोड़ी देखोगे, आपको बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा पता लगाने के लिए. सबकी खरीदने से बहुत बड़ा काम है, छोटा मोटा काम नहीं. आप spend so many lakhs of rupees in educating a child. You must know what level of quality is. So therefore, government has appointed something known as NAC to make the assessment of to grade the quality. ये कॉलेज के लिए भी जरूरी है गैट NAC का accreditation लेना, so that we tell people that we have A grade or B grade or C grade. और जो हमारे कस्टमर है, जनरल कस्टमर here is students, parents, society in general needs this kind of thing. And the question is, जब हम इसमें आते हैं तो सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट तो है नहीं कि देख के हमको मालूम पड़ जाएगा. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज जो बाद में लोगों ने मालूम करी कि प्रोसेस जो है वो ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है. अगर आप अपने बच्चे की शादी करवाना चाहते हो तो सिर्फ लड़की देखने से काम नहीं होता या लड़का देखने से काम नहीं होता. You see the culture, आप उसकी फैमिली बैकग्राउंड देखते हैं. So that process has to be studied, and that is something which has got जो Martineau criteria है, आप देखोगे प्रोसेस से रिलेटेड है. करिकुलम कैसा है, गवर्नेंस कैसा है, किस तरीके का कल्चर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में मौजूद है. So everything is so interesting and so useful that if you look at all the criteria, आप देखोगे कि एक भी criteria ऐसे irrelevant नहीं है. It has got something to do with assessing the quality. So let us hope that you have a wonderful learning experience in the presence of Mr. Devan.
Nice. I thank you very much, sir, for sharing your lifetime experience with us. Process is very important. Now next is Dr. Vikiram Bhwani, sir, who is a man of great learning, actively working for the social causes. He works for the patients suffering from sickle cell anemia. He holds many prestigious positions, such as he is Vice President of Maharashtra Medical Council, Mumbai, Government of Maharashtra, Member Maharashtra State Pharmacy Council, Government of Maharashtra, Governing Board Member, Maharashtra State Blood Transfusion Council, Government of Maharashtra, Executive Body Member, Indian Medical Association, Nagpur, President, Thalassemia Society. Thalassemia Society of Central India, Director, Thalassemia and Sickle Cell Center, Nagpur, Executive Body Member of IMA, to name a few. May I request illustrated Dr. Vikiram Bhwani, sir, Chairman, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti. Please address the gathering. Thank you, sir.
This all happens because of the Google. Google से निकाल लेते हैं. Distinguished guest, Honorable Mr. Devendra Kawade ji, Honorable President of Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, Shri HR Bakru ji, Honorable General Secretary Dr. I.P. Keswani ji, Secretary College Affairs, Mr. Neeraj Bakru ji, Principal, Acting Principal of this college, Dr. Kit Singh, Dr. Bhute, Devani, Mr. Chindede, and all the delegates who are attending this very important conference, a day-long conference, isn't it? Just right from morning up to evening. So, when we talk about NAC, see, if NAC would have not been there, what would have been the scenario? हम ऐसा एक वो करते हैं, इमेजिन करते हैं कि NAC नहीं है, तो कैसा है? So then we understand that हम लोग सब इंस्टीट्यूट जो हैं अगर किसी क्राइटेरियाज को देखते हुए we have reached to some point or we have done something which is required in a curriculum and for administration in every part of college running of the college, we feel like something like NAC is must, and that's why our general secretary Saab, he also said the government has brought this criteria to judge the institute. Now this judgment is a dynamic process, because at one time, as I know, I got it from our coordinator that it was there was a first change in 2017. Yeah, in 2017 there was few changes which had happened in the NAC criteria, and later on, just a year back in 2021. So I think this understanding of these changes is a big, rather a very important thing. We have just gone through a pandemic. I should not say that gone through. We are still running, but we have almost in the process of going through that pandemic, and we have just now in an improved situation. So we saw in this pandemic that initially, in the initial days of the pandemic, it was said कि जो vaccines हैं वो कुछ लोगों ने कहा कि वैक्सीन से कुछ काम नहीं करेगी, इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू हेल्प। बाद में एक ऐसा आया कि वैक्सीन विल प्रिवेंट द इन्फेक्शंस, फिर बाद में आया नहीं, वैक्सीन विल नॉट प्रिवेंट द इन्फेक्शंस, दैट मींस इन्फेक्शन कैन ऑकर इवन आफ्टर टेकिंग द वैक्सीन, but it will prevent a severe infection. So likewise, there are changes we saw in last 2 years as far as this COVID pandemic is concerned. So it was all because of the understanding which we had. We got this understanding because of the thorough knowledge that we got from the research, from the innovations, from the studies. So likewise, this NAC, what they understood 4 or 5 years back, now they are trying to make it more transparent. They are trying to make it like it should be one which can give a proper category to those institutions who are working well, those institutions who have presented well, those institutions who have shown their quality should get a good accreditation score. So this particular changes in this NAC criteria is a must. This is a process, and today we have organized such a wonderful and very important seminar, and we have also invited such eminent guests like Devendra Kavadiji, and other good speakers are also there. So I hope that this particular day will be a very fruitful day for all of you to understand, and this will going to help everybody for giving our best for as far as the NAC is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I humbly would like to say that I have mentioned only a few positions that our distinguished Dr. Venkiru Bhuwani sir is holding. The very important thing that Dr. Sir has told us that understanding assessment is very important. That process is dynamic. Now, I call upon Shri H.R. Bakru sir, who is the president of Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, to please speak on the occasion. He is MSc Geology, and he was superannuated as Senior Mining Geologist, Indian Bureau of Mines, Nagpur. He was conferred with many awards like Global Achievers Award of Dubai at the hands of Sheikh Dubai, Asia Pacific Award for Education at Kathmandu, Nepal at the hands of Sushil Koirala, the then Prime Minister, Mahatma Gandhi Gaurav Samman Award at the hands of the then Chief Minister of Delhi, to name a few. We are eagerly waiting for you to listen to you, sir. Please, Shri H.R. Bakru.
our session, national seminar on device assessment framework, understanding and challenges, organized by the Ramchand Bakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya and NAC. जैसे कि मेरे प्रिय स्पीकर्स ने कहा, नैक आने से क्वालिटी जो है कॉलेज की, इंस्टीट्यूट की बहुत अच्छी हुई है। ऐसा नहीं है कि नैक आने के पहले कॉलेज में अच्छी पढ़ाई नहीं होती थी, पढ़ाई अच्छी होती थी, सब कुछ अच्छा था, पर कुछ कॉलेजेस ऐसे भी थे जहाँ अच्छे से ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता था या कम ध्यान दिया जाता था। तो नए आने से वो जो कॉलेजेस थे, इंस्टीट्यूट थे, वो भी ध्यान देने लग गए और जहाँ दिया जाता था वहां थोड़ा ज्यादा ध्यान देने लग गए, लोग केयर करने लग गए, कंपटीशन बढ़ गई। अल्टीमेटली इन सब से स्टूडेंट्स का, फैकल्टीज का बहुत अच्छा फायदा हुआ, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट को अल्टीमेटली एजुकेशन अच्छा मिलने लगा, एटमॉस्फेयर अच्छा मिला, एम्बियंस कॉलेज का, इंस्टीट्यूट का अच्छा हो गया, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छा होने से मन ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है पढ़ाई में, फैकल्टीज को पढ़ाने में भी अच्छा लगता है, उनको सब फैसिलिटी मिल जाती है, उनको पढ़ाना भी इजी हो जाता है। पेपर्स पब्लिकेशन की तरफ भी ध्यान देते हैं वो लोग, फैकल्टी। ये सब बातें बहुत अच्छे से नए आने से सभी लोग फॉलो कर रहे हैं। जैसे कि डॉक्टर केशवानी ने आपको बताया, इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस और सिंधु महाविद्यालय की कंपेरिजन करके, मैं जब स्टूडेंट था तो इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस में पढ़ा मैं, तो उस समय सिंधु महाविद्यालय एग्जिस्टेंस में नहीं था, पैदा होने का था। मेरी एजुकेशन जब खत्म हो गई तब सिंधु महाविद्यालय आया, नहीं तो शायद मेरा भी नाम आज के एलुमनाई एसोसिएशन में रहता था, सिंधु महाविद्यालय के। डॉक्टर कावड़े जी से मेरा अभी 10-15 मिनट यहाँ आने के पहले प्रिंसिपल ऑफिस में थोड़ा डिस्कशन हुआ। काफी पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस है उनको, अभी तो एडवाइजर की पोस्ट पे नैक में काम कर रहे हैं, तो उनके एक्सपीरियंस से आप लोगों को काफी कुछ नॉलेज गेन होगा, और उनके जो टीम के बाकी लोग, बाकी स्पीकर्स हैं, उनके भी कारण आपके जो डाउट्स हैं, यदि हैं तो वो भी क्लियर हो जाएंगे आज के सेशन में। आप सभी को बेस्ट विशेष देते हुए मैं अपनी 2 शब्द यही समाप्त करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir. Our distinguished HR Bakur sir has outlined the importance of having NAC, why it is necessary. Now, we are at the end of this inaugural function. May I request Dr. Yogesh Bhude sir, in charge IQAC, to please propose the formal vote of thanks. Dr. Bhude.
Good morning to you all. Characters and quality are the two fundamental of any great institution. Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of intelligent efforts. And if we talk about the quality HEI, it is planned, intelligent team effort. Dada Ramchand Bakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya has a vision of holistic development of students. We believe in quality education that transforms society in a single generation, save children from hazardous poverty, labor exploitation, and diseases. We provide knowledge, skill, and confidence to reach their full potential. On the occasion of inauguration of this NAC-sponsored national seminar on revised assessment framework, understanding and challenges, I, Dr. Yogesh Bhutte, convener of the seminar, deem it my great pleasure and privilege to propose vote of thanks. At the outset, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to our Venerable Sri H.R. Bakru sir, President Siddhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, for his benevolent presence and encouragement. His words are always inspire and motivate us to do better every time we take any task. I thank you, sir, for your sparing time and blessing us. I thank Dr. Vinki Rupani sir, Chairman Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, for his insightful address and support and encouragement also. Your presence itself is a beginning of success for the work we do. Thank you, sir. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. I.P. Keswani sir, General Secretary Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, for his insightful address, and crux of all his talk is on how to enhance the quality of education. Sir, your words are always make us think deep and work towards the enhancement of quality of our institution. Thank you, sir, for valuable guidance and gracious presence. I thank from my bottom of heart Sri Neeraj Bakru sir, Secretary College of Affairs, for his benign presence, robust support, and precious guidance and encouragement. I thank today's keynote speaker, Dr. Devendra Kade sir, Advisor, NAC Bengaluru, for sparing his valuable time from his busy schedule. We are grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and taking pains to travel from Bengaluru to Nagpur to deliver the keynote address on very important topic of interest. Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to your address and kind support in future endeavor also. I thank Dr. Princess, sir, principal of our institution, for his constant support in the organization of seminar. I am also grateful to vice principals, organizing team, comparer of the inaugural session, Dr. YK, all non-teaching and teaching staff for their guidance, hard work, and support. I will fail in my duty if I do not thank the enthusiastic participants who spared their valuable time for this seminar. I declare that the inaugural session is over. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. YK for the further proceeding of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Now, after this inaugural session, we will have the keynote address by our speaker. We will begin our keynote address in a short while. Please do not go away. We'll begin in a short while, within a few minutes. Please stay online. There are some information for the online participants. They can ask questions in the technical sessions and and also to the speakers who will deliver the speech. We will have the keynote address now. Dignitaries on the dais. For this keynote address is Dr. Devendra Kaude, sir, Dr. Yogesh Bhute, sir, all my dear colleagues and respected participants, offline and online. I, Dr. Jayant Walke, welcome you once again. It is my great pride, privilege, and pleasure to introduce you to our illustrious, very distinguished Dr. Devendra Kaude. He is the advisor at National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, Bangalore, since January 2017. He worked as a Joint Secretary, University Grants Commission, UGC, New Delhi. He worked as an international reviewer with Quality Assurance Team for institutional reviews of the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka, Olivevale, Sri Lanka. He was a member of Core Working Group CWG, which designed revised accreditation framework for assessment and accreditation process of NAC. He contributed in policy framing for assessment and accreditation process of NAC on need and time with an expertise to organization. He coordinated NAC Help Desk framework of University Manual for A&A process of NAC, framework of Student Satisfaction Survey Tool, accreditation exercise of about 170 higher educational institutions, the process of issue management system, IMS, various assessors orientation program and awareness program for NAC's A&A process, introduced the concept of outcome-based accreditation, OBA. He is basically a faculty of commerce and management with teaching experience of 16 years and administrative experience of 14 years. He is a supervisor for PhD with RTM Nagpur University. He completed 2 major research projects, published 6 books, 120 research papers, delivered various keynote speeches in several conferences, seminars, workshops, webinars on quality in higher education. He has a rich CV, as we have seen. It is a matter of great pride and immense pleasure to know that he is a Nagpurian. We welcome you, sir, in our city, in your own city. May I request Dr. Yogesh Bhute, coordinator, IQSC Dada Ramchand Bapu Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, to present our guest a memento, token of our love and reverence. Please, Dr. Bhute. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation. May I now request Dr. Devendra sir to please deliver his keynote address. Please, sir. Hello, hello.
Okay, principal of this good institution, Dr. Pensi, vice principal, and good faculty members, the people who are listening online in the web board. I think so. This particular session on NAC, on any of the session on NAC, it really sitting hands-on upon the process to some extent and what they are going to learn. And what I will try my level best with this unique concept what I have thought about it or tried it to provide you certain information related with our process, number one. Number two, as a faculty, as an academician, what is the best you can do for yourself and for the institution? That is my perspective. Okay. Because I know very well that for any of the next process for any institution, the team behind that, say 4, 5 or 7 people are only involved, and rest of the people are supporting to some extent. But majority those people are only involved. So it's their interest and rest of the people, I think so, though they are supporting, but play a major role in a long-term concept also. I will tell you one very important thing is, for example, this institution has already faced the NAC at present. One request will be there because, yes, it's just like a class and you understand, you are teachers. And believe me, in next 30, 35 minutes or 40 minutes, whatever I will be sharing with you, it will be, again I am telling, it will be in the interest of yours and for the institution board. Now the purpose behind taking this topic is, that is 3 Qs at the rate of RAF. You put the first slide. Initial slide. It's okay. I'm asking if I can look at the first slide. You put it in a slide mode, better. That will be good. Let that screen be. Now, see, managing this hybrid mode is sometimes it becomes, I think so. I understand. Anyway, you are managing that because when I asked Keswani to show me how it looks, it really looks very good. Yes, in the case of the people who are listening or seeing in that Zoom platform, it's working nicely. The management of your institution are very experienced one. Well, I wanted to comment on those people. What they have said was specifically the most experienced person in that management, Bakruji, and his son also is a good one. Then Dr. Keswani ji, who is basically from the engineering background, and he very nicely spoke about the love and affection that is essential, process and all that. Some in between I will take their versions. That is essential. Even the Rupwani ji also, he said that if there is no NAC, then what will happen? Even I was also thinking, if the NAC would have not been there, probably what would have been the conditions of the HAIs. Then there was an answer from the president, कि आपके बच्चे पढ़ते नहीं थे. Just it would have been, and it would have been continued. But probably the quality parameter would have not been so high as good as what is at present. And for your information, NEP, everybody knows it is in the version of implementation, National Education Policy. And it talks about that till 2035, all the institution, the maximum of the institution in our country to be accredited. This all and maximum has some figure. I will share with you figure. This figure, what is that figure? It's a massive one.
we have some 1043 number of universities with us. I think so 11,779 standalone institutions, 42,343 colleges. If you total it, it is around 55,165 institutions, and this is the second largest higher education system in the world, catering to around 38.5 millions of students. For information, 38.5 million is a big number. It's almost 4 crore. You know, population of Canada is something around 35.6 and population of billion, and population of Australia itself is 25.4. Means उनका population is 2 से 2.5 करोड़ है, 3 करोड़ है. हमारा student अकेला higher education institution का 4 crore. It's a big one. So it's an asset with us. So in order to channelize that asset in a proper direction, our role matters. Wherever we are, wherever in whatever institution we are teaching, or in fact if it is student studying, so our role matters. So I am going to highlight something related with that, how our role matters. Now these 3 Qs means there is a specific, I will tell you the detail about these Qs. It's called quality assurance, quality enhancement, and quality sustenance. Next step. At the rate of RF is revised accreditation framework. What Dr. Rubani ji was also saying that we have revised it in the year 2017, then 2020. Revised means we have reduced the metrics in the year 2021. But the things remain same. But we keep on updating ourselves. Whatever your friends said, you were saying that we keep on updating ourselves as per the feedback we receive from the stakeholders. Why this matters for every faculty member, for every institution, that is the highlight what I will be sharing with you. Now this quality के लिए I think it was being talked by Keshwani ji. He is being senior most person and expert in this case. Every word has a meaning. See how interesting it is and why it is essential. He was comparing with several parameters like cars and all that, even hotels and institution also. Everybody in their own life require quality. Either it is good quality, either it is your clothes, either it is your way you live, you behave, your institution. You want everywhere quality. Without quality, I think the people will not would like to proceed with their life easy. So quality matters. So when the quality matters in every part of our life, when we expect that it should be there from the other people. If we go to the restaurant, we want a quality food to eat. अगर वहाँ नहीं मिलता है quality food, we would not like to visit it again. We will try to avoid it. The same way it's related with the clothing, it's related with the housing, related with the friends which we are living. We want a quality oriented friends to have with us because surrounding matters a lot. Similarly, if it is like that, then the students also, the society also expect a quality from the institution, from the teachers who are working. The same expectation of it. I will mix it. हिंदी भी मैं बोलूँगा बीच में intentionally क्योंकि मुझे वो समझ में आता है. समझ में ये आता है कि the place where we are speaking or the crowd which we are addressing, there should be good tuning. ऐसा पकड़ होना चाहिए. Otherwise, it loses interest. And मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये simply NAC program ना रहते हुए इसका कुछ ना कुछ फायदा सबको है जिससे कि वो आगे क्योंकि आप लोग टीचर हैं, you are teacher, you also deliver lecture like me. So I want that some excerpts we will call it. कुछ शब्द जो मेरे से वो आप अपने भाषण में भी यूज कर सके और इसी तरह से पर्कुलेट होना चाहिए because we are democratic country. जब तक मैक्सिमम लोगों में ये चीज नहीं आती है, उनके दिमाग के सेटअप में सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में ये सब नहीं बैठता, तब तक ये आगे चीजें जाएगी नहीं. एक अकेला कोई भाषण देके चले जाए उससे चीजें सॉल्व नहीं होती रहती. सब लोगों ने उसी दिशा में काम करना चाहिए तभी चीजें और इसका सबको फायदा होगा. Everybody is going to benefit from this. Now related with this quality assurance, quality sustenance and quality enhancement, what we talk about. Quality assurance, next, quality assurance is something which we assure to our students. हम assurance देते हैं. पहले तो हम initiative लेते हैं, फिर हम assurance देते हैं, yes we provide it. अब रहा NAC से संदर्भित ऐसा है कि annual quality assurance report we ask every institution to prepare every year. That is the purpose, that they are continuing with the same what they have shown when they got a grade. For example, if some institution got A grade, A plus, A double plus or B plus, whatever. So they are continuing with that. Then next is sustenance. Means it is in existence, that has to be shown. कितने मायने रखता है, इसको हम अपने जीवन में रेगुलर हमारे दिनचर्या में भी उतार सकते हैं. You will find it work. And then is quality enhancement. That's a continuous process. ठीक है, हमारे जीवन में भी अगर हम खाना भी खाते हैं तो we see that we have to assure that we have to sustain it and we have to keep on increasing our quality of living. Whether it is again food or clothing or the way we live the life. Similarly is related with education. The people expect and we have to fulfill their expectation. इसमें सबका growth है. इसके part में मैं आखिरी में आऊँगा. How it is a win-win situation for everybody, for an individual also or for an institution also. मतलब खुद का भी इसमें progress होता है क्योंकि man is a selfish animal. ठीक है, उसको खुद का भी पहले देखना, तो पहले खुद का ही देखता है. तो यूथ या हम हमारे ये पूरे 7 क्राइटेरिया में कुछ ऐसा है कि वो खुद का भी प्रोग्रेस करता हुआ दिखेगा आपको और उसमें संस्था का भी प्रोग्रेस दिखेगा, कॉलेज का भी प्रोग्रेस दिखेगा. दैट इज द ब्यूटी बिहाइंड इट. डिपेंड्स अपॉन हाउ यू टेक इट. एंड बिलीव मी, whosoever working in this IPAC and its team, they you will find is better than the other comparative their peer members will call it as. उनके साथीदार से उनका हरदम वर्चस्व ज्यादा ही रहता है बिकॉज ऑफ सेवरल फैक्टर्स. तो ये बहुत काम की चीज है. इट डिपेंड्स अपॉन हाउ यू टेक इट. लेट अस गो फर्दर. नेक्स्ट, इसमें अभी हम अगर आगे चलेंगे तो एसएसआर के बारे में मैं थोड़ा सा बताऊंगा, क्वालिटी इंडिकेटर फ्रेमवर्क के बारे में भी बताऊंगा और कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस के बारे में भी कैसे ये काम करते देखेंगे. QIF इसको बोलते हैं क्वालिटी इंडिकेटर फ्रेमवर्क. इट इज रिलेटेड विद आवर NAC प्रोसेस. Because it's a NACA program, so I will have to talk about those 7 criteria and how useful it can be for everybody. Okay, so हमारे ये quality indicator framework document में there are 7 criteria. These 7 criteria are considered to be 7 core functions of the higher education institution. core function, आप कोई भी criteria में किसी से भी जोड़ लें, आपके जो institutions में जो भी काम होता है उससे अगर आप जोड़ें, so you will find it is related to some or the other extent. Now it depends upon the interest. See, I will tell you, if there are some 50 or 100 faculties in your institution, everybody will not be interested in research. Everybody may not be interested. Well, it is a part and parcel of the job, teaching and learning. But still, everybody may not be interested in extension activity. But somebody may be very good in research. Somebody may be very good in extension. Somebody may be very good in teaching learning. So, as per your capability and capacity, you should push yourself into that direction. That's the only must. क्योंकि सबको अभी में if they should be expert, if we expect it, this is not possible. If we expect that everybody should write the research paper and projects and all that, probably it is not possible. But this single line thing goes for every teacher that research is expected. ये एक्सपेक्टेशन रहता है किसी का भी, क्योंकि आप एकेडमिशियन, जब हम अपने आप को एकेडमिशियन बोलते हैं तो एक एक्सपेक्टेशन रहता है कि आप कुछ ना कुछ रिसर्च से, अब रिसर्च के भी मायने हैं, सिंपली ऊपर से वहां से कॉपी या गूगल से पेस्ट कर, दैट वी विल कम लेटर. नाउ 7 क्राइटेरिया कोर फंक्शन, उसके 34 की इंडिकेटर्स और कुछ मैट्रिक्स है. मैट्रिक्स यू कैन कॉल इट एज अ क्वेश्चन. आप लोगों ने ऑलरेडी 9 फेस किया हुआ है, आपको ग्रेड भी अलॉटेड है और बाकी जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हु आर लिसनिंग at present or seeing on Zoom, they might also face the net. So these metrics are questions, qualitative, quantitative type के metrics रखे हुए हमने. पहले ये पूरा subjective type होता था, मतलब PhD visit करती थी और they used to assess the institution accordingly give the grade. Now we have made it quite a much transparent as compared to the previous process. It's a quantitative much data is there, qualitative में objectivity बहुत है, subjectivity कम है. क्या difference होता है objectivity subjectivity? Subjectivity में लोग खुद आते हैं, वहाँ पे assess करते हैं, accordingly grade देते हैं. Objective means as per the data and documentation whatsoever the institution provided, accordingly they are being provided the scores. So that's a simple thing. ठीक है, technically. Next आगे एक एक करके देखेंगे. 7 criteria इस तरह से जो 7 criteria एक ही criteria में हम देखेंगे हमारे फायदे का क्या है. My intention is to provide you information that how an individual, every individual in this house, every individual who is listening on Zoom can be benefited through it. In addition, I believe ये तो ट्रू है कि विदाउट इंस्टीट्यूशन इंडिविजुअल कैन नॉट सर्वाइव, ये बात पक्की है. ठीक है, तो हमको इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए काम करना, बट एवरी इंडिविजुअल आल्सो मैटर, एंड एवरी व्हेनेवर एनी इंडिविजुअल वर्क्स फॉर हिमसेल्फ विद कंसीडरिंग ए बेस फॉर एन इंस्टीट्यूशन, वो दिमाग में रखे कि ये मुझे भी फायदा करेगा, इंस्टीट्यूशन की वजह से, तो उसका प्रोग्रेस बहुत अच्छा होता है एज कंपेयर टू एनी अदर। तो दी 7 क्राइटेरिया में पहला देखेंगे, फास्ट में देखेंगे। यस, नेक्स्ट इट्स करिकुलर एस्पेक्ट। अब इसमें क्या होता है, करिकुलर एस्पेक्ट ये वन ऑफ द फंक्शन है फॉर एफिलिएटेड कॉलेज। वी टॉक अबाउट इट इज कंसिडर्ड एज करिकुलम प्लानिंग एंड इसमें कुछ वेटेज का 100 का वेटेज रखा हुआ है फॉर एफिलिएटेड कॉलेज। अब ये इंडिविजुअली कैसा जरूरी होता है, देखिए आपको पता होना चाहिए, हमारे यहाँ पे पूरे भारत में 832 ऑटोनोमस कॉलेज है, 832 ऑटोनोमस कॉलेज है। और NEP talks much about this autonomous institution. They want that maximum of the institution should be autonomous in nature in the coming years. क्या purpose है, क्या reason है? For a very simple reason is autonomous institution has a privilege to design and develop the syllabus. अब उसके क्या फायदे हैं? I think so. आप लोग seasoned academician, you very well understand कि अगर हम खुद का अपना सिलेबस डिजाइन और डेवलप करेंगे तो उसका फायदा किसको होगा? ऑफ कोर्स बच्चों को। किस तरह से फायदा होगा? इन ऑर्डर टू बिल्ड देयर करियर। अभी हम क्या कर रहे हैं एज एन एफिलिएटेड कॉलेज, जनरली वी जस्ट टेक द सिलेबस व्हाटएवर यूनिवर्सिटी प्रिस्क्राइब, अकॉर्डिंगली we push it, even though whether it is, we know probably it may be necessary or may not be, but we have to follow. So that is the basic difference between autonomous college and affiliated. तो हमने फ्यूचर में बैट करना चाहिए कि अपने आप को ऑटोनोमस की तरफ, इसमें कोई नुकसान कुछ नहीं है इसमें, बिकॉज ऑटोनॉमी इज रिलेटेड विद एकेडमिक इन नेचर। ठीक है, किसी को लगता है कि फाइनेंशियल ऑटोनॉमी में प्रॉब्लम होएगा, ऐसा चल रहा है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट वांट्स दैट एवरी इंस्टीट्यूशन शुड, जैसे IIT आया, मालूम है IIT है, व्हाई IIT and IIMs are so famous and why we want that our kids should be admitted in IIT and IIMs. This is the reason, because वहाँ का जो आउटपुट है, आउटकम है, वो बेस्ट रहता है, क्योंकि वो दे डिजाइन एंड डेवलप द सिलेबस एज पर द रिक्वायरमेंट अकॉर्डिंग टू द आउटकम, सो दैट हैज इट्स बेनिफिट। Now we come to our point related to affiliate college. We plan and implement it. I think so every of the institution like this one is a good one. Plan and implement the syllabus very nice. Now 2-3 things there is a leverage for us. Academic flexibility or curriculum enhancement की leverage है for any affiliated college. Leverage कैसा कि आप कोई value added courses उनको provide करें। ठीक है, हमको प्रोटोटाइप जो syllabus हमारे पास होता है from university expertise so fine. But in case if we want to provide some value added, जैसे कॉमर्स, मैं कॉमर्स का नहीं तो मैं कॉमर्स के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताऊं, तो बाकी आप इससे रिलेट कर सकते हैं। कॉमर्स में एक टैली का कोर्स भी चलता है, तो अगर आप लोग भी चलाते होंगे, अगर उसको ऐड कर दें तो हो सकता है जब बीकॉम का बच्चा भी बाहर निकल के कुछ he can immediately come out with some job prospective or he can start his own firm or business. There is a possibility. तो ऐसा एक value added course if you are putting it in addition to your regular courses, that will be beneficial to the student. ऐसे बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं, फैशन डिजाइन हो सकता है, ब्यूटी से पार्लर से रिलेटेड कुछ कोर्सेज, छोटे-छोटे जो भी कोर्सेज हो सकते हैं, that we should keep on adding, that will benefit. अब why, what is the benefit for an individual as a teacher? हमारा सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट पता है क्या है? एज अ टीचर हमारा बेनिफिट है, हमारा स्टूडेंट जो बाहर निकलता है वो हमारा असेट, उससे बड़ा सम्मान जीवन में कहीं नहीं मिलता। पैसे से भी बड़ा सम्मान है जब बच्चा आपके आगे पैर छूता है और आपको जिंदगी भर रिस्पेक्ट मिलता है, लाइफ लॉन्ग रिस्पेक्ट मिलती है। और रिस्पेक्ट से बड़ी चीज दुनिया में कोई नहीं होती है सर, पैसा भी नहीं होता। दैट इज क्लियर, आई थिंक सो यू आर ऑल सीजन्ड पीपल, यू वेरी वेल अंडरस्टैंड। जहाँ रिस्पेक्ट मिलती है वहाँ घर में ही क्यों ना, घर में आपको रिस्पेक्ट नहीं मिलता, आप कुछ रह के नहीं रहे, तो इट्स लाइक दैट। तो रिस्पेक्ट इज एसेंशियल, रिस्पेक्ट इज फ्रॉम योर ओन आउटकम, योर ओन वर्क। एंड हमारा ये काम है कि आज से 5 साल बाद क्या हमारे पास विजन होना चाहिए, आफ्टर 5 years हाउ दिस बॉय एंड गर्ल विल बिकम व्हाटएवर, उसमें क्या क्वालिटी उस हिसाब से उसको पुश अप करना है। सिस्टम इज नॉट अलाउइंग लाइक दैट, दैट इज ओके, दैट इज इट। कुछ फ्लॉ और प्लस माइनस भी बताऊंगा मैं, पता ही रहता हूँ। सी हमारे पास सेंटर फॉर मॉनिटरिंग इंडियन इकोनॉमी, इट सेज दैट अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेशियो इज वेरी हाई एट प्रेजेंट, 7.2%, बहुत हाई है। ठीक है, पैंडेमिक की वजह से, पैंडेमिक के मतलब लास्ट 2 years तो ये 10 और 11 चला गया था, अभी थोड़ा कम हुआ है, लेकिन फिर भी इट इज वेरी हाई कंपेयर टू इफ यू टॉक अबाउट सिंस लास्ट 50 years। अब थोड़ा सा और डीप चले जाते हैं। एसोचैम सेज SOCHM is a body, which says that 10% of graduates are employable, simple graduates. 25% are professional graduates are employed. 25% professional means engineering, medical और वो सब professional. ठीक है? तो difference मैं बता दूँ. 10% of normal graduates, 25% मतलब अब बाकी के बच्चे क्या करते हैं फिर 80%, 90% of the students और उधर engineering और या फिर मेडिकल वाले या जो भी है जो कोई दूसरी प्रोफेशनल स्ट्रीम पकड़ लेते हैं. Almost 70 to 80% of the students goes with their destiny. ऐसा हो गया मतलब. It's like that. It's a really big question mark. हमारे पास अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेशियो ज्यादा होने का पर्पस बहुत सारे हैं, लेकिन दिस इज आल्सो वन ऑफ द रीजन. तो दोषी कौन? सिस्टम, हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम, क्योंकि वो आउटकम के नाम पे क्या निकालते हैं. दैट कम्स आउट विद अ बिग क्वेश्चन. अब मैं एक इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज का कोई एग्जांपल ले लूं, कोई इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, यू नो बेटर, वेरी वेल. बच्चा जब वहां से इंजीनियरिंग करता है, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स कम आउट आफ्टर डूइंग दैट इंजीनियरिंग. In the name of placement, how many students are placed? Some 25 to 30% most probably. Rest of the people again goes with their fate. इसीलिए आपको दिखेगा कि काफी सारे कुछ इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट्स they have done engineering in mechanical, computer or likewise something और वो स्ट्रीम छोड़ के वो कहीं और, समझ रहे हो ना. हमारे पास बेंगलोर का उदाहरण देता हूँ. एवरी सेकंड हाउस हैज एन इंजीनियर, एवरी सेकंड हाउस. फिर समझ में करते हैं क्यों इंजीनियर करें, सिविल में, मैकेनिकल में और काम कर रहे हैं क्लर्क. क्या फायदा चार सर डिस्ट्रिक्ट. तो क्या हुआ, प्रॉब्लम कहाँ हुई कि when they entered probably they did not enter the stream as per their wish. ऐसा पॉसिबल है. ठीक है, simply they completed that 4 years and they are doing something else not related with that. So that is essential. पहले तो एंट्री ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि जहाँ इंटरेस्ट है वहीं पे एंट्री हो. ये बहुत बड़ा साइकोलॉजिकल कंसेप्ट है, which probably the institution इसको मासिव वे में सॉल्व करना चाहिए. बट एनीवे as a teacher what we can do and why I am sharing in this particular criteria only. As a teacher, ठीक है, बच्चा तो आ गया, अब हम तो उसको रोक नहीं सकते. मत, that is an entry point that has to be decided by him or his parents or her parents, whatever, or else institution can in the preliminary stage may decide. But as a teacher what we can do, ठीक है, आ गया ना, अब हमको ये देखना है इसको कहाँ इंटरेस्ट है, उसके हिसाब से उसको पुशअप करना. दैट इज अवर इंटरेस्ट. ऐसा जरूरी कि सभी बच्चे नौकरी करेंगे, प्लीज डोंट गो विद दैट कंसेप्ट. ऐसा होना भी नहीं चाहिए. थोड़ा सा एक और मैं इकोनॉमी से रिलेटेड, इकोनॉमी वाले बहुत सारे हमारे यहाँ मित्र बैठे हैं तो बताता हूँ. बहुत सरप्राइजिंग फिगर है एंड वी शुड नो, वी शुड शेयर आल्सो. आपको मालूम है हमारे जीडीपी का 60% of our GDP is contributed by service sector. 60%, 60. Almost 15% is contributed through agriculture sector. 15. थोड़ा सा कम ज्यादा हो सकता है. 15. And more than 60% of our population is agri-based. Directly or indirectly. कितना देखो contradictory है. बड़ी मतलब this has to be solved. सोचने की जरूरत है यहाँ पे. We have to seriously think about it and do something. तो हमको ये देखना है कि हमारे बच्चे जो सर्विस के पीछे भाग रहे हैं उसको हम किस तरह से एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और एग्री के पीछे बिजनेस के रिलेटेड. इसीलिए हमारे अभी बजट में भी अच्छा उन्होंने पुशअप किया हो कि NABARD will come out with a facilitating center or they will provide a facility to the banks or the institution who are pushing for innovation creativity to the agriculture sector. देखा होगा आपने, पढ़ा होगा या कहीं सुना होगा. So that is a good step. लेकिन हम एज ए टीचर क्या कर सकते हैं, तो बेस्ट हमने करना चाहिए जितना हमारे से पॉसिबल, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम्स एंड इश्यूज विल बी देयर. और एक लाइन बताता हूँ कि समाज में समय किसी के पास नहीं है. देखो सिवाय हमारे पास हो सकता है, कैसे मैं बताता हूँ. जो बिजनेसमैन होता है वो सवेरे दुकान खोलता है अपनी, 9 बजे जाता है और रात को बंद करता है. पैसा करते हैं नेचुरली, पूरा उसका फुल इन्वॉल्वमेंट में रहता है. एक्सेप्शनल रहते हैं कुछ, एक्सेप्शनल जैसे आपके मैनेजमेंट के लोग अच्छे हैं, वो एक्सेप्शनल है. दूसरा जो जॉब के लिए जाते हैं सवेरे जाते हैं 8-9 बजे. मुंबई जैसे सिटी में तो और भी 5 बजे चले जाते हैं और रात को 9 बजे आते हैं. तो हमारे यहाँ थोड़ा सा लेट जाते हैं, हमारे यहाँ थोड़ा वी आर सेव फ्रॉम दैट. तो 8-9 बजे जाते हैं, 7-8 बजे घर आते हैं. उनके पास भी टाइम. तो सोचने के लिए किसान वगैरह तो खैर वो अपनी किसान खेती का ही करता रहता है. सोचने के लिए टाइम किसके पास है? ऑफ कोर्स हमारे पास 55,165 number of institution when I am talking about there around 15 lakh 1,260 some teachers are there. 15 लाख के करीब टीचर्स हैं। तो अगर कुछ 10% या 5% भी टीचर आप जैसे सभी के सभी अगर इस दिशा में थोड़ा थोड़ा भी सोचना चालू करें तो क्रांति नहीं आ सकती, रिवॉल्यूशन नहीं आ सकती, बिल्कुल आ सकता है। अगर हम प्रॉब्लम ही सोचते रहे, प्रॉब्लम्स तो रहेंगे, कभी जाएंगे, अभी भी हैं, आगे भी रहेंगे, कुछ हर तरह के प्रॉब्लम आएंगे जरूर। So we have to come out with the solution. The teachers are the best one to come out with the solution. I can see that Vishwajit ji, I have seen him very closely. He has that ability to come out with a solution for the any sir. तो बहुत अच्छी एबिलिटी, ऐसी एबिलिटी मैं समझता हूँ उनमें है, तो आप लोगों में भी होगी 100%, that I can visualize it. So this is the case. So every teacher has some or other very good ability related to that. Next, criteria number 2 पे जाएंगे, teaching, learning and evaluation. इसमें there are 7 key indicators related with that. पूरा teaching learning से related है इसमें. For example, we are talking about average percent of enrollment, average percent of field वगैरह वगैरह. How the teachers are using ICT. अब ICT से related we have kept this during the metrics quite a long before. हमको नहीं मालूम था कि ये आने वाला है, and that is benefiting. जिसको यूज भी कभी नहीं करना आता था PPT and all, they were forced to do it, and now everybody is well versed with this concept, so that is working very nice. अब उसमें कुछ ऐसे भी क्वेश्चन पूछे हैं कि PhDs है, full time teachers again sanction post, ऐसे काफी सारे चीजें हैं, that is prototype that has to be asked. There is a 1, 2, 3 reason behind this. Number 1, हम अगर सीट्स फिल करने की बात करते हैं फुल टाइम टीचर, हम ये चाहते हैं कि उस संस्था में, उस कॉलेज में सारी की सारी टीचिंग पोस्ट भरी रहे, ठीक है, आई नो इट्स गवर्नमेंट रेगुलेशन और वो सब अटकड़े आते हैं, लेकिन कोशिश तो कर सकते हैं, अगर बताएंगे तो कोशिश कहाँ से करें। हम ये बोलते हैं कि यहाँ पे मैक्सिमम PhD होल्डर्स है, तो PhD होल्डर्स होने के नैक को क्या फायदा, उसमें कोई फायदा, लेकिन हम उनको बोलते हैं तो उसमें संस्था को फायदा, कैसे फायदा रहेगा? पहली बात तो PhD करने में इंक्रीमेंट पता नहीं क्या चालू है कि नहीं बनने वालों में, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा फायदा बंद हो गया, सॉरी सबसे बड़ा फायदा तो वही था, दूसरा प्लेसमेंट में फायदा होता है, ठीक है, ठीक है। तीसरा आपके सामने डॉक्टर रखता है, वो वेरी प्राउड, वो बहुत अच्छे, थोड़े दिन हो गए तो रहते ही है। तो दैट दिस आर द थिंग्स व्हिच मैटर्स। अब आप जो भी सब्जेक्ट में रिसर्च करते हैं एकेडमिक से रिलेटेड, तो इफ यू कंटिन्यू विद दैट रिसर्च और उसका प्लस और प्लस और प्लस, तो इसमें आपको बहुत ज्यादा, जैसे अभी मैं राजकुमार जी कहा है सोचे मुझे ये राजकुमार जी से मैं बात करके मुझे लेने आए थे, तो जस्ट आई इंटरेक्टेड, आई हैव दैट स्किल नहीं बोलूंगा, बट दैट्स माय इन नेचर, सो आई जस्ट इंक्वायर्ड अबाउट हिम व्हाट्स इट, so he was having so many feathers in his cap, so I said you are a hardcore academic. In addition to it, जो चीज मैंने यहाँ देखी, नोट की, in case of while interacting with Bakru ji and company, that is, I think so some culture is there, and that culture also I have seen in him. When I asked where do you say, he said Pune Leisure Center Nagar. फिर और थोड़ा सा डीप में गया, तो I stay with my father. देखो ये कितना फर्क पड़ता है, the father doesn't stay with me, he stays with his, मैं अपने पिताजी के साथ रहता हूँ, इसका मतलब समझते हैं? ये सही अप्रिशिएबल है। मैं तो आप पापा 80 इयर्स प्लस हो गए, मेरे पे डिपेंड है, तो मैं तो ऐसे बोलेगा पापा मेरे पास रहते हैं, वो बोलता है इट मैटर्स, that means there is a good culture in this institution, that means you have a very good thought process, so that also may ये परकुलेट होना चाहिए हमारे बच्चों में। मैं और आऊंगा क्राइटेरिया नंबर 4, 5 में कि बच्चों का समाज के प्रति विचार करना कितना आवश्यक है। ओके, चलो हम इसमें देखते हैं और क्या बताया उसने, PhD बताया, टीचिंग एक्सपीरियंस बताया हुआ है, इंटरनल असेसमेंट वगैरह वगैरह छोटी छोटी चीजें बताई, स्टूडेंट सेटिस्फेक्शन सर्वे बहुत अच्छा चीज बताया, वो आपने ऑनलाइन सर्वे भी कराया होगा आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन में। ये हमने इसलिए रखा हुआ था कि बच्चे अपने आप से बता सकें कि वो इस संस्था के बारे में क्या विचार रखते हैं, व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट देयर ओन इंस्टीट्यूशन। टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस से रिलेटेड, तो ये फिजिकल फॉर्म में तो बताया नहीं जा सकता है, तो बेटर है लेट अस गो विद एन ऑनलाइन क्लासेस, दैट वाज द पर्पस। और सेकंड एक बहुत बड़ा पर्पस था हमारा क्योंकि ये पैन इंडिया कंसेप्ट है. Many of the institution in a rural area, the students were not able to have an access to the ICT or email वगैरह वगैरह उनको access नहीं होता. तो इस particular key indicator की वजह से करोड़ों बच्चों की email address खुली. That was a big benefit. क्योंकि पैन इंडिया सोचना पड़ता है. हम प्रफुल्लित थे, हम अच्छे, हमारे पास सब अच्छा है. बाकी आपको और एक फिगर बता दो, मैं फिगर बताते रहूंगा क्योंकि that is important. क्योंकि statistics matters a lot when you have to predict something, when you have to assume something, when you have to come out with some policies, regulation और हमको कुछ प्लान करने हैं. आपको जानकारी होगी या हैरानी होगी, this 55,165 institution जो मैंने बोला आपको, उसमें से 60.57% of the institution are in rural area. 60% के ऊपर है जो रूरल एरिया में, spread across something around 732 districts, 729 states and 7 union territories. हमारे यहाँ बहुत बड़ा है ना, it's a big country, छोटा मोटा नहीं है, हमारा देश बहुत बड़ा है. And we have to probably we are unable to encash that asset, that is the problem, but we have that capability. So step by step समझ लेंगे कैसे. तो ये जो 60.57% of the institution which are in rural area, इसमें बहुत सारे बच्चों के पास access to the internet वो सब नहीं है, था या है या कम ज्यादा जो भी होगा. तो हमारे लिए स्टूडेंट कंप्यूटर रेशियो रखने से या एक्सेस टू स्टूडेंट सेटिस्फेक्शन रखने से तो कुछ हद तक ये पॉसिबिलिटी बढ़ी. इतना पक्का the institution who wants to face the NAC, now they have to start its preparation 4-5 years, assuming that they have to, and accordingly they start. Suppose computer नहीं है, we ask about ICT related classes and all that. फोटो मांगते हैं, जियो टाइप फोटो मांगते हैं. पर्पस ये है कि वहाँ वो लोग वो करा रहे हैं, the need of the hour, that is the need of the hour. That was the purpose and we are quite much successful. और अभी करते रहना, ऐसा नहीं है कि इतना हो गया तो कर. It's not like that. NAC is a body, बहुत ही vibrant body. आपको थोड़ा सा अपना अनुभव शेयर करता हूँ. मैं भी आपके जैसा ही हूँ टीचर. तो जब स्टेज बाय स्टेज ऊपर गए, तो जब हम पहली बार एंट्री डाले तब तो मुझे लगा टीचिंग जॉब ही अच्छा था, बेकार में वहाँ सच्ची वो इतना ज्यादा काम रहता है मेरे पूरे. So it's very stressful and we have to manage so many things and policy making और बिल्कुल updates हैं. जैसे feedback आता है, we have to think on that and come out with a new version. ये टीचिंग का अच्छा रहता है, 5-6 घंटे पढ़ाना अपना आराम से और फिर अपना पेपर लिखते रहो. ये जो छोटे मोटे जो पेपर बताए उन्होंने वो मैंने तभी लिखे, तभी तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ. So that is a drawback also if you are in administration on that. But we are happy that at least we are able to make certain changes through this policies addressing the people likewise whatsoever. ये हो गया क्राइटेरिया नंबर 2. क्राइटेरिया नंबर 3 इज रिसर्च इनोवेशन एक्सटेंशन. आगे देंगे. यस, रिसर्च इनोवेशन एक्सटेंशन. देखिए इसमें 120 का वेटेज है एज कंपेयर टू यूनिवर्सिटी एंड ऑटोनोमस. वहां पे बहुत वेटेज रखा हुआ है हमने. इसमें कम इसलिए रखा हुआ है क्योंकि अगेन बहुत सारे कॉलेज रूरल एरिया में वो भी एफिलिएटेड कॉलेज होते हैं. उसमें भी हमने कुछ इंडिकेटर ऐसे हैं जो नॉट एप्लीकेबल किए हुए इस पर्टिकुलर क्राइटेरिया में, ताकि एटलीस्ट कॉलेजेस को एक इनिशिएटिव में दे शुड क्लाइंब ए स्टेप 1. हमने इसको 0 नहीं किया, हमने उसमें कुछ रखा हुआ है जो जरूरी नहीं. जैसे कंसल्टेंसी हमने 0 कर दिया, ठीक है. फैसिलिटीज नहीं है तो वहां 0 कर दिया, नॉट एप्लीकेबल. बाकी लेकिन रिसर्च पेपर, प्रोजेक्ट, एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी, इस पे आऊंगा मैं. अब बताता हूँ. एक लाइन है, इनोवेशन इज द कन्वर्जन ऑफ ह्यूमन डिजायरेबिलिटी, टेक्निकल फिजिबिलिटी एंड बिजनेस वायबिलिटी. Innovation is the conversion of human desirability, technical feasibility, and business viability. Okay, I will connect it in many ways. Human desirability. अभी desirability क्या होती है? Desirability होती है कि when there is a gap, a lacuna or problem, उसको solution अगर provide करें तो वहाँ jump मिलता है. उसको बोलते हैं creativity, उसको बोलते हैं innovation. Okay. एग्जाम्पल्स बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं. एक अगर कोई कंपनी का हम एग्जांपल लेते हैं, Amazon why or Flipkart, why they have come up and why they are famous, why they are able to gain a trust. Almost everybody buy online from Amazon or like they have solved that gap. वो गैप था ना कि भाई लोग को और दुकान जाना पड़ता था कुछ चीज लाने के लिए, उसमें बहुत समय लगता था और काफी सारी जो भी वो उसको सॉल्यूशन बोल के दे आर डिलीवरिंग द थिंग्स इन देयर होम. So when they are able to provide a solution for that a common problem, so that company is growing. It's like that. It is everywhere like that. ठीक है, एक लाइन और बोलता कितनी important. When you strive and work for your goal, benefiting other human being, you will be rewarded in maximum or recognized for that particular activity. ठीक है, एक और एग्जांपल, जियो सबको पता है, बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ मोबाइल यूज भी कर रहे होंगे. जियो ने क्या किया पहले 2 साल पहले, अभी नाउ इट्स बिकम नंबर 1 कंपनी. 2 साल पहले नथिंग मच है, 2 या 3 साल पहले इट प्रोवाइडेड फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. उसने फायदा दिया लोगों को, दिया कितना अच्छा है, बस उतना ही दिखता है हमको कि फायदा दिया और वो मार्केटिंग स्किल थी और वो उसको क्या रिवॉर्ड मिला. इट हैज यस maximum customers are there. It's number 1 company now in that their area as compared to Airtel हो गया, वो Idea तो पता नहीं. So it's like that. So it's a judgment. जब वो बड़ी company can do like this, why can't we do like this? It really works out. So this research, innovation and action extension is related with that, which is beneficial for everybody, right from the student to the teacher to the institution also. Now एक और उसमें key indicator extension activity कितना काम का है देखिए. Extension activity in the neighborhood community in terms of impact and sensitizing students for socialistic issues and holistic development. समाज के बारे में सोचने के लिए, कार्य करने के लिए हमको हमारे बच्चों को सब करना पड़ेगा, इंस्पायर करना पड़ेगा. जो हम थोड़ा बहुत कर लेते हैं एनसीसी और एनएसएस के माध्यम से, आप लोग करते ही हैं, कुछ कार्यक्रम वगैरह करते हैं. उसमें कितने बच्चे, उसमें तो कुछ क्वेरीज ऐसी है कि कितने बच्चे इन्वॉल्व हुए, कितने कोलैबोरेटिव एक्टिविटीज किया हुआ है, फिर कितने रिकॉग्निशन रिवार्ड मिले, ये सब ठीक है. लेकिन मैं इसको पर्पस समझाता हूँ. बच्चों को अगर इंस्पायर नहीं किया समाज के बारे में सोचने से, नेदर विल दे, व्हाट विल हैपन, दे विल बिकम सेल्फ सेंटर्ड और बहुत हानिकारक. वी हैव टू wherever we live. एग्जांपल एक उदाहरण, हम जब घर पे रहते हैं, जो भी हमारा घर है, वो घर के अगर हमारा घर बहुत ही साफ सुथरा एकदम सुंदर है, इट्स वेरी नाइस, और आप जिस घर में रहते उसके आजू बाजू अगर गार्बेज पड़ा है, कचरा है, गंदगी है, रोड अच्छा नहीं है, वो क्या बोलते स्ट्रीट लाइट नहीं है वगैरह, सो मेनी इश्यूज आर. तो व्हाट विल हैपन, जो घर आपका इतना सुंदर है, वास्तु ओरिएंटेड सब है, लेकिन अगर आजू बाजू अगर गड़बड़ है तो आपकी वो घर की वैल्यू, आपके यहाँ आने के लिए कोई इच्छा बट. तो इसका मतलब क्या, इसका मतलब एकदम साफ है कि whatever you do, wherever you live, you have to think about your society also, in addition to yourself. आप खुद के बारे में तो सोचिए, नो प्रॉब्लम, सभी सोचते हैं, एवरी इंडिविजुअली सेल्फ सेंटर, हम भी हैं, मैं भी हूँ, सभी हैं, बट समाज के बारे में भी थोड़ा बहुत सोचें, तो उससे क्या होगा, क्रांति हो सकती है, बदल आ सकता है. कि हमको बच्चों को बताना सीखा, तो उनको पुशअप करना है एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी. और बता दो क्राइटेरिया नंबर 7 से रिलेटेड अभी बता दो. बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस है हमारा क्राइटेरिया नंबर 7. बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस कैन बी रिलेटेड विद एनी ऑफ द 7 क्राइटेरिया. उसमें कुछ अच्छा वेटेज भी है, 50-60 का वेटेज. अब ठीक है, वो वेटेज के हिसाब से छोड़ो, मैं ऐसे बता दूं हाउ इट इज यूज्ड. एक उदाहरण देता है कि अपने यहाँ बहुत सारे फ्लाईओवर है, उसमें एक आधा पुराना फ्लाईओवर होगा, पुराने फ्लाईओवर में आपको देखेंगे दीवार में से कुछ झाड़ वगैरह, कुछ पीपल का कोई झाड़ निकला हुआ दिखता है, आपको पुरानी बिल्डिंगों में नहीं दिखेगा, कोई सरकारी बिल्डिंग में. ठीक है, हम फ्लाईओवर की बात करते हैं, हमको दिखता है, हम गाड़ी चलाते हैं, वो क्या होगा आफ्टर सर्टेन टाइम, ठीक है, दीवार क्रॉस करेगा, टूट जाएगी, हमको दिख रहा है, एंड दैट कैन डैमेज, दैट कैन इरिटेट. ये एक प्रकार का एक प्रॉब्लम बताया. अब हम क्या कर सकते हैं, हम तो खुद नहीं जाके तोड़ सकते हैं, तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं, ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स आइडेंटिफाई करना सोसाइटी में होते हैं, और हर नुक्कड़ पे मिलेगा. इनोवेशन इज द कन्वर्जन ऑफ ह्यूमन डिजायरेबिलिटी. डिजायरेबिलिटी कब होती है, व्हेन यू आर कमिंग आउट विद द सॉल्यूशन फॉर द प्रॉब्लम. नाउ उसका सॉल्यूशन कैसा, तो वी कैन फॉर्म आवर ओन टीम, एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटीज, एनएसएस, एनसीसी, या कोई एक अच्छी अपनी टीम बना के, वो टीम में कुछ ऐसे बच्चे जो क्यूरियस है, नहीं भी रहे तो आप इन्वॉल्व कर सकते हो उसमें, आप उनको कुछ अपने आप ही अट्रैक्ट होंगे. तो क्या करेंगे, कुछ 10, 15, 25, 50 बच्चे जो भी हो सकते हैं, आपकी जो लोकल बॉडी है म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन, उसके साथ एक टाई अप करवा, क्योंकि यू हैव टू टेक द लोकल बॉडीज इनटू कॉन्फिडेंस, यू हैव टू मेक अ डिफरेंस। और ये इतना आसान है, बताता हूँ, क्योंकि तुम उनका काम कर रहे हो तो खुशी खुशी आगे आ जाएंगे, देख लो करके देखो, क्योंकि उनका काम तुम करने वाले हो ना। वो हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, लो साइन करो, हम बिल्कुल रेडी है, ठीक है, उनका तो एक लोगो ही लगेगा। और जब भी तुम ये सब उस हाथ से निकाल लिया या कुछ ट्रीटमेंट किए ताकि वो सब ना होए, फिर उसके बाद एक बढ़िया बैनर के साथ फोटो वगैरह, और वो फोटो को यूट्यूब में डालो, उसको फेसबुक में डालो, उसको व्हाट्सएप में डालो, बच्चे दिखने चाहिए, बच्चे दिखा, बहुत ये सब चीजें मायने रखती है, सब साइकोलॉजिकल कंसेप्ट। जैसे हमारे व्हाट्सएप में हमारी फोटो अच्छी दिखनी चाहिए कि नहीं। अभी हमने फ्रेंड से बहुत सारे फ्लायर बना रहे हो, you come out with a flyer whenever my session will be there, मैं मतलब he might have thought about in his mind why मैंने आंसर दिया, मतलब इसीलिए क्योंकि when the people search about Devendra Travade they search in Google and it should be seen everybody does like that only। आपके बारे में किसी को कुछ पता करना है, वो गूगल में सर्च करता है, he finds everything in there, so you should be up। तो सिमिलरली हम फेसबुक पे लगाते रहते हैं, we see how many likes we have, पहले तो वही देखते हैं कितने लाइक है, क्या कमेंट है, इट्स लाइक दैट। सो इट्स ह्यूमन, एवरीबॉडी, छोटा हो या बड़ा हो, मोदी जी तक लाइक करते हैं। सो वी हैव टू थिंक ऑफ ऑल दिस थिंग। तो फिर बच्चे तो बच्चे हैं, तो वी शुड इंकरेज देम। इंटरेस्ट कैसे पैदा करना, उनको इंटरेस्ट तभी आएगा जब उनको फायदा, किसी को भी जब हमको ऐसा लगता है तो बच्चों को नहीं लगेगा। छोटा बच्चा भी घर में है, अगर उसको पढ़ने को बोले, पढ़ता है क्या खुशी से, जब तक उसको लॉलीपॉप ना दे, या आई मीन लॉलीपॉप इन सेंस ऑफ एनीथिंग, ठीक है, आज तुझे घुमाने ले जाएंगे, आज तुझे खिलाएंगे वगैरह, देन ही मार के ऐसे स्टडी लेके बैठ, वो कितने देर बैठेगा, जरूर पढ़ेगा नहीं, राइट। सो अनलेस यू मोटिवेट एंड एनकरेज टू ए गुड मीन्स, देन ओनली इट वर्क। सिमिलरली ये बच्चे बड़े छोटे से बड़े हो जाए, तब भी सबको अप्रिशिएशन होना, सबको मोटिवेशन होना। देवाला तरी मोटिवेशन लागते हो, त्यांनाही ते आपण ते देवाला किती मोटिवेशन, त्यांनाही आपण करतो का नाही करतो, तुम्ही हो का, म्हणजे सगळं त्याला अप्रिशिएट करते, तेव्हा सपोज मग आपण तो माणूस आहे। सो वी शुड इनकॅश दिस थिंग फॉर आवर ओन बेनिफिट, फॉर आवर ओन बेनिफिट ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन, फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ द समाज, फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ द सोसाइटी। इट्स अ वेरी गुड वे, विन-विन सिचुएशन for everybody, for the student, for the teacher, for the institution, and of course for the society at large. Next, now criteria number 4 था, ये भी बड़ा इंटरेस्ट, सब कुछ मैंने इसको, क्योंकि I keep on speaking, I feel it that it should be दिल से, but लोगों को ऐसा ना लगे कि ये नैक का, वो मैं ज्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता, तो देखिए I have realized this कि नहीं, लोगों को तो motivation होना चाहिए, they should feel that it is related with them। So how it is related, one of the institutional values and best practices 100 का weightage। इसमें we are asking about that how many say suppose you have classroom, seminar hall, sports facility वगैरह वगैरह, ये सब है कि परसेंटेज पूछा हुआ है, फिर आप how much of amount you spend for all this। We are asking about libraries, books and journals, percentage उसमें कितना आप खर्चा करते हैं, वो आपके फुटफॉल्स कितने हैं। अब ये फुटफॉल में भी बहुत सारे फ्री आते हैं, जैसे कि सर पैराडाइमिक वी डोंट हैव फुटफॉल, कहां से आएगा फुटफॉल, मतलब फुटफॉल पैंडेमिक में नहीं, लेकिन हमने ऑनलाइन भी बोला हुआ है, तो आपने अभी तक डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी क्यों नहीं किया। डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी में they will visit, anyhow we have to encourage them students to visit the library। What is the purpose of visiting library, that I should not read, किसी भी तरह कुछ पढ़े, नहीं तो फिर मोबाइल में व्हाट्सएप भी पढ़ते रहते हैं, उसके अलावा भी बाकी सारी चीजें करनी चाहिए, that will help them to grow। That is our always purpose, and we know, we always speak out। So we have kept it as one of the metrics that should be beneficial। Then we talk about IT facility। मैंने already आपको बताया कि student computer ratio and all that is there, that is benefiting। फिर bandwidth कितना रखा हुआ है आपने इंटरनेट पे, how frequently you keep on updating your IT facility, like maintenance of campus facility। इसमें ये बताया हुआ है कि आप आपका रूटीन कैसा चलता है। जैसे हमने जस्ट तो मैं एक ही राउंड मारा है आप के साथ आपकी इंस्टीट्यूशन में, आई फाउंड दैट इट इज नीट एंड क्लीन, नाइसली मेंटेन, ठीक है। कुछ ये इक्का दुक्का माइनस हो गया तो वो मैं उसको अलग से बता दूंगा। Definitely I will share, because I believe our friends college is there, you are all my good friends। तो बहुत सारे लोग मैं यहाँ जानता भी हूँ, आप लोग पहचानते हैं। I want that the institution should grow, the teachers should also grow। So That is the part, the maintenance matters a lot. Now, budget allocated for this. तो ऐसा सब पूछा हो. अब मैं एक लाइन आपको बताता हूँ जो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है. अब इससे a place for everything and everything in its place. फिर से बोलता हूँ, ध्यान से सुनना. कितना काम का है ये अपने सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में उतर. A place for everything and everything in its place. ठीक है. 2 examples I will quote here. आप you are coming to your college at 8 o'clock. 8 बजे सपोज आपका कॉलेज है यहाँ पे, और आपका छुट्टी 5 बजे होता होगा, 4 बजे होता होगा. सपोज 5 बजे आप यहाँ से कॉलेज से घर गए, आपको शायद कुछ बहुत ज्यादा काम यहाँ पड़ गया होगा. So you still while going to your house you were stressed and all that, and you park your bike and car, okay, and when you enter your house, the key, instead of keeping it in key hanger, you have kept it somewhere that you don't know. मतलब दिया है कुछ से जो, ठीक है, उस स्ट्रेस में होता होगा. जैसा भी नॉर्मल भी रहे तो भी हम कभी कभी ऐसा कर देते हैं. अगले दिन सवेरे 8 बजे जब आपको ऑफिस आना है, आप 7:30 बजे निकल रहे हैं. आप क्या कर रहे हैं कि ढूंढ रहे हैं, मिल रहा है नहीं मिल रहा है. ठीक है. फिर क्या होता है, फिर you start scolding your wife said of your husband. ऐसा है तो ऐसा नहीं, दोनों तो किड बच्चे, कोई तो मिलता ही है सर. तो बहुत चिल्ला चिल्ली होती है. अरे मेरे चाबी इधर उधर रख दी, तुमको कोई ध्यान नहीं देते हैं. एंड व्हाट हैपेंड एट द एंड, योर किड, छोटा बच्चा हो कहीं तो भी बेड के कहीं नीचे वीचे पड़ा था, उसने ढूंढ के ला के, तब तक 8 बजने को सिर्फ 5 ही मिनट कम बचे. तो क्या होने वाला है समझ, यू विल बी लेट. सो ये हो गया एक एग्जांपल, समझ गए. प्लेस फॉर एवरीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग इज प्लेस. दूसरा एक एग्जांपल, इन योर कॉलेज यू हैव अ कैंटीन and there you have that chips cup, paper, the packet and all that. Many of these kids eat the chips from the packet, and instead of putting that chips packet, empty packet in the dustbin, they just throw here and there. Similarly, your tea, tea cups and all that. So now you assume, if it is not kept in the place where it has to be, what will happen? Third, you are going to a class with your blackboard, with your duster and chalk and all that books, and after teaching and you come to the staff room, instead of keep it in your cupboard, and everybody does like that, keep it in the table, what will happen? Got it? A place for everything and everything. It should be put it in such a cautiously in your subconscious mind that it should be in your all actions. All of your action. A place जहाँ की पहले तो a place for everything, and then everything should be in its place. You will find a difference in your life, difference in the institution, difference in the infrastructure. Everything will be very nice. So ये बोलना है for every of your activity, and if everybody follows, then miracle will happen. ये चीज स्टूडेंट्स में पर्कुलेट होना चाहिए, ये चीज समाज में पर्कुलेट होना चाहिए. अगर ये चीज समाज में पर्कुलेट हो जाए तो मोदी जी जो बोलते हैं स्वच्छ भारत अभियान, everything, ठीक है ना, प्लेस फॉर एवरीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग इज बराबर. जो कचरा जो हो रहा है वो कहीं इधर उधर डालते हैं, तो अगर ये अंदर में रहे दिमाग में, तो वो बराबर वही डस्टबिन में ही डालेंगे, तो हमारा देश एकदम स्वच्छ हो जाएगा. हो सकता है, इससे पॉसिबिलिटी है. एक से ही शुरुआत होती है, धीरे धीरे करके होता है, लेकिन सो व्हाट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. क्राइटेरिया नंबर 5. नेक्स्ट, स्टूडेंट सपोर्ट एंड प्रोग्रेशन. Student support and progression, this is outcome related. Outcome से related एक अलग ही सेशन है, उसके मैं उसमें डीप में नहीं जाऊंगा, नहीं तो 1 घंटा और लगेगा. But why it is important for us? इसमें जो पूछा जा रहा है, that are very simple. What sort of scholarship, whether it is a government or non-government scholarship provide to the students, ये सब पूछा है. Capacity building measures taken for the student. Then how many number of students are in place? How many number of students are going for higher studies? How many number of students clearing competitive exam? There activity done by the student in the institution, extracurricular activity वगैरह वगैरह, और alumni आएंगे. अब मैं पॉइंट कहता हूँ जो आपके काम है. देखो स्टूडेंट्स का आउटकम जो अभी हमने फिगर्स वगैरह कुछ आपसे शेयर किए, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेशियो के ऑल दैट. आउटपुट और आउटकम में एक डिफरेंस होता है. देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन आउटपुट एंड आउटकम. Output means the 1000 number of students are have passed in that course from that institution. That is output. Okay, but out of 1,000 number of students, say sometimes 200 or 300 of the students have built their career. That is output. Okay, it's very important. So our focus should be on outcome. Building the career of the student is our job. It is not only placement. Remember, believe me. मैंने कहा ना सर्विस ठीक है जाता है जाए लेकिन don't push it. There should be overall growth career. क्या बच्चा बनता है वो भले किसान बने लेकिन दिल से बने तो वो बहुत अच्छा काम करेगा भले एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करे भले पिताजी का बिजनेस संभाले जो भी करे but the career matters a lot so there should be a focus so outcome matters a lot तो यहाँ पे ये focus outcome का है probably you know in NEP document 38 times this word outcome is being repeated 38 times बताया गया educational outcome institutional outcome ये सब बात की गई इसका मतलब outcome based education के बारे में बात होती है ये सब का तात्पर्य ये है कि हमने आउटकम पे फोकस होना है और ये चीज अगर हम ऐसा करेंगे तो इसका परिणाम ठीक है स्टूडेंट्स पे पड़ता ही पड़ता है हमारे बच्चों पे भी पड़ेगा हमारे खुद के घर के बच्चों को भी पढ़ने वाला है दैट इज द थिंग कितने भी अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशन क्योंकि मैं बता पर्कुलेट सोसाइटी इन लार्ज ओवरऑल इट इज रिलेटेड हम मैं मूव अराउंड ऑल ओवर द कंट्री आई फाइंड द सेम टाइप ऑफ सिचुएशन इन एवरी पार्ट ऑफ द यू विल बी सरप्राइज्ड आप लोग भी बहुत घूमते होंगे आपको बराबर in every state of our country the situation is same it is good in some area it is good in some area somewhere it is neglected and one of the best part is we have a very good asset with us हमारे पास बहुत अच्छा brain है we have a good brain with us only that has to be channelized unfortunately they are not channelized in a proper direction probably there is an issue which is we are facing in the form of unemployment ratio और skillful की बात करता था figures it is being said 2.3% of our workforce is skillful. कहीं आपने भी कहीं पढ़ा होगा 2.3% of our workforce is skillful as compared to if we compare 96% of the skillful workforce in South Korea, 80% in Japan, 75% in Germany. हमारा बहुत कम है ऐसा नहीं कि हमारे पास we have an intelligence with us excellent शायद वो particular direction we are missing so please अब हम ये नहीं सोचना है कि वो गवर्नमेंट का पॉलिसी ऐसा है उन्होंने ऐसा कोर्स बनाया ठीक है वो जो जैसा है हमारे तरफ से क्या बेस्ट हो सकता है हम नहीं करना सब ये बात ध्यान दें if everybody does like that automatically there will be a difference okay next we'll go further criteria number 6 governance leadership and management ये we are asking here that the institution should proceed with the decentralization centralization and decentralization में there is a difference if there is a centralized concept probably people will not be involved into their business. So there should be decentralized concept in any of the affairs. It depends. ऐसा नहीं कि सभी. But in case of academics, in case of institution, if you talk about they should be decentralized. Even I am telling you in the house also. समझते हैं centralized, decentralized different. Decentralization मतलब you are taking the opinion of everybody. Maximum, not everybody, at least maximum. Okay, you are taking the confidence to everybody to take certain decisions. You are providing an opportunity or responsibility with an accountability to a particular person. जैसे डिपार्टमेंट का हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट जैसे डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन कंसेप्ट होता है ऐसे ही घर में ही तो डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन कंसेप्ट वर्क बट डिपेंड्स हाउ यू प्रोसेस इट दैट इज द वन देन वी आर आस्किंग हियर अबाउट what sort of training programs are being provided teaching and non teaching staff देखो in any institution it is not only the teaching staff also the non teaching people should also be taken into consideration क्यों क्योंकि बिना उनके you cannot move so for any sort of climbing the quality ladder कहीं पे भी कुछ बदल लाना है तो non teaching staff को भी you should pull them taking them into confidence example बताते हैं जैसे आपके यहाँ कोई कोर्स की इंक्वायरी के लिए some boy or girl is coming and if the receptionist or the clerk who is providing that information if he or she doesn't speak properly or explain properly even though you are a good teacher तो क्या impact होएगा सिमिलरली और भी बहुत सारे हैं जैसे एग्जाम फॉर्म होते हैं या किसी भी प्रकार का कोई क्लरिकल यूनिवर्सिटी से रिलेटेड काम है अगर दैट क्लर्क इज नॉट बिहेविंग प्रॉपर्ली तो गुडविल किसका डाउन होता है इंस्टीट्यूशन का सो इसलिए टीचिंग एंड नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ वो शुड बी टेकन इनटू कॉन्फिडेंस इसीलिए वी आर टेलिंग दैट कि ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइडेड to be both non-teaching and teaching staff that are there. Then refresher orientation program that also we have made it compulsory. इस तरह से things are there. Overall मैं बताता हूँ picture इसका. We need, and every management, I think so your management is also very good. Every management, every principal, every leader, every director of the institution, they should be open-minded, ready to accept change. See, there are 6-7 parameters which are essential for a leader to be there. First, he should be enthusiasm. Even though if you are a leader, if you are a head of the in your own house also, so kya hoga? You should be first enthusiasm. Commitment should be there. You should be ready to adapt changes. You should be diplomatic. Okay. You should be very humble. बहुत जरूरी है. You should be productive and transformative. ऐसे कुछ qualities होनी चाहिए for a leader of that institution, for the management of that institution. पर ये quality हम सब में ही रहते हैं. सिर्फ we have to just ignite it. That is possible. So ये हो गया governance, leadership and management. इसमें एक IQAC भी है. Internal Quality Assurance System की बात कर रहे हैं. अभी देखो IQAC आपको सबको मालूम है, थोड़ा कुछ definition मैंने शुरुआत में ही बताया कि those people who are involved in the IQAC are at par as compared to their peers. In future, मैं बताता हूँ, this is very important for an academician. In future, NAP says that the assessment जो आप self appraisal करते हो, probably the self appraisal will be based on students review, peer review. Peer review means हमारे साथ outcome of your research. वो research के outcome पे भी मुझे बात करना है. Contribution to the society and professional development. देखो कितने महत्व की 4-5 चीजें. स्टूडेंट रिव्यू जो आप आपका फीडबैक सिस्टम लेते होंगे ना, वो पीयर रिव्यू आप अपने व्यवहार कैसा है, ठीक है. आउटकम फ्रॉम योर रिसर्च, इस पे अभी मैं बोलूंगा इमीडिएट आउटकम फ्रॉम दैट. देन ठीक है, आउटकम ऑफ द रिसर्च हो गया. कंट्रीब्यूशन टू द सोसाइटी, समाज को हम क्या दे रहे हैं, इन द फॉर्म ऑफ एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी और इन द फॉर्म ऑफ बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस. क्राइटेरिया नंबर 7 से भी ले सकते हैं. खुद भी जो भी कर रहे हैं, जो भी करोगे उसका रिकॉर्ड रखोगे, खुद के भी काम आएगा, इंस्टीट्यूशन के भी काम आएगा. एंड प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट, खुद का भी डेवलपमेंट इज वेरी एसेंशियल, but that comes later, but it is essential. Either it is PhD or in the form of research paper, projects or whatever. अब आते हैं ये पेपर्स, प्रोजेक्ट्स, इसके बारे में. See how interesting and essential it is. पेपर्स के नाम पे ठीक है साइटेशन है, ये सब है, लेकिन हमने उसी एरिया में काम करना है. We should work into that area only where we are interested. Let us be very clear in our mind. Not the other person says that you should do it to that. जहाँ हमको अच्छा लगता है, that everybody says and we know very well, but still sometimes we involve into some other business. We should do research. We should write some papers. We should write on the articles. We should speak on the topic. Whatever, where we are if we are interested, if we are passionate about the same, if we are doing that business, that helps us very good out. That helps us very good out. और ऐसा ही करना चाहिए जिसमें समाज को कुछ ना कुछ फायदा मिले, भले ही वो किसी में लिटरेचर में क्यों ना हो, साइंस में क्यों ना हो, आर्ट्स में क्यों ना हो, कॉमर्स में, किसी भी तरह का पेपर हो, प्रोजेक्ट हो, इट शुड बेनिफिट टू द सोसाइटी. इट कम्स बैक टू यू. रिमेंबर दिस थिंग. आपको किसी ना किसी रूप में इट विल हैव अ रिटर्न. First, initially you will find it in the form of your CV and all that, and later on in several ways, citation and all that you people very well know. But मैं ऐसा समझता हूँ, as our country is in need of a very good some innovation, creativity, but this innovation and creativity is related to the problems and issues in the society. If we are able to solve these problems and issues in the society with the form of our innovation and creativity, automatically you will find a win-win situation. Okay. Next, criteria number 7. Institutional values and best practice. Already I am narrating. अब हम ये बोलते हैं कि वो इंस्टीट्यूशन को, वो संस्था को अस्तित्व में ही नहीं होना चाहिए. That institution should not be in existence if it is not benefiting the society. समाज के अगर काम नहीं आ रहा है तो संस्था को क्या फायदा. तो संस्था बनती इसलिए कि समाज के काम है, ना कि खुद के काम है. तो इसीलिए तो संस्था मतलब क्या हुआ, everybody, right from the management to principal to teachers to student, it becomes संस्था. So the stakeholders of that society, stakeholders of the institution should see that directly or indirectly they should be beneficial to them. तो हमने कुछ इसमें मेट्रिक रखे थे, कितने इंटरेस्टिंग है. जैसे हम उसमें जेंडर इक्विटी, तो आपको सबको पता है, उस बारे में जो नो डिस्कशन आप, क्योंकि प्रोग्राम्स, अवेयरनेस एंड ऑल दैट फैसिलिटी उससे रिलेटेड है. इसमें हमने रखे इंस्टीट्यूशनल वैल्यूज एंड बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, या उसके पहले इंक्लूसिवनेस, सिचुएशननेस और एनवायरनमेंट क्वेश्चन एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी. एग्जांपल, अगर हम पूछ रहे हैं उसमें आपने सोलर पैनल लगाया है रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का, आपने रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग की है क्या, आपने ग्रीन प्रैक्टिसेस अप्लाई किए क्या, व्हाट इज द पर्पस ऑफ आस्किंग ऑल दिस. पर्पस बता दो. जैसे मैंने बताया, आपके घर में आपके बच्चे आपको ऑब्जर्व करते हैं, ऑब्जर्व, राइट. कैसे आप अपने बच्चों को बहुत बार देखते हैं कि वो मोबाइल दिन भर खेलता रहता है, खेलती रहती है, और फिर यू स्कोल्ड, अरे इतना क्यों यू गेट इन्वॉल्व, तो उन्होंने कहाँ से सीखा? एग्जैक्टली वो ये हम ये भूल जाते हैं, उसको स्कोल्ड करते हैं, अरे तुमने पहले उसके सामने देखा होगा ना, कर रहे होंगे, तो वो ऐसे कर रहे हैं या कर रहा है, वही अगर इफ यू वुड हैव लाइक दिस, तो probably they would have also like this. But anyway, this is now 90-95% of people are interested because of so many reasons. In the similar pattern, the students who are studying in the institution also keep on observing us. Believe me, आपको ये अनुभव भी आया होगा, हम जैसे जैसे जैसा उसका टीचर करता है, अगर वो नीन ऑब्जर्व कर रहा है वैसा वैसा ही वो करेगा, अगर उसका टीचर जाके वहां पे कोई कर रहा है तो वो भी जाके ऑफ कोर्स भले सामने नहीं करेगा, पीछे करेगा, अगर उसका टीचर अच्छा पढ़ता है and he is a very good speaker and in case of he is good in research, and you will find 5-10% of the student attract and do like that only. It is fact. तो इसी बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए कि how the society can be indirectly impacted, कि अगर इंस्टीट्यूशन रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग का कुछ कर रहा है या वाटर मैनेजमेंट से कुछ काम कर रहा है और वो स्टूडेंट को पता होना चाहिए, they should know कि what is going on, और सोलर पैनल है तो they will probably implement that in their house, their society. इससे बदल आएगा। अगर हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशन जहां वो पढ़ रहा है वही अगर गंदा है, वहां भी कचरा भरा पड़ा है, गार्बेज है, वहां का टॉयलेट क्लीन वगैरह वगैरह ऐसा है, तो उसका इम्पैक्ट उधर पड़, तो दिस मैटर्स। तो हमने उस चीज को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये रखा हुआ एक मैट्रिक्स रखी हुई है कुछ, कि एटलीस्ट इफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन फॉर द नेम से कि अगर इंप्लीमेंट कर रहा है कुछ तो कर रहा है, तो दैट विल हैव एन इम्पैक्ट इन द सोसाइटी एट लार्ज। दैट वाज द प्रोग्राम, दैट इज वर्किंग वेरी नाइस। बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस मैंने आपको बता ही दिया है, तो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस का वेटेज भी बहुत अच्छा है, लेकिन बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस कैन बी डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली बेनिफिटिंग द सोसाइटी, इसी तरह से करना है। अब एक उदाहरण देता हूँ, यहीं से रिलेटेड उदाहरण। एक इंस्टीट्यूशन में गया था, आप लोग भी इसको चेंज कर सकते हैं, कि ये जो बुके है फ्लावर बुके हमने साउथ के इंस्टीट्यूशन गया था और रुमाल का फ्लावर बुके बना के दिया, रुमाल का फ्लावर बुके वाज लुकिंग वेरी गुड। तो व्हाट इज द यूज? अब ये जो फ्लावर बुके हमने जो रखा है, हमने इसको थोड़ा सा मिनिमाइज करना चाहिए, तो वो रुमाल जो हैंकरचीफ है दैट इज यूजफुल, ये तो आधा घंटे हाफ एन आवर 1 आवर में इट विल, ठीक है, दिस इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस। ऐसे बहुत सारी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस हो सकती है, ठीक है, इवन बुक्स आल्सो यू कैन डू तो लाइक दैट। बहुत छोटी छोटी चीज एग्जांपल्स है, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू टॉक अबाउट जो मंदिरों में जो फूल वगैरह होते हैं, व्हाट वी कॉल यस, उसको प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ द सेम फॉर द बेस्ट, दिस इज वन ऑफ द प्रैक्टिस। इफ ए टाई अप इज देयर with an institution, we can make a difference. ऐसे बहुत हो सकते हैं, वो मैंने अभी फ्लाईओवर का एग्जांपल दिया, that is also, so any several issues if you find in the society, you come out with a solution that can become a best practice. But remember, if you are taking the people into confidence, the students into confidence, you should highlight them. You see that highlighting them creates an interest and encouragement. Okay, so in this way, this criteria number 7. Next, अब we will go fast थोड़ा सा. This is overall process. I will not go with that. Next, थोड़ा सा fast चलना because time. Student satisfaction I have already go fast. Go. Yes, VUCA 1 minute. इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताओ। आपने सुना होगा ये सब। The future of the job market or workplace is related with this word. Future का present भी ऐसे चल रहा है. It's volatile, uncertain, complex and full of ambiguity. Volatile, uncertain, complex and full of ambiguity. So we have to develop our students' capability. हमारा एक ही पर्पस होना चाहिए, हमारे बच्चों में capability बढ़ाना. If we are able to develop our students' capability, they can fight any odds. And there are various ways of means to do that. ठीक है, that is it. Next. Okay, we are coming in the last 2-3 slides only. Quality assurance, quality sustenance, and quality enhancement can be related to the student, teachers, and institution outcomes. Okay, and this can be directly or indirectly benefiting to the society, जो मैं अभी तक बताते आ रहा हूँ. And how our economy next, how our economy can be improved with this concept, because overall economy is, if we talk about the job market or all that, is divided into two, unorganized and organized sector. और आपको ये जान के हैरानी होगी, we belong to organized sector, और 90% plus workforce is in unorganized sector. इकोनॉमी वाले मालूम हो, ये जो पैराडाइम में सबसे बड़ा फटका उन्हीं को ही लगा हुआ है, to this 90% of the people. So our purpose is to develop the students' capability, because many of the students may go with this 90%. तो उनकी capability इतनी अच्छी होनी चाहिए कि they should think about themselves and for the society at large. ये दोनों चीजें साथ साथ चलना बहुत जरूरी है. If only the people start thinking about themselves, forget the society, there can be a very tragic situation in the coming years. But we hope with your good people, with the good teachers like you, if you are thinking and make the students think in both the ways about themselves and about the society equally, then there can be a miracles. Next. Yes, already shared, can solve the issues and problems. Yeah, this. Because SPIS means can solve the issues and the problems in the society with the help of research, innovation and extension, and the means you can collaborate. Then the criteria से relate किया हुआ है. Means with the help of your research, innovation and extension. Means आपको issues बताने चाहिए, problems बताने चाहिए. Research वही होता है. Research के मायने क्या है? Research वही होता है जहाँ problems and issues है. We have to find out the problems and accordingly we have to come out with some solution for the same, some recommendation for the same. And that recommendation can solve the issues and the problems in the society. That can happen with the help of that criteria and with the help of that best practices can help any institution can adopt to make a difference. Next. So this is the second last slide. See how interesting. Probably you might have seen if somebody might have attended my session. I have a session में लगाता जरूर हूँ क्योंकि it is just like a green jungle. अगर green jungle तभी दिखता है जब हर एक tree उसका green है, right? Similarly is of the institution. Institution की that parameter of quality, that ladder of quality can only rise if every individual is equally quality oriented and every individual has the capability. अलग अलग होते हैं ना 7 criteria. किसी को एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी में बहुत अच्छा होता होगा, उसके हिसाब से उसको वहां लगा. मतलब जिसका नेटवर्किंग, जिसको बाहर जाना अच्छा है, जिसको बाहर काम करना अच्छा लगता है, उसको एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी. रिसर्च इनोवेशन जिसको है उसको रिसर्च में लगाओ. इसको टीचिंग लर्निंग में फुल प्ले. टीचिंग लर्निंग तो सभी का ही काम है, बट एनी हाउ मैक्सिमम फोकस कैन बी देयर. So in this way, a collaboration of activity as per the expertise of the teacher can make a difference in that institution. And next, so whatever we do, we should see and think our nation first. हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर तो बोलते ही हैं, सभी बोलते हैं, हमने भी ऐसा बच्चों को भी कोई भी करो काम तो हमने ये देखना. अब नेशन मतलब नेशन तो बहुत बड़ा सोसाइटी है, where we are living, where we are moving ahead, that will make it. So friends, last एक लाइन बोलूंगा and then I will end. If we keep doing what we are doing, we will keep getting what we are getting. And if we want to get the result we have never got before, then we have to do the things we have never. So many.
It was very wonderful. All 7 criteria you have explained very nicely, sir. And now I request the participants online and offline sitting over here. They can ask questions if they have any. Yes, madam.
Because we can hear, but the room level will not. So your voice should go and the speaker should go.
Okay, I, Dr. Bharti Rao from Department of Physics. First of all, my hearty congratulations to you, sir, for giving a very valuable and informative talk on the revised assessment and framework. You have mentioned, you have very nicely given the 7 criteria, the information about the 7 criteria and what are the key points involved under that 7 criteria. My question is that how much time will be given to submit a SSR after the submission of IIQA under this present COVID-19 situation. There are, in general, there are 45 days are given, but due to the COVID, is there any extension?
Okay, it's a good question, awesome question. Usually it is for 45 days. 45 days is required for to submit an SSR or upload the SSR of trial. So within pandemic, we are slightly flexible, slightly, not completely. And in that case, we provide them the more opportunity. If they are pushing it with a concrete reason, then only we provide, otherwise it's like that. But we always say, if you want to go with an SSR self-study, you need to start preparing before 6 months, not after IIA. If the people start preparing after IIA, they cannot complete it because it requires lots of documentation and data. Zero of this is sitting beside you. Yes, yes. Not essentially NACS related, anything. I can understand. See, I have come related with your general concept, like how you can.
Actually, for the affiliated college, we are for the affiliated college, we have to adapt the syllabus of university. But in criteria 1, actually CBCS and elective courses is how many courses you have CBCS and elective courses for that purpose. But we are totally depending on university, and if in our institution if we have 10 courses, and out of that 10, if 5 with the elective and CBCS, so how the institution responsible for the quality or that particular thing? And that should be for the autonomous or for the university, because they are deciding factor, they have the author.
Mukesh, you have asked a valid question, okay, but I said like the process is to encourage the institution to move ahead into that. See, if some 40, 50, 100 institutions are moving with the ANA process and the university is not adopting, then they can enforce the university to adopt it. Because it's a compulsion from UGC that there should be choice-based grade system evolved by every university. And you will be surprised it has happened. The university in some cases they are not moving ahead with the CBCS, and when we pushed it and then we saw that several affiliated colleges of that university are coming for NACS, so they went with that meeting with the university all together, and the university started implementing. So that make a difference. What happens is NACS process is to push institution if they are not doing something which has to be done, so we make them do. By our policy, we don't carry the stick and please do it, but we encourage them that if you do it, you will get a score. So in that way, the institution do. We ask them research paper, we ask them project, we ask them PhDs. What is the purpose of all this? That the institution should anyhow initiate. Unless if it is in regulation, the people will not initiate. I said yes, sir, like that. So it is an additional advantage. One more feather in a cap, just like Rajkumar did, like that. Yes, you want to ask?
Sir, I'm working with the computer science department, and my question is that based on your experience, what you suggest the best practices for the specific departments when considering the department of a computer science? If I want to implement, so what you suggest? Because I have a very good brain, being a student, so I want just to be exploring. So suggest me.
Yeah, Rakesh ji, there can be several. You said that you have a good brain. I mean, your student has. I understand. Actually, भावना कर लिया. So, really appreciable. That shows your curiosity to bring a change. So you are passionate about. पहले तो हेस पारा बच्चे. ऐसा होना चाहिए. Once it is like that, then automatically a thought comes. If you are not passionate, how the thought comes? You start thinking today itself, you will find 10 reasons. That's it. You can go in a privileged area where the poor students are there, they don't have facilities. You can come out with some team and all that and push them for providing that type of computer literacy to them. This is one of the, though it sounds very difficult, this is one of the. So as I, there can be various. I will tell you, if you have so much of capability, you can come out with small clips, छोटे clips बनवायचे. Issues in the society. आणि त्याला एवढं fancy करायचं, push it so nicely and prepare it so creativity, with creativity, he is the boss of creativity. So you come out with that type of creativity in that videos. Okay, involve your student to make it happen and circulate. Please provide a solution. कुठे problem दिसताय, छोटी videos बनवायची. सगळ्यात चांगलं आहे काहीतरी whatever you do it, relate it with media, relate it with this internet and all that, and you will find immediate solution. खूप लवकर solution राहते येतं, because everybody is worried about their face in this tech world, how it is. So if you are able to take some leader into confidence, means computer people can do it. I'm telling you, there can be various ways also. You can go with a collaboration also. If you start thinking, you will find numbers, various numbers. But you should, मैंने कहा ना एक line बोली थी, when you speak and strive for your goal benefiting other humans, the more you will be recognized and rewarded for that action. Don't forget it. This is so important. This works with every human. Only the direction should be like that. Yes, कुछ और है?
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि करंट सिलेबस से हम लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते. करंट सिलेबस ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी, so I continue with the concept of IITs and NITs like that content beyond of syllabus, content beyond of syllabus kind of stuff. So being a part of affiliated college of university, can you suggest me how to bring changes in the syllabus, because I'm used to image processing and video processing, but it is not a part and parcel of Nagpur University, even though some good university. But my student found interested in that particular area, being I'm the part of that interested area company, sir. So please suggest me to cope up with that kind of solution.
Two things are there. First, your question, what you asked initially, Rakesh, that is something related with you. You have specialized in that, so you can make it. If you want to make a difference in the society. Second, if the things are not there in your syllabus and all that, you come out with value-added course. 3 months, 6 months, you develop your own course, you run it. You can charge some very minimum fees, 500,000 or something related with that. If you really want to go with, because you cannot make a changes where it is not possible. तिथं आपला डोकं आटून काही झालं कशाला पुस्तक वेगळं करायचं, त्याचं सोल्युशन शोधून काढायचं. ठीक आहे, युनिव्हर्सिटी मध्ये यू कॅनॉट पुश द रिलेटेड, बिकॉज युनिव्हर्सिटी व्हॉट हॅपन्स, दे हॅव टू थिंक पॅन रिजन, दिस पॅन इंडिया and पॅन रिजन, यू हॅव टू थिंक अबाउट रूरल एरिया ऑल्सो. खेड्यापाड्याचाही त्यांना विचार करावा लागते, तिथं ते बसलं पाहिजे म्हणून ते आपलं असं व्यवस्थित ठेवतात. ठीक आहे, what is the privilege with us? Till the time you have a good principal with you, till the time you have good management with you, you can make a difference by your own set of ideas. Okay. And I think so. What you have thought about it, under his leadership, you will make a difference. अच्छा रहेगा.
Thank you, sir, for your kind support and
encouragement.
Good luck, sir.
मनाची भावना समजून.
Good afternoon, sir. I am here to represent Team Sindhu. In your presentation, you have made things very clear, and I don't have any question. I just want to add something from Team Sindhu side. Sir, आपने बताया कि हम लोगों को बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें करनी चाहिए जो
समाज के लिए हो, समाज ओरिएंटेड हो, तो आई वाज लुकिंग आफ्टर criteria 7 I was, and I am also looking after for my environmental sale also. So मैं आपको टीम सिंधु की तरफ से कुछ बताना चाहूंगा. बहुत सारी चीजें टीम सिंधु करता है, उसमें से सिर्फ एक चीज मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहूंगा कि हर साल हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स के साथ तालाबों पे जाते हैं. आपने जो निर्माल्य के बारे में बताया, तो हम लोग अपने स्टूडेंट के साथ तालाबों पे जाते हैं एनवायरमेंटल सेल के अंदर, और एनएसएस के थ्रू बच्चों को लेके जाते हैं. हम लोग मूर्ति विसर्जन जो करते हैं तालाबों में, उनको बताते हैं कि प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस की मूर्ति ना यूज करें, और इंस्टेड ऑफ इमर्सिंग आइडल्स इन द नेचुरल वाटर बॉडी, आपने एनएमसी जो वाटर बॉडी बनाती है उसमें सिंक करना चाहिए. और जो निर्माल्य संकलन का काम हम लोग करते हैं स्टूडेंट के थ्रू, वो निर्माल्य संकलन करके हम लोग एनएमसी के ऑफिशियल्स को देते हैं, और वो फिर उससे कुछ मैन्योर्स और बाकी की कंपोस्टिंग करते हैं. तो ये मैं टीम सिंधु की तरफ से आपको बताना चाहता था कि जो आपने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में हमको बताया, वही हम लोग यहाँ पर करते हैं, और ऐसे बहुत सारी चीजें करते हैं टीम सिंधु यहाँ पर. थैंक यू वेरी मच. सर एक मिनट, मंजरा सर. नहीं सर,
So as you said that UGC and NAC both are trying to push for academic autonomy. So do you feel that as most of the institutions are in rural area, is it going to be feasible?
Mundra sir,
Ajay Mundra.
pretty much the question. 100% maybe, only 61% are rural. 40% are still there. We should bet for 40%. That is also a good question. Mundraji, you are asking a good question as per your experience. I know that autonomy, those institutions, those few probably are not utilizing whatever. So it's their business. This is keep on happening. If we get it, if we are able to do it, if we are best. Suppose IIT, I have compared from last 40-45 years, so many years, they are working very nicely. We see that we want our students, our boys, our girls, our own kids to be there. Because excellent, at par. They are autonomous in nature, सगळ्यात पहिले तर हेच आहे. And then because they are autonomous in nature, they are excellent, most probably. I understand that people are misutilizing that autonomy. Some places probably are there. But if you find some other than IIT and general institution also who are in autonomous in nature since 25-30 years, there are so many. They are doing very well, to much extent. Now, people have slight fear, I will tell you. Related, if autonomy comes, we have so much of workload and probably university work we will do. थोड़ा सा ते रहना. But after a particular course of time or period of time, that will vanish, and you will find that your students are progressing like anything as compared to the others, because you have that privilege. So one of the best part of the autonomy is a privilege to institution to come out with its own syllabus, course program, and its own teaching learning process. That is the need of the hour. ऐसा है. हाँ, ठीक है, बराबर. You are right. Yes, I agree, Mundraji. But see, it's not a compulsion they have made it. Compulsory is the very good. They have, see, NEP talks about, it's a philosophical. They talks about asal dhala paji. It should happen like that. So every policy should move accordingly. I understand, very well understand. Ata, I will share with you some figure again.
My personal feeling is that as you said that our economy is around 15% part of GDP is agriculture, while 60% people are in agriculture. But unfortunately, there is nothing as such in the curriculum part in the primary or in the middle school level where the kids or the students who are learning will have a knowledge about agriculture in their basic.
Yes. You have.
And that is the reason. गांव का बच्चा भी यदि है तो वो खेती बेच के और 4000
उसके पीछे बिल्कुल मुंडा जी, आप बिल्कुल सत्य बोल रहे हैं, एकदम सही है, ऐसा ही है. देखो इसके लिए क्या है, दो तीन चीजें हैं। पहले तो मैं ऑटोनॉमी खत्म करता हूँ, फिर इसके आता हूँ। दोनों भी 78.6%, 78.6% of the 78.6% of the institution are run by private management. 78.6%. उसमें से सिर्फ 13.4% of the institution are privately aided, जैसे ये अपना। तो majority 65.2% are fully private, they are unaided colleges. उसमें भी 66.3% of overall student, 66.3 of overall student उसमें पढ़ते हैं, ये 78.6%। तो मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट जो है प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन में मेजॉरिटी जबकि जो गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन है बहुत कम है, ये है। अब ये सब रूरल एरिया में जहाँ पे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन बहुत सारे ऐसे हैं, तो प्राइवेट जो गवर्नमेंट ने भी, तो ऑटोनॉमी जो बोल रहे हैं ये कोई सडन स्टेप नहीं है, इट्स लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोसेस। धीरे धीरे हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशन, हमारा हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम इज नॉट सो मैच्योर्ड सर। मैंने टाइम्स हायर एजुकेशन रैंकिंग की बातें नहीं की। टाइम्स हायर एजुकेशन रैंकिंग आपने सुना होगा, which ranks the institution around the world, है ना? जैसे ऑक्सफोर्ड नंबर 1 पे या जो भी, हम 200-300 के भी ऐसा कहीं तो भी आते हैं, ऐसा है फैक्ट। तो मैच्योर्ड नहीं, लेकिन मैच्योर्ड नहीं है तो हम उसको, जो नहीं है उसके लिए हम we cannot keep on talking about, we have to see something which we can do it। अब ये रहा दूसरे पॉइंट पे आता हूँ, वो एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड। तो लोग अपना गांव की खेती बाड़ी बेचते, एकदम फैक्ट है सर। इसीलिए बच्चों को प्रेरित करना है कि वो इनोवेशन, थोड़ा कुछ नया सोचे ना, कि भाई वहाँ खेती बाड़ी क्यों नहीं कर पाते, क्योंकि वहाँ पे उत्पन्न नहीं, लाख रुपए नहीं मिलता रहा, 1 एकड़ से 2 एकड़ 3 एकड़ से, तो क्या रहेगा, यू विल नॉट वर्क देयर। 1 लाख रुपए इसकी सैलरी उसको हर महीने मिले, सैलरी कर रहा हूँ, उसका इनकम आ जाए किसी न किसी रूप में थ्रू बिजनेस इनोवेशन, तो वो तो छोड़ेगा ही नहीं ना। तो ये जो पलायन है इसको रोकने के लिए हम ही कोई कुछ तो भी स्टेप उठाना, तो हमको कैसे उठाना है, तो हमको प्रेरित करना है। हम क्या कर सकते हैं, मोटिवेट कर सकते हैं, एनकरेज कर सकते हैं हमारे भाषणों के द्वारा। आप कहीं जा रहे हैं एज ए टीचर, आप अपने अनुभव आप बोल सकते, नहीं हमने कोशिश करना है कि ऐसे करें, क्योंकि अब हम सरकार के किसी के पॉलिसी मेकर के लेबर तो फिर तो 50 साल हो रहे, तो एटलीस्ट दिस इज द टाइम दैट वी शुड पुश देम इनटू दैट डायरेक्शन। तो थोड़ा करके फर्क पड़ेगा ना। ऐसे बहुत सारे जो भी मैंने कुछ पॉइंट्स जो बता दिए पूरे इसमें, अगर वो भी थोड़े जैसे प्लेस फॉर एवरीथिंग इज प्लेस, या अगर हम वही करते रहे ऐसे करते, ऐसे कुछ हम उसको मोटिवेट करें, प्रेरित करें कि वो सोचे सर्विस ही क्यों कर रहे हैं भाई, तुम अपने खेती बाड़ी में कुछ नया इनोवेशन क्रिएट, बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हो सकती है जो शायद मेरे जहन में नहीं, आपके जहन में हो सकती होगी, या किसी की इसमें होती है, उसको पुशअप करना चाहिए। एक वर्मी कंपोस्ट के एक महीना गए थे धर्मशाला में गए, वर्मी कंपोस्ट काफी फेमस, पता होगा आप लोग, क्या भी होता होगा। तो वहां मैंने पता किया, मैं देखा 30-40 साल से वहां पे मंजुनाथा टेम्पल पड़ा। मंजुनाथा साउथ में आपने सुना होगा, जैसे अपने यहाँ पे तिरुपति जी हो गए या फिर, तो लाखों करोड़ों श्रद्धालु वहां जाते हैं, तो बड़ा कैंपस है उनका, 50-100 एकड़। तो वहां पे वो डेली दे प्रोवाइड फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट फूड टू द पीपल, मतलब प्रसाद के माध्यम से। तो जो बचता है वो वर्मी कंपोस्ट में जाता है, क्योंकि लाखों लोगों को दिया जाता है जो खाना, उसमें कुछ ना कुछ बचता है, तो वर्मी कंपोस्ट में झाड़ पत्ते वगैरह सब यूज होते हैं। तो दे सेल दैट पैकेट बनाने के बाद, आई हैव सीन इट, क्विंटल से जाता है 20 रुपीज 40 रुपीज, जस्ट एंड कोटिंग एग्जांपल सच टाइप ऑफ थिंग। अब वर्मी कंपोस्ट का एक्चुअल कॉस्ट मैंने पूछा 10 रुपए है, मार्केट में 60 रुपए में बिकता है। Why can't such type of things or steps can be taken? जो it's hard, but it has a long term impact. तो ऐसे कहीं पे हमको प्रेरित करना पड़ेगा बच्चों को किसी न किसी माध्यम से, एक पर्पस। बहुत बड़ा विषय है जो आपने छिड़ा। ठीक, चलिए धन्यवाद। और कुछ है तो थोड़ा।
Hello, sir. I thank you very much for your insightful and informative keynote address, and also I am thankful for satisfying the queries of the participants. Thank you very much, sir. Here we end the that keynote address session. Thank you very much. We break for the lunch or refreshment, and then we again meet for the technical session number 1. At 1:15 we are going to meet. Please don't go away. It's 1:30. I'm sorry. We will meet again at 1:30.
It is already 1:30.
Yeah. You can have your refreshment as fast as you can. Thank you very much. We will run out of time otherwise. Thank you. Join again for technical session.
बैकग्राउंड लगा शेयर नाही होत आहे हे शेयर झालं वॉलपेपर नाही आला
बाद में बोलने वाली है, उनको बोलने के लिए वो करेगा। Hello. I request all of you, please be seated here because we are going to start our technical session. Can I start? So good afternoon everyone. Honorable dignitaries present over here, all participants and my dear faculty members, on behalf of Dada Ramchand Bakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, I Dr. R.P. Goyal take an opportunity to welcome you all for the first technical session of NAAC sponsored national seminar on revised assessment framework, understandings and challenges. For this session, Chairperson Dr. Smita Acharya ma'am is present with us. Let me throw light on the life journey of Dr. Acharya ma'am. Dr. Smita Acharya ma'am is presently working as a Director IQAC and Coordinator NAAC, RTM Nagpur University and Professor Department of Physics. Very recently, RTM Nagpur University scored A grade in NAAC under her coordination. She joined the department in June 2009 as a reader, promoted as professor in June 2015, and IQAC director in September 2020. She established the Advanced Material Laboratory by completing research project having cost of rupees 2.5 crores funded by DST, SERP, UGC, DRDO, BRNS, UGC, BAE, CSR, ICDD, USA, etc. And consultancy project is around rupees 50 lakhs. 2 US patents are awarded in her name and both patents are fully commercialized. She has received PhD degree in physics from RTM Nagpur University in 2008. She was a postdoctoral fellow of IISER Pune in 2007 and Pennsylvania State University, USA in 2016. She is recipient of C.V. Raman Postdoc Fellowship to work at Pennsylvania State University, USA, a Young Scientist Award given by Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi, Summer Research Fellowship of Indian National Science Academy, India, and Fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Science. She also worked as visiting faculty in Pennsylvania State University, USA. She has authored and co-authored over 100 research publications in high-impact Scopus Journal with 4 books. Still, she has completed 10 research projects and currently working with 3 projects, including collaborative project with International Crystallographic Diffraction Data Center, USA. Her current research interests are in the field of development of complex functional oxide system as energy material, electrodes and electrolytes material for fuel cell, sensors and composite multiferrite, etc. Presently, she is supervising 4 candidates for their PhD and 12 PhDs are awarded under her mentorship. She is an acclaimed teacher in advanced solid state physics, spectroscopy, and experimental techniques in physics. She is also a member of several professional bodies, including editorial advisory boards. She is regular referee of various prestigious journals like Dalton Transaction, Lagrangian, Physics Review Letter, and Physics Review B, Journal of Applied Physics. She is guest editor of Ferroelectric Journal of Taylor and Francis Publication, USA. On behalf of organizing committee, I welcome you, ma'am, and we are thankful to you for accepting our invitation to chair the session. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, for this session, our resource person, Dr. Mahendra Sirsat sir, is present with us. Let me throw light on the life journey of Sirsat sir. Dr. Mahendra Sirsat, sir, is presently working as Senior Professor in the Department of Physics, Director, RUSA Center for Advanced Sensor Technology, and Head Department of Electronics, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, India. He has shouldered several other administrative responsibilities at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, like Registrar, Director, Incubation, Innovation and Linkages, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Director, Academic Staff College, Head, Department of Physics, and Director, DDU Kaushal Kendra. He was postdoctoral fellow and visiting scientist at Department of Chemical and Environmental Engineering, University of California, Riverside, USA, during 2007 to 2009. He was visiting principal fellow at University Wollongong, Australia in 2006, visiting professor at Hanyang University, South Korea in 2013, and National Taiwan University of Science and Technology, Taiwan in 2018 and 2019. Professor Sirsat sir has 33 years of experience in teaching, research and innovation. He is having 10 years of administrative experience. He has 229 research publications to his credit, out of which 163 research publications from SCI, Scopus, Web of Science Index Journal, peer-reviewed journals, and 68 from national peer-reviewed journals. His H index is 33 and I-10 index is 100. His work is cited for 3,786 times on Google Scholar and H index 30, citation 3,034 on Scopus. He has 7 patents to his credit. He has been recognized by Stanford University in top 2% scientists in the world based on the citation received on his research publication. He has successfully supervised 23 PhDs and 5 postdoctoral scholars. He has undertaken 26 major research projects and infrastructure projects at national level and total grant of 17.19 crores from various funding agencies. Professor Sirsat has established Center for Advanced Sensor Technology for the development of sensors with state-of-the-art facilities in the area of material synthesis, characterization and device fabrication. He has played vital role to establish Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Kendra, formerly Center for Vocational Education and Training, and Department of Electronics, and started DVO, MVO and MSc to impart skill-based education in the area of industries, automation and automobile technology. He played pivotal role in the capacity of IQST Director during third cycle of NAAC accreditation of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, to secure A grade with 3.22 CGPA. We are very fortunate to have you, sir. On behalf of organizing committee, I welcome you, sir, and we are thankful to you for accepting our invitation as a resource person for this seminar. Now I invite Dr. Sirsat sir for their guidance on the topic Revised Assessment Framework for State Universities, Compatibility and Challenges. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. I hope my screen is visible and I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, at the outset, let me express my sincere gratitude to the principal of Sindhu College, one of my very good friends, Dr. Penseji, all organizing members of organizing committee, and most importantly, the chairman of this session and Professor Smita Acharya, madam from Nagpur University, and she is from, as a matter of fact, she is also from Department of Physics. So I'm really happy to see you, ma'am, here.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Today, I will be speaking on challenges of revised accreditation framework with respect to, I will be giving you a brief overview of what kind of challenges we are going to have. Like criteria-wise challenges. But before I go through the criteria-wise challenges, I will be briefly telling you about philosophy, purpose, importance, and benefits of NAC revised accreditation and assessment and accreditation of NAC, distribution of weightages, and then I will be mainly focusing on challenges of revised accreditation framework and what kind of strategies to be adopted to address these challenges. Now there is some reason why, because all of us, because you all are teachers, those who are attending this online session and the offline mode like this is, let me congratulate Dr. Pensiji for arranging this blended version of offline and online version of this conference and this seminar. This is really a very good experiment. There is some reason why I'm telling you philosophy, purpose, and importance, because otherwise you can find it on NAC website, and each one of you must be well familiar with what kind of philosophy NAC is having. But still, I would like to read that. The philosophy of NAC is to have a continuous improvement of all HEIs so that they will empowered to maximize their resources, opportunities, and capabilities. Purpose is to fulfill the expectations. And some of the importance of NAC assessment and accreditation is now, because all of us are well aware of the fact that government has almost made it mandatory for all HEIs to go through NAC accreditation, assessment and accreditation. And as a result of that, the funding is funding is, somehow related to what kind of grade we are going to have through NAC. And moreover, as far as like one of the prominent benefits of NAC assessment and accreditation is concerned, this process is going to provide us opportunity, because whenever we'll be going through NAC assessment and accreditation process, we will be going through external evaluation as well as internal, we call it as a self-evaluation. And this will help us to understand what kind of strength we have, what kind of weaknesses we have, and what kind of opportunities and challenges we have. Now, coming back to this first statement, philosophy, to have a continuous improvement of HEI so that they will empower to maximize their resources, opportunities, and capabilities. Now, this is really good to have this philosophy on paper. But in reality, I'm not criticizing NAC, but I'm telling you the reality. Like in reality, what is happening in most of the academic institutions, like whenever we will be going for NAC assessment and accreditation, everybody is charged. Like, we are going to frame a lot of, policies, and we are going to plan many student-centric activities, and we will be very happy to, implement those activities during those couple of years. And there would be many like coloring and infrastructure enrichment, everything is going to be happening there. But once we finish that NAC assessment and accreditation process, there would be, in most of the institutions, there are few institutions which are exception for whatever I'm saying, but let me tell you, almost 70 to 80% institutions, after once they finish NAC assessment and accreditation, there would be a very good sleeping period of 2 to 3 years, around 3 to 4 years, I would say. And again, like after 3-4 years, again, there will be different IQAC director coming, IQAC coordinator will be joining the university or college, and then again, the same thing is going to be repeated. Now, if this is happening in most of the institutions, then what about this philosophy? Because for philosophy is to have a continuous improvement. We can have a continuous improvement in all the strategies, and we will be able to maximize our resources, opportunities, and capabilities only when whatever initiatives, quality initiatives we will be initiating during those periods, we need to continue that initiatives. We need to, like, whatever policies we will be having, whatever policies we will be framing, whatever new programs we will be implementing during the period of NAC assessment and accreditation, those programs need to be continued throughout remaining 5 years too. Then and then only we will be able to fulfill expectations of our stakeholders. Otherwise, this purpose is going to be on paper only, because let me tell you, like whenever we will be going for NAC assessment, we always go to the student, we ask them to respond, like very positively to the, there is a Dr. Devendra Kavreji, and he said, yes, I do agree. Yeah, sorry, there was some problem, technical problem. I'm audible, ma'am, now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank
Now
you.
you are.
Thank you. So, truly speaking, like if you really want to, this. Yes. So if the purpose, like if you really want to fulfill expectations of our stakeholders, particularly student, because I'm very much concerned about student stakeholder. Like if you really want to like fulfill their expectations, whatever policies we are going to frame during this NAAC assessment and accreditation process, those policies need to be continued. Otherwise, ये जो philosophy, purpose, ये सब है ना, ये सब paper पे रहेगा. This is my concern, and that is why I thought, let me tell you. This is what the overall distribution of criteria and key indicators. I'm going to skip this slide, but I'm going to discuss a little bit about this slide. Like whenever we will be going for assessment and accreditation, we need to know like how the distribution is going to be. If you look at criteria 1, obviously like university is going to play a very important role here, and therefore like you can see there are 5 important indicators, but out of that curriculum design development, curriculum planning and implementation, particularly curriculum design development is going to give a lot of importance as far as the universities and autonomous colleges are concerned. However, for affiliated colleges, that because it is not applicable for them. Whereas academic flexibility and curriculum enrichment, these 2 aspects are going to be very important for affiliated colleges. Similarly, looking at the second criteria, teaching, learning and evaluation, truly speaking, for affiliated colleges, if you are from affiliated colleges, then this is going to be very, very important criteria, because out of 1,350 marks, almost 35% marks you can score from a second criteria. And if you look at this, you can see catering to student diversity, teaching, learning process, student performance, and student satisfaction survey. These 4 key indicators are going to be very, very, very important for affiliated colleges, and for universities and autonomous colleges, teacher profile and evaluation process and reforms. These 2 indicators are going to be very, very important. And coming to the criteria 3, obviously university is going to have more wattage, like almost 25%. However, affiliated colleges are going to have very less wattage as far as research innovations are concerned. Now, if you look at innovation ecosystem, you can see like as far as university is concerned, research publication and awards, extension activities, these 3 innovation ecosystem, particularly research publication and awards. Like if you are having Scopus, good number of Scopus publication and UGC index journal publications, you can score good marks. As far as affiliated colleges are concerned, extension activities are going to be very, very important, and you can score like very good marks in extension activities. Similarly, as far as infrastructure and learning resources are concerned, like it almost equal wattage is given to all the sectors of the higher education institutions. Out of that, this IT infrastructure, whether you are what kind of IT infrastructure you have, and whether you are having continuous update in IT infrastructure, that is going to play important role. And criteria number 5, student support and progression. For universities and autonomous colleges, student progression is going to play important role. Whereas as far as the affiliated colleges are concerned, student participation and activities are going, this particular key indicator is going to play very important role. And then for governance, leadership, and management, equal weightage again. But out of that, 6.3 faculty empowerment strategy and internal quality assurance system. These two key indicators are going to be very, very important. And as far as criteria 7 is concerned, you can score bulk of mark through these two key indicators, best practices and institutional distinctiveness. So this is all about the weightages for various criteria and key indicators as far as universities and affiliated colleges are concerned. Now, regarding quantitative and qualitative metrics, like whenever you will be going for assessment, we need to know what kind of weightages we are having for quantitative metrics and similarly for qualitative metrics too. Like if you look at this particular slide, you will come to know that you can score good marks in it, because you need, if you really want to score good marks, then you need to focus, as far as quantitative metrics is concerned, you need to focus criteria 1, 2, and 3 more. You can see the bulk of the mark can be scored from criteria 1 to 3 in quantitative metrics. Whereas whenever PA team is going to visit to the institutions, at that time, you can see this is like autonomous college and university, but almost same trend is going to be there for affiliated colleges as well. And you can see the bulk of the score you can have from criteria 2, criteria 6, and criteria 7. So these are 3 important criteria you need to focus whenever PA team is going to visit your institutions. This is the new grade system the NAAC is following. Now, let me tell you what kind of, like before I go through the challenges, I'm going to show you the key results of first RAF windows, because this is the summary of the revised accreditation results out of first window, because we know this revised accreditation framework has came into existence in the year 2017, and later on, like right from 2019, we have seen there has been a significant number of revision in various key indicators. But if you look at this first window result, if you see, like out of 25, you can see like total number of institutions were 48. Out of that, 17 institutions got B grade. This is the outcome of first window, like when we started in 2017. If you look at the university system, like out of 43 university, almost 24 universities could not qualify, even like, because there was a qualifier, right, to begin with, pre-qualifier. Still, we do have pre-qualifier too, but there has been little changes in the NAAC guidelines. But like many universities, you can see out of 43, 24 universities could not score even 1.51 CGPA in some of the some of the criteria. So how many universities were there? 24. It means like in the first cycle, I mean like in the first, whenever the revised accreditation framework started implemented, at the outcome of first window, you can see like there were many institutions they were struggling. Similarly, this was the scenario of university, and same thing is true for colleges as well. You can see out of 66 colleges, almost 33 colleges could not score 1.51 score, like pre-qualified. They could not qualify pre-qualified stage as well, even. And if you look at the quantitative metrics for universities, you can see most of the universities were struggling in criteria 3 and criteria 6. Most of the university, right? And same trend is there for affiliated colleges as well, right? Like most of the colleges were struggling in criteria 3 and criteria 4. I mean, struggling means they could not score even 1 point, like they could not cross this limit of 1.51 grade CGPA, as far as the which we call it as a pre-qualifier. And then later on what happens, then this is again like this, I have collected this data from NAAC website, and then I did my own analysis. Like this analysis was done on 1st of April 2019. This is the status of 1st of April 2019. You can see the status, like almost out of like whatever the institutions that those institutions were accredited universities as per revised accreditation framework, again 22% of those institutions were having B, and 18.5 were having B plus. Okay, and as far as colleges are concerned, you can see 35% colleges were having B, and around 19.4, around 20% colleges were having B plus. As a result of that, and then this is again like you can see this is 2019 status. Later on, after 2019, NAC started collecting some feedback from various stakeholders, and they started revising some of the key indicators, right? And accordingly, there has been significant changes in the grades itself. You can see now after this was the status between May 2000. May 1, 2019 to March 11, 2020. Is Darman, you can see earlier this was the status. You can see that like this was the status. Like most of the institution, like 22% in B grade, but later on, 26% were having A plus, 31 were having B, and same thing is true for colleges as well. Like they were like 32% in B. Right. So it means whenever NAC started, revising key indicators, we could see there has been significant changes in the outcome of NAC assessment accreditation framework as well. This is again outcome of first window. There were few institutions, they lost their A grade with very marginal CGPA. You can see these are some of the institutions. There were many institutions, but these are some of the institutions who lost their A grade by a margin of 0.01. You can see this particular college lost their A grade by margin of 0.01 only, right? And there are some institutions, they were very little bit fortunate. They got A grade marginal enhancement in their CGPA. You can see 3.01. And this institution 3.00 ended with B double plus, and this institution, the first institution, with 0.01 difference ended with A plus. I mean A grade. So as a result of that, you can see because of all those hurdles and many challenges, NAC come up with mid-course correction, and NAC started correcting these, modifying these or updating their key indicators right from 2019 onwards. And as a result of that, we could see there are positive changes. Some of the mid-course corrections were review in benchmarking. You must be well familiar that NAC has not so far declared any benchmarking officially, but they have internal benchmarking. So they have reviewed that internal benchmarking, and accordingly they did some modification in their key indicators. And then they started introducing optional metrics, because earlier to begin with in 2017, जब 2017 जिन लोगों ने अपना assessment शुरुआत में किया होगा, they could not get this advantage. But later on, NAC has introduced optional metrics. Initially, universities के लिए भी allow था, but later on they dropped. Now optional metrics are open only for affiliated colleges, not for university. Then पहले जो window system था, then they change it, because earlier there used to be only 2 window system, but now they started accepting SSR and IIQA throughout the years. Grade qualifier जो था, that has also been reviewed, क्योंकि जो problems थे जो मैंने बताए, that has also been reviewed because of those problems. They started introducing data template earlier. जो है ना, when those institutions who came forward for revised accreditation framework in early phase in 2017-18, तब कोई data template नहीं था, लोगों को पता नहीं था कि क्या document upload करने चाहिए. But later on they have introduced data template. Accordingly, people were, लोगों को समझ में आया कि exactly क्या data देना है, and then accordingly they introduced SOP also, standard operating procedure, to validate and verify the claims. These are some of the benchmarking NAC has introduced in due course of time. And similarly, maximum weightage for matrix that can be opted out shouldn't be 30%. ये आया 3%, total 3%. And then matrix with maximum, ये भी later on they also introduced that total जो weightage जो है 10 रहेगा, per criteria उससे ज़्यादा नहीं रहेगा. Criteria 1 to 7 are going to be essential. So these are some of the rules they have framed whenever you will be going for elimination of those metrics. Similarly, quality to matrix हम opt out नहीं कर सकते अभी, as on today also these are the rules. These are some of the metrics. These are the metrics which can be opted out by this. This is the list of metrics which can be opted out for affiliated colleges, and this is for autonomous colleges. Now, I'm going to tell you now, this is all the quick brief overview of the mid-course corrections and challenges which most of the universities and colleges face during first phase of revised accreditation framework. Now, I'm going to tell you what kind of challenges this revised accreditation framework imposes on higher education. Now, let me tell you a little bit about data validation and verification, source evidence, because this is one of the challenges, because those who have gone for NAAC assessment and accreditation, there is a limited data, like if you really want to provide all the claims, then there is a very limited space available on NAAC website which can be uploaded. Of course, later on, that issue has also been resolved by NAAC in due course of time, but to begin with, it was the problem. Then insufficient domain expertise, क्योंकि ज्यादातर यूनिवर्सिटीज या कॉलेजेस में ट्रेन मैन पावर अवेलेबल नहीं था. NAAC used to, because after 2017 शुरुआत में लोगों को समझने में काफी समय गया. Later on, whatever changes NAAC has implemented or NAAC has made in various criteria and key indicator, वो समझने में भी काफी लोगों को समय लगा. इकोसिस्टम जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि जो इकोसिस्टम होनी चाहिए हायर एजुकेशन को, particularly to compete ICT driven, because this new assessment and accreditation is completely ICT driven. तो शुरुआत में ये भी प्रॉब्लम्स थे DBV के. And then moreover, because many institution used to struggle like anything कि ये जो इंडिकेटर है उसको कैसे रिस्पॉन्स देना चाहिए, documentary evidences कौन से सबमिट करने चाहिए, and as a result of that they used to discuss with many experts, and they used to there used to be substantial delay on the part of HAS too. Regarding ICT, there used to be many issues regarding ICT as well at many institution level. Now, as far as the stakeholders are concerned, resistance for change from stakeholder to complete transition to ICT based driven model, because सभी institution में, सभी universities में जब शुरुआत में ये जो revised accreditation framework implement करना शुरू हुआ, तो there was a substantial resistance from different stakeholders of institution to have the complete ICT based driven model. That was the one of the problem which usually in the beginning many HEIs were facing. And then based on, because you see, like as I mentioned earlier, NAAC has started collecting feedback, because I remember when we gone through the third cycle of assessment and accreditation in somewhere in 2019. At that time, NAAC has invited some of the institutions from across the country, those who got A and A++ grade, and they started listening them. There was an official meeting at NAAC Bangalore, and they listened like what kind of problem you have faced, and accordingly they made some modification in some of the key indicators as well. The field reactions भी problem, that was also another challenge, क्योंकि आजकल आप लोगों को पता है कि पहले क्या होता था कि there were many institutions जो old criteria से जिनका assessment हुआ था, they got good grade, and then when they went for the revised accreditation, like again NAAC accreditation as per revised RA framework, accordingly there were many institutions उनका grade काफी substantially decline हुआ. And then क्योंकि जब decline हुआ तो there were lot of because कोई institution का अगर name अगर है, नाम अगर है, famous अगर है वो society में, so everybody will start expecting through every NAAC cycle grade अच्छा ही आना चाहिए, सभी लोग expect करते हैं. But there were few institutions कि उनका substantial decline हुआ था grade में, and at the same time there were few institutions कि जो deserve नहीं करते थे उनको अच्छे grade मिल रहे थे. So that was also problem to begin with. Similarly, क्योंकि ये linkages NAAC जो CGPA मिलेगा, जो grade मिलेगा, उसका state forward linkages था, अभी भी है funding के लिए. So there were lot of litigation from HEIs to NAAC. They were not happy to begin with, and moreover there were a lot of issues with matching of RAF outcome with that of public perception as well, as far as the prominent HEIs are concerned. Accordingly, as I mentioned earlier, right from 2019 onwards, NAC has made substantial changes in various criteria as well as key indicators. But in spite of that, if you look at the different criteria, there are still many challenges we will have to face. Every institution has to face, and therefore I thought, let me give you a brief idea of what kind of challenges we are going to face whenever we will be going for the NAC assessment and accreditation. And I will be going through criteria wise. Let us look at criteria 1. As far as curricular aspect is concerned, some of the important or challenges issues are going to be, because in criteria 1, NAC is going to ask identification of local, regional, national, global needs and development of curriculum with COs, POs, and PSOs. It means NAC is expecting that you need to identify the needs at local level, regional level, national level, and international level, and accordingly you need to modify your curriculum, and your curriculum should be outcome-based education curriculum, OB-based curriculum. Now the problem is most of the universities across the country, there are very few universities across the country where this OBE curriculum is being implemented. Number 1. Number 2, there are few universities, they have OBE on paper, but in reality there is a chaos. Right now, if it is the case, how you are going to address this? Because this is one of the very serious aspects. Similarly, introduction of certificate and add-on diploma program. You see, because I have seen there are many colleges and universities randomly they have introduced some certificate courses and add-on programs. Truly speaking, there should be some logic. There should be some logic. Like for example, if you are running BCom program, if you are running MSc Electronics program, and somehow for one or other reason you are not able to employ your student, somehow the employability of student is not very, you are not happy with that. So in order to increase employability of the student, some missing component which is not there in the curriculum need to be imparted. That skill need to be imparted by initiation of some certificate program of diploma courses. But that is not happening in most of the institutions. This is randomly, like क्योंकि NAC के लिए चाहिए सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स, सो वी आर प्रपोजिंग ओके हमने इतने कोर्सेज शुरू किए, इतने एड ऑन डिप्लोमा शुरू किए. बट दिस इज ट्रूली स्पीकिंग, अगेन आई एम गोइंग टू कोरिलेट दिस विद द फिलॉसफी ऑफ NAC, क्योंकि NAC की फिलॉसफी है कि देयर शुड बी कंटिन्यूअस इंप्रूवमेंट सो दैट वी कैन मैक्सिमाइज अवर रिसोर्सेज. तो फिलॉसफी के साथ एंड मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली जो पर्पज है to fulfill the expectation of our stakeholders, particularly student. अगर हमारा student के जो student हमारा जो important stakeholders हैं, अगर उसके expectations को अगर fulfill करने हैं, अगर हम करना चाहते हैं, तो our curriculum should be OBE curriculum. But in most of the universities we don't have OBE curriculum. अगर ये नहीं, आप अगर इसके अगर weightage देखेंगे इस particular key indicator को, तो there is a substantial weightage. There is a substantial weightage. I am least bothered about what kind of grade you are going to end up with whenever you are going for NAC assessment and accreditation. क्या ये हो रहा है क्या? अगर नहीं हो रहा है तो grade अच्छा मिलकर भी क्या फायदा हमें? Then introduction of courses having focus on employability and entrepreneurship. कितने courses है? देखिए ना, आज मुझे याद है 2019 को UGC ने एक मैंडेट जारी किया था, मैंडेट रिलीज किया था, and UGC was expecting कि student outcome of any institution should be around 50%. Student outcome include progression as well as placement. जब UGC कहती है कि भाई 50%, it means that 50% भी दोनों student placement as well as progression. इसका मतलब आप खुद एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हो कि हमारे स्टूडेंट तो प्लेसमेंट मिल ही नहीं रही, खुद एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं. बिकॉज वेन एवर यू आर सेइंग दैट माय प्लेसमेंट इज 50%, इसका मतलब ये है कि हम एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमारा करिकुलम जो है 50% स्टूडेंट को जॉब नहीं दिलाता है. So if we are accepting, then what is the use of having this NAC assessment and accreditation? मेरा कहना ये है कि अगर हम सही मायनों में अगर NAC assessment को जाना है, अगर सही मायनों में continuous improvement अगर हमें चाहिए, so then you need to address, we need to think seriously at university level particularly. क्योंकि affiliated college बेचारे वो तो कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे क्योंकि सिलेबस तो यूनिवर्सिटी फ्रेम करके देती है. But university need to come forward and ensure that outcome curriculum should be implemented at every level. UG level as well as PG level. Launching of new NAC पूछता है हमें कि how many courses you have launched during last 5 years. नए courses, नए programs. There are many. आजकल तो ऐसा हो रहा है कि there are many authorities they started मतलब shut down कर रहे हैं, close कर रहे हैं, started closing courses. तो अगर courses बंद करोगे तो कैसे NAC को हम सपोर्ट करेंगे, कैसे डिफेंड करेंगे? फिर मतलब ही क्या है, क्योंकि पैसा इतना हम खर्चा करेंगे नैक असेसमेंट एक्रीडिटेशन प्रोसेस के लिए, इतना पैसा खर्चा करके जो पैसा जो ग्रेड पाएंगे, व्हाट इज द यूज ऑफ दैट ग्रेड, हाउ स्टूडेंट्स आर गोइंग टू बी बेनिफिटेड। जो पर्पस जो हमारा हमारे जो स्टूडेंट स्टेक होल्डर को हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन फुलफिल करने, कैसे करेंगे हम? इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ ट्रू सीबीसीएस, ये तो मौकरी कर रहे हैं हम पूरे यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में। I have not seen single university across the country where true CBCS is being implemented. True CBCS, there could be one or two जो मैंने नहीं देखी होगी शायद, बट हम तो क्या CBCS में मौकरी क्या कर रहे हैं कि यस ऑन पेपर वी हैव गॉट CBCS, सब कुछ है, लेकिन हम बच्चों को कहते हैं कि चलो भाई आपको यही कोर्स चूज करना है। ऑन पेपर तो हमारे पास काफी ऑप्शन होते, बट वी डोंट अलाउ स्टूडेंट। So if we don't allow to student to choose their courses of their choice, then what is the use of CBCS? So this like आजकल सभी गवर्नमेंट भी करे, गवर्नमेंट का भी प्रॉब्लम ऐसा है कि गवर्नमेंट कहती है कि yes you need to implement CBCS, लेकिन हम एक्स्ट्रा मैन पावर नहीं देंगे। Because if you really want to implement CBCS, आपको एक्स्ट्रा मैन पावर चाहिए, एक्स्ट्रा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए। Without infrastructure, without manpower, how CBCS can be implemented? क्योंकि अगर मेरे पास मान लो मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में 5 if I want to provide options to student, 5 ऑप्शन में देना चाहता हूं, तो मेरे पास अगर 25 स्टूडेंट है, if I am distributing all 25 student to 5 different options, then each and every student, मतलब एक कोर्स के लिए 5 स्टूडेंट रहेंगे, 5 अलग अलग लेबोरेटरी रहेंगे, वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मुझे चाहिए, अलग से मैन पावर चाहिए। If government is not supporting, how can we implement this? So these are some of the challenges we are facing in the revised accreditation framework. I am not blaming NAC. I am truly speaking. I am very happy that NAC has made it mandatory for our HES to do it. But we need to think seriously. Our government need to think seriously. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Going for assessment and accreditation doesn't make any sense. Similarly, देखिए, integration of cross-cutting issues relevant to gender, environment, sustainability, human values and professional ethics into curriculum. प्रॉब्लम क्या है हमारे पास? हम लोग पता है कैसे करते, हम लोग कहते कि ठीक है हमारे करिकुलम में, हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम में या तो कॉलेज में दो एक कोर्सेस है जिसमें जेंडर से लेकर एनवायरमेंट सस्टेनेबिलिटी को लेकर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज एंड प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स को लेकर 1-2 कोर्सेस है, बट दिस इज नॉट व्हाट इट इज NAC is expecting. NAC is expecting कि every student should get glimpses of all these issues, क्रॉस कटिंग इश्यूज, एवरी स्टूडेंट। अगर जैसे कि आप फॉरेन यूनिवर्सिटी देखोगे तो एवरी स्टूडेंट इज गोइंग टू गेट ग्लिम्सेस ऑफ दिस क्रॉस कटिंग इश्यूज, एवरी स्टूडेंट, इट इज मैंडेटरी। अगर ऐसा नहीं रहा तो फायदा क्या है? इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ वैल्यू एडेड कोर्सेज, मौकरी हो रही है हमारे पास बहुत सारी इंस्टीट्यूशन में, वैल्यू एडेड कोर्सेज हम डॉक्यूमेंट तो तैयार कर रहे हैं अनफॉर्चुनेटली, बट like at the end of the day, at the end of this process, what we are going to achieve? We are going to get good grade, fine, because on paper हम बता रहे हैं कुछ को, लेकिन स्टूडेंट को कैसे बेनिफिट मिलेगा? फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट है इंटेंसिव, देखिए there are very few programs in which the field projects are being made mandatory. वैसे अगर देखा जाए, हम लोग भी टीचर्स भी क्या कहते हैं, हम लोग कहते हैं कि नो दिस इज माय सब्जेक्ट, आई डोंट नीड फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट। बट ट्रूली स्पीकिंग आपको बताऊं कि ऐसा कोई सब्जेक्ट नहीं होगा इर्रेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ डिसिप्लिन। बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि सोशल साइंस के लोग कहते हैं कि नो ये तो फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट एंड इंटर्नशिप तो ओनली साइंस के लिए होता है। इट इज नॉट लाइक दैट, बिकॉज इफ यू रियली वांट योर स्टूडेंट टू बी एम्प्लॉयड, field projects are mandatory, internship should be mandatory, so university should make it mandatory, right? And moreover, the feedback on curriculum, यहाँ के कुछ challenges ऐसे कि now later on parents का feedback जो है अभी NAC ने withdraw किया, but that was the challenge earlier, क्योंकि बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि जैसे कि रूरल बैकग्राउंड के जो बच्चे हैं तो वो पेरेंट क्या फीडबैक देंगे, क्योंकि उनको कुछ पता ही नहीं है क्या फीडबैक देंगे करिकुलम पे, पर्टिकुलरली करिकुलम पे। फाइन लाइक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे वो दे सकते कभी विजिट करके, बट हाउ दे विल बी इट विल बी हाउ इट, मतलब उनके लिए कैसे पॉसिबल होगा करिकुलम पे फीडबैक देना। फॉर्चुनेटली NAC हैज विथड्रॉ दिस, बट हम देखिए ये जो है ना स्टूडेंट, टीचर्स, एम्प्लॉयर, अलुमनाई, क्या सही मायनों में हम ये फीडबैक ले रहे हैं? क्या सही तरीके से हम ये प्रोसेस फॉलो कर रहे हैं? हम ऑन पेपर तो ऑनलाइन फीडबैक ले रहे हैं, ऑन पेपर तो सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, क्या हम सही अगर in reality, as far as OB framework is concerned, we need to take feedback from all stakeholders, particularly alumni and employers. We need to take feedback, क्योंकि जो एम्प्लॉयर हमारे बच्चों को, हमारे स्टूडेंट को एम्प्लॉय कर रहे हैं, हमें जानना है उनसे कि भाई what kind of shortcomings our students are having, what kind of skills they are lagging, क्योंकि वहां जाकर पता चलेगा. So their feedback is going to be very very important. हम कभी कभी करते, मतलब ये जैसे कि फेस्टिवल होता है ना, कभी कभी दिवाली होती है तो ऐसे दिवाली के जैसे कभी कभी इंडस्ट्री के लोगों को बुलाते, कभी कभी करते, बट दिस इज नॉट अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस. ट्रूली स्पीकिंग, इट शुड बी अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस ऑफ टेकिंग रियल फीडबैक, एनालिसिस एंड एक्शन टेकन. क्योंकि नैक ने ये भी पूछा है कि वेदर यू आर कलेक्टिंग फीडबैक, whether you are doing analysis and whether you are taking actions, सब कुछ पेपर पे होता है, सब कुछ पेपर पे होता है. But unfortunately there are very very few institutions across the country where this is happening in reality, and this is, to me, this is real challenge to all of us. Regarding teaching, learning and evaluation criteria 2, ये तो निकाल दिया गया अभी. परसेंटेज ऑफ स्टूडेंट फ्रॉम अदर स्टेट एंड कंट्री, दैट हैज बीन रिमूव्ड नाउ. ये भी एक चैलेंज था, क्योंकि देखिए ना कि देयर आर many metropolitan, I mean colleges and universities in metropolitan cities, they are struggling to get students from other countries, because you see, like in order to enroll student from other country is not only university policies, national level पे एक policy होनी चाहिए student enrollment के लिए. There are very tiny country across the globe like South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong. They are attracting international student like anything. They are providing special scholarship to them, right? They are providing special scholarship. हमारे पास भी हो रहा है, अभी हो रहा है, but it is very very slow, because if you really want to enroll the international student in your institution, तो आपको उस strategies को वैसे फ्रेम करने पड़ेंगे. आप जो फंडिंग देते हैं, फंडिंग को आपको यूनिफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा, because हमारे पास तो वो भी एक प्रॉब्लम है कि we are there are few institutions, they are funded like anything, like IITs, IISERs, they are funded like anything. और जहां पर हमारा मास लेवल का स्टूडेंट जाता है, करोड़ों स्टूडेंट जहां पर पढ़ते हैं, वो एफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेस है, उसके तरफ हमारे गवर्नमेंट का कोई ध्यान ही नहीं है. हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू एनरोल, यू नो? अगर आपको पैरिटी अगर लानी है, नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ऑन पेपर तो बड़ी अच्छी लगती है, बट इन रियलिटी देयर आर मेनी चैलेंजेस. दो challenges need to be addressed if you really want to progress. Really in reality on paper तो बड़ा अच्छा देखेगा कि इतने कॉलेजेस A+ है, इतने कॉलेज ये है, बट it is not going to provide us any benefit to the grassroots level. डिमांड रेशियो देखिए, ज्यादातर कॉलेजेस में डिमांड रेशियो का प्रॉब्लम्स है. ज्यादातर इज नॉट ओनली कॉलेजेस बट यूनिवर्सिटी एज वेल, बिकॉज स्टूडेंट इनटेक, हमारा सैंक्शन इनटेक काफी बहुत ज्यादा है एंड एक्चुअल स्टूडेंट कम है. एंड वी ऑलवेज ब्लेम स्टूडेंट कि बच्चे आजकल क्लास में आते नहीं है, बच्चे आजकल एडमिशन ले नहीं रहे, बिकॉज देयर इज अ सब्सटेंशियल मिसमैच, लाइक व्हाट एग्जैक्टली the society is expecting, what exactly the employer is expecting, and what we are teaching, there is a substantial gap. वो गैप कम ही हो नहीं रहा. हमारे बीओस सिलेबस फ्रेमिंग सही हो नहीं रही. सिलेबस फ्रेमिंग जब तक सही नहीं होगा तब तक बच्चे नहीं आएंगे, बच्चे नहीं आए तो डिमांड रेशियो को हम आइडेंटिफाई कर नहीं पाएंगे. सिमिलरली आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ स्लो लर्नर्स एंड एडवांस लर्नर, यहाँ पर भी मौकरी हो रही है ज्यादातर इंस्टीट्यूशन में, क्योंकि आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ स्लो लर्नर्स एंड एडवांस लर्नर, बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि ओके वी आर एनरोलिंग स्टूडेंट एट मास्टर्स लेवल, तो उनके बीएससी के स्टूडेंट, बीएससी के मार्क्स के बेसिस पे हम उनका आइडेंटिफाई करें स्लो लर्नर्स एंड एडवांस लर्नर्स. हाउ इट इज इट साइंटिफिक? बीएससी के मार्क्स के बेसिस पे अगर आप स्लो लर्नर्स एंड एडवांस लर्नर्स अगर आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे तो इसका मतलब आप मौकरी कर रहे हैं. इन रियलिटी ऐसा होता नहीं, क्योंकि जैसे कि अब मैं एग्जांपल देता हूं आपको, जैसे कि मान लो एमएससी फिजिक्स है, एमएससी फिजिक्स देयर इज वन मैथमेटिकल फिजिक्स, अनदर डिजिटल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स. बोथ सब्जेक्ट रिक्वायर डिफरेंट स्किल सेट, एक स्किल सेट नहीं रहेगा. कोई स्टूडेंट होगा जो मैथमेटिकल फिजिक्स में बहुत अच्छा होगा, जो डिजिटल में नहीं होगा. कोई डिजिटल में अच्छा होगा, जो मैथमेटिकल फिजिक्स में अच्छा नहीं होगा. तो मतलब आप अगर एक लेवल पे अगर स्लो लर्नर्स एंड एडवांस लर्नर्स को आइडेंटिफाई करोगे, हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू एड्रेस? It's not going to, we will not, मतलब truly speaking जो continuous improvement जो आपकी philosophy है उससे कहीं दूर जा रहे हैं हम. Truly speaking, we need to identify slow learners and advanced learners based on their subject knowledge. So every semester, this is what it is happening in most of the foreign countries. Foreign countries में US, UK की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, ये छोटे छोटे टाइनी कंट्री की बात कर रहा हूँ जो अभी भी यूएस रैंकिंग में काफी पहले 100 में काफी यूनिवर्सिटीज है. साउथ कोरिया, ताइवान, हांगकांग, सिंगापुर, ये इस कंट्री की, एशियन कंट्री की बात कर रहा हूं मैं यूएस यूके की बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूं. सो whenever you enroll your student on, like you, every teacher before before he starts his regular teaching, he need to, give the glimpses of what kind of courses, what kind of, content he will be teaching. And based on that, he need to assess the level of the students, and accordingly he need to identify slow learners and advanced learner. हर टीचर का, हर सब्जेक्ट का स्लो लर्नर्स का, एडवांस लर्नर का अलग अलग सीट होनी चाहिए. एंड थ्रू आउट द ईयर, थ्रू कंटिन्यूअस इवैल्यूएशन, उनका असेसमेंट होना चाहिए. हमें इंश्योर करना चाहिए कि वेदर जो एनरोलमेंट के समय जो बच्चे स्लो लर्नर थे, वेदर आफ्टर फर्स्ट इंटरनल टेस्ट क्या मैं कुछ स्टूडेंट को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर पाया हूं या नहीं. अगर मैं कर नहीं पाया तो व्हाट इज यूज ऑफ माय टीचिंग, व्हाट इज यूज ऑफ माय टीचिंग. कुछ भी अगर नहीं हो पाया तो इट मींस समथिंग इज problematic. Similarly, use of ICT including AMS, LMS and e-resources. देखिए ना, देखिए पिछले 2 साल से we are going through this terrible time, pandemic, coronavirus pandemic. In spite of that, there you will find very limited number of institutions where जिन्होंने ICT का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एनरिच किया होगा. There will be very few. इसके बावजूद भी अगर इतना जबरदस्त प्रॉब्लम आने के बावजूद भी अगर हम सुधरना नहीं चाहते, तो हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू कप अप विद द सिचुएशन. सो दिस इज अगेन लाइक प्रॉब्लमेटिक. लाइक देयर आर वेरी मतलब यहाँ पर भी मौकरी हो रही है. जैसे कि हम जब NAC, because whenever I am visiting many colleges and university in the capacity of NAC peer team member, तो वहां बताते कि we have got 5 स्मार्ट क्लासरूम. जब हम जाकर देखते हैं तो स्मार्ट क्लासरूम में क्या होता है, एक LCD लटका हुआ होता है, एक कंप्यूटर होता है, दैट्स इट. सो दिस इज दैट स्मार्ट क्लासरूम. सो दिस इज पैथेटिक. ये कॉलेजेस में नहीं, यूनिवर्सिटीज में भी हो रहा है. ये इट इज हैपनिंग इन यूनिवर्सिटीज एज वेल. आप यूनिवर्सिटी में जाकर देखिए कितने डिपार्टमेंट है जिनके ICT क्लासरूम है. क्या वो कर नहीं सकते? क्या बहुत पैसा लगता है? देयर आर नाउअडेज 7,000 में LCD प्रोजेक्टर आता है, 7,000 ओनली. Because there are ways, because if you really want, there are ways to do it, but we need that sort of mindset to do it. Student mentor scheme का वैसा ही है. हम क्या करते हैं, ठीक है, ऑन पेपर सब कुछ होता है, स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं, एवरीथिंग इज देयर, but in reality, are we really addressing their issues? Not at all. तो मेरा कहना है कि these are the challenges. अगर हम सही मायनों में NAC के एक्सपेक्टेशन अगर हम फुलफिल नहीं कर रहे हैं, NAC ने क्यों रखा है स्टूडेंट मेंटर स्कीम ऑन पेपर के लिए? Not at all. We can do it. It doesn't require any money, doesn't require any funding for student mentor scheme. We require a proper mindset. It is very much doable, but it is happening very rarely. मैं ये नहीं कहता कि हो नहीं रहा, but there are very few institutions. Evaluation methods पूछा जा रहा है, क्योंकि आपका अगर OBE नहीं है तो evaluation method reforms आएंगे कैसे? Because वहां पर पूछा जाता है, इसमें पूछा जाता है, NAC एक इंडिकेटर है कि what kind of reforms you have adopted during last 5 years in your internal evaluation. अरे भाई, आपका OBE नहीं तो क्या खाक आप इंटरनल असेसमेंट में रिफॉर्म करोगे? क्योंकि OBE is going to made it mandatory. OBE has, because if you implement OBE, it's going to be mandatory for you to do the reforms at internal assessment level, similarly as external assessment as well. लेकिन हमारे पास तो होता ही नहीं. हम कहते हैं कि भाई यूनिवर्सिटी का पैटर्न है 80-20 का, 20 मार्क या 30 मार्क का है, उन्होंने 2 इंटरनल टेस्ट लेने के लिए कहा है, बस दिस इज व्हाट वी आर फॉलोइंग. बट if at all we are following this, how we can address these indicators? Similarly, attainment of COs and POs and PSOs, यहाँ तो बिल्कुल ही मौकरी होती है. वो कहते हैं कि हाँ, हमारा जो रिजल्ट है, हमने देखा कि आउट ऑफ like 100 student, how many got first class, how many in place, and this is what we are looking at the attainment of COs and POs. Unfortunate, very pathetic. And student satisfaction survey regarding teaching learning process, truly speaking, यहाँ पर भी I have seen many colleges, many institutions, I will not say colleges, they are doing mockery in this as well. True अगर फीडबैक अगर स्टूडेंट से लिया जाए, क्योंकि जो भी यहाँ पर कुछ सीनियर टीचर्स होंगे, मैडम होगी, मैडम भी शायद NAC पेयर टीम मेंबर हो बोल करके गई होगी, and she must have seen the feedback of student. जो फीडबैक NAC जो हमें देता है, वो फीडबैक देखकर लगता है कि इंस्टीट्यूशन में कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा, because students are going to give you a real feedback. लेकिन जब हम वहां जाते हैं, जब स्टूडेंट के साथ में इंटरेक्शन करते हैं, तो वहां कुछ अलग फीडबैक आता है. राइटिंग में जो होता है वो अलग फीडबैक होता है. It means there is something wrong, right? इसका मतलब वो जो बच्चे वहां पर आ रहे हैं उनको ट्रेन करके हम बच्चे भेज रहे, बच्चों को वहां करो, बच्चों ये हो रहा है क्या, यस सर, नो सर, यस सर, नो सर, दिस इज व्हाट इट इज हैपनिंग। कभी कभी बड़ा बुरा लगता है कि यार क्यों जा रहे हैं हम नैक पे असेसमेंट के लिए, व्हाई वी आर स्पेंडिंग अवर टाइम, व्हाई वी आर वेस्टिंग अवर, बिकॉज दिस इज मेयर वेस्टेज ऑफ टाइम, क्योंकि राइटिंग में कुछ अलग फीडबैक है, बच्चे कुछ अलग बता रहे हैं। दिस इज वेरी वेरी पैथेटिक। दीज आर सम ऑफ द चैलेंजेस एज पर एज क्राइटेरिया 2 इज कंसर्न। क्राइटेरिया 3 रिसर्च में आप देखिए, प्रमोशन ऑफ रिसर्च एंड फैसिलिटीज, फॉर्चुनेटली वो यूजी पीजी के लिए एंड एफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेस के लिए लागू नहीं होता, बट यूनिवर्सिटीज में भी देखिए कितना पैथेटिक है। क्या प्रमोशन के लिए रिसर्च पॉलिसी नहीं होती बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज में। रिसर्च पॉलिसी होती है तो वो ऑन पेपर होती है, बहुत सारे टीचर्स को पता भी नहीं होती है। फॉरगेट अबाउट कॉलेजेस, यूनिवर्सिटी की बात कर रहा हूं मैं। देयर आर मेनी यूनिवर्सिटीज, आई हैव सीन, आई एम नॉट रेफरिंग एनी वन यूनिवर्सिटी, देयर आर मेनी यूनिवर्सिटीज। जब पॉलिसी आपके पास नहीं तब रिसर्च प्रमोशन के लिए क्या प्रावधान करोगे आप। फैसिलिटीज का तो आई मीन इसमें कुछ हद तक गवर्नमेंट भी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, बिकॉज देयर शुड बी यूनिफॉर्मिटी इन द फंडिंग एज वेल। जैसे मुझे बहुत बार ऐसा लगता है कि जहां पर सबसे ज्यादा स्टूडेंट पढ़ रहे हैं वहां पर सबसे ज्यादा फंडिंग होनी चाहिए। उल्टा हमारे पास है, जहां पर सबसे कम स्टूडेंट पढ़ रहे हैं आईआईटीज एंड आइजर्स, वहां पर सबसे ज्यादा फंडिंग है। जहां सबसे ज्यादा स्टूडेंट जा रहे हैं वहां पर बिल्कुल ही फंडिंग नहीं है, बिल्कुल ही फंडिंग नहीं है। रिसोर्स मोबिलाइजेशन, अब रिसोर्सेज नहीं तो मोबिलाइज करोगे क्या। This is also there is a very pathetic innovation ecosystem, like incubation center, ये भी आजकल like 4-5 साल पहले गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र ने सभी यूनिवर्सिटीज को MSINS की कुछ ग्रांट दी 5 करोड़ की। अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर के भी बहुत सारे यूनिवर्सिटीज को सेंटर मिले, बट इफ यू लुक एट, आप अगर ईमानदारी से अगर सेंटर में जाओगे और देखोगे कि क्या सही मायनों में हम यूनिवर्सिटीज के बच्चों को एंटरप्रेन्योर बना रहे हैं। वो वहां पर सेंटर में बाहर के जो जितने भी बिजनेसमैन है उनको पकड़ के लेकर आते हैं और उनको बताते हैं कि ये दे आर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स। यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट जिनके लिए वो इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर बना हुआ है, व्हाट अबाउट देम? सो इफ इट इज नॉट, दे आर डूइंग मॉकरी अगेन। दीस आर चैलेंजेस। रिसर्च पब्लिकेशन एंड अवार्ड्स, यहाँ पर तो बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स है, बिकॉज वी नीड टू create a substantial awareness among the teacher to do quality publications. अगर किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन में इंक्लूडिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज, किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन में, यूनिवर्सिटी में थोड़ा सा बेटर होता है, दैट टू साइंस में थोड़ा बेटर होता है, सोशल साइंस में और सिचुएशन खराब है। स्कोपस इंडेक्स पेपर्स अगर हम देखेंगे, you will find only like at the most 5 to 10% teacher who are publishing data in Scopus Index journal. Only 5 to 10%. सैलरी तो सब ले रहे ना, तो why we are not making mandatory for everybody to publish their data in Scopus Index journal? Research project देखिए, there will be very 5 to 10% of teachers who will be having research projects. Why? Because they don't have credentials. If they don't have credential, adequate credential, they are not going to have funding. Funding नहीं तो infrastructure नहीं है, infrastructure नहीं है, funding नहीं तो बच्चों को scholarship नहीं दे रहे हैं, तो बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग प्रॉपर मिल नहीं रहा, स्टूडेंट आउटकम सही नहीं होगा। तो ये दिस इज इंटरलिंक्ड। सो देयरफॉर फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू नीड टू हैव अ गुड, बहुत बार लोग कहते हैं कि यार क्या फर्क पड़ता है स्कोपस पब्लिकेशन नहीं है। नो, इट इज नॉट लाइक दैट, बिकॉज इफ यू हैव स्कोपस पब्लिकेशन दैट विल हेल्प यू टू गेट गुड फंडिंग। इफ यू हैव गुड फंडिंग दैट विल हेल्प यू टू क्रिएट गुड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप दे पाएंगे आप, बच्चों को ट्रेन कर पाएंगे, बच्चों को एक्सपोजर दे पाएंगे, बाहर भेज पाएंगे। सो ये वो नहीं होगा नहीं ना, ये इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट होगी कैसी? कंसल्टेंसी के नाम पे तो बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम है, बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम है। लेट मी टेल यू, कुछ हद तक यूनिवर्सिटीज भी जिम्मेदार है, बिकॉज कंसल्टेंसी पॉलिसीज नहीं है ज्यादातर इंस्टीट्यूशन में, है तो ऑन पेपर है। देयर आर मेनी टीचर्स, इवन सोशल साइंसेस के लोग काफी होशियार होते हैं, उनके काफी पैसा कमा सकती है यूनिवर्सिटी, बट समहाउ थिंग्स आर नॉट चैनलाइजिंग। तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि यार सब कुछ होने के बावजूद भी स्टिल वी आर स्लीपिंग। So there should be something very stringent. I mean, मैं तो कहता हूँ कि इसमें भी और stringent guidelines आनी चाहिए ना, कि so that इसमें कोई छूट ना जाए। एक्सटेंशन एक्टिविटी का बड़ा अलग ये है, because the main purpose of extension activity is whatever the research outcome you have. Truly speaking, it is expected that in under extension activity, whatever research outcome your faculty member are having, that research outcome should be connected to the society. We need to identify, like there are many foreign universities I have seen, there is one department, वहां पर एक अलग से डिपार्टमेंट होता है कि what they usually do, they always identify what kind of credential our academic departments are having and what are the research outcome and how that research outcome can be linked to the societal issues. and they always keep on hunting, keep on identifying the issues of the society, nearby society, and they always get that academic department connected to those society. This is what the extension activity is expected. This kind of activities are expected, truly speaking. Not only blood camp, and then because most of the time हम क्या करते हैं, NSS का कैंप होता है, 8 दिन हम जाकर रहते हैं वहां पर, साफ सफाई होती है, and that's it. But ठीक है, नहीं से वो भी better है, but this is not expected. कोलैबोरेशन भी वैसे ही है, बिकॉज नाम के कोलैबोरेशन हमारे पास होते हैं, फंक्शनल कोलैबोरेशन होने चाहिए, because functional doesn't mean that only faculty exchange, student exchange. There should be some activities happening. There could be some activities happening. Like, for example, there is some college, they don't have adequate infrastructure, for example. They can get themselves tied with university and ask their student to go there maybe once in a month, or maybe once in a 2 months, or once in a 3 months, to get exposed, right? Use their facilities so that there would be one or other benefit to that student. That kind of functional MOUs are expected, because हम कहते हैं कि student exchange possible नहीं है. Yes, I agree, because student exchange, faculty exchange all of a sudden possible नहीं होगा. All of a sudden possible नहीं होगा. This is also like, if you really want to have the functional MOU in terms of student exchange and faculty exchange, your faculty should have a credential in terms of Scopus publications. Unless you have a credential in terms of Scopus publication, nobody is going to identify you, and nobody is going to come forward to do MOUs, functional MOUs with your institution. So these are some of the challenges as far as criteria 3 is concerned. Criteria 4, infrastructure and learning resources. Percentage of per day uses of library by teachers and students. आजकल आप कहीं पर भी लाइब्रेरी जाइए, आप अगर फुटस्टेप देखोगे यूनिवर्सिटी लाइब्रेरी में स्टूडेंट का जाने का और फैकल्टी जाने का, इट इज लाइक एवरीबडी इज स्ट्रगलिंग, and everybody is claiming that because this is the era of ICT, everything is available on the tip of our finger and we don't need to go to the library. But this is not reality. This is like partial truth. Like there are many references could be available in the library, rare references which are not digitized even today. There are many references, those need to be referred. Books ऐसे है, कुछ पुराने books हैं जो digitized form में available नहीं है, पुराने authors की book, so those need to be referred. So this is again struggling. Then facilities for e-content development. यहाँ पूछा गया कि e-content development की facilities है क्या? अभी भी देखिए ना कि पिछले 2 साल से हम pandemic के through जा रहे हैं. We are going through third wave, almost like again we never know what is going to happen tomorrow. But still e-content development का कोई infrastructure नहीं है. Universities and colleges में administration जो है ना, वो कहते हैं कि भाई प्रोफेसर, it is the responsibility of professors to invest the money. I agree कि हमारे टीचर्स को अच्छी सैलरी है, हम कुछ इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, बट इट इज लाइक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की, यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटीज की, कॉलेज के अथॉरिटीज की अपनी कुछ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है ना, कुछ मिनिमम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो वो क्रिएट कर सकता है ना. देयर आर वेरी फ्यू कॉलेजेस एंड यूनिवर्सिटी हु हैज इन्वेस्टेड इन दिस पर्टिकुलर एस्पेक्ट. प्रोसीजर फॉर मेंटेनिंग एंड यूटिलाइजिंग फिजिकल, ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम है कि आप देखिए ना कि जो भी फैसिलिटीज है कॉलेजेस में ज्यादातर प्रॉब्लम होता है, यूनिवर्सिटीज में भी होता है कि मान लो अगर हम जाकर पूछते हैं कि ठीक है आपका अगर कोई इक्विपमेंट अगर खराब होता है तो क्या स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसीजर आपके पास है उसको रिपेयरिंग का, तो दे डोंट हैव एनी स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसीजर ऑन पेपर. They don't have any standard procedure. There should be standard procedure on paper. Like it's not only technical infrastructure, हमारा sports का infrastructure है, cultural infrastructure है, everything. Like unless you have a standard procedure for maintaining that infrastructure, unless you have proper provision for maintaining that, you are not going to enrich. You will not be able to enrich that properly. Regarding student support and progression, number of capability enhancement scheme, यहाँ पर भी बड़ा problems है. Because capability enhancement scheme कैसी होनी चाहिए कि there should be systematic survey. Truly speaking, systematic survey होना चाहिए. सबसे पहले हमें जानना चाहिए कि क्या problems है हमारी student के, and accordingly those capability enhancement scheme need to be initiated. Student progression placement का तो data ही नहीं है colleges में. Progression particularly, placement का तो ठीक है क्योंकि वो बाहर की industries आती है, वो data provide करती है, that's it. Student progression का data ही बहुत कम जगह पे मिलता है कि after graduation what students are doing. There are very few institutions where they have student progression data, because there should be mechanism to collect that data. So structured mechanism need to be developed, but it is not happening. Student participation, sports and cultural activities, sports का particular मैं आपको बताऊं, sports and cultural, अगर मान लो किसी कॉलेज में 1000 स्टूडेंट है और स्पोर्ट्स डायरेक्टर को अगर हम पूछे कि भाई आउट ऑफ 1000 स्टूडेंट हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट्स आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग, फॉरगेट अबाउट प्राइज विनिंग, हाउ मेनी स्टूडेंट्स आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग इवन, so he will come up with 10-15% number. So you see, like there should be minimum 50%, more than 50% students should be participating. I'm not talking about winning prize. Similarly, contribution of alumni, because again, like we need to have a structure mechanism to address, to tap the alumni. There are many, you know, alumni, they are ready to provide, you know, every time, like पैसा भी मिल सकता है, जैसे कि आपको पता होगा कि हमारे इंडियंस बाहर डोनेट करते हैं, but they don't donate to the Indian institution, right? So we need to tap. It's not only because I'm not blaming those people, I'm blaming institution, academic institution. They need to have a structured mechanism to tap the prominent potential alumni and try to explore like what way their contribution can be, how they can be involved in with the institution for academic enrichment of the institution or financial enrichment. Same thing is true with governance, leadership and management. Participative management की बात आप देखिए, decentralization, participative management, इसमें मार्क्स है. आपको सब लोगों को पता है कि what is happening in most of the institutions, decentralization और participative management के लेकर. Perspective plan, again, like सब पेपर पे होता है perspective plan. किसी को पता भी नहीं होता है कि उनका long term, short term plan क्या है, long term plan क्या है, medium term plan क्या, किसको पता भी नहीं होता. Implementation of e-governance, financial support to teachers to attend conferences and workshops. There are very few institutions. Professional development and administrative training programs. ये सब पूछा गया ना. Funds and grant received from non-government bodies and individuals. So these are some of the very important challenges we will be facing as far as criteria 6 is concerned. And then institutional criteria 7, यहाँ पर दो important है. Identification of 2 best practices and distinctive feature. यहाँ पर भी बड़ा problem है. Because I have seen, because distinctive feature is something very unique which other institution don't have, that need to be identified. लेकिन मैंने बहुत सारे लोग देखे कि they always, मतलब कोई common feature जो है उसको distinct feature मानते हैं, कोई मतलब they always list many best practices. Truly speaking, if you really want to identify best practice of your institution, that like most of the students, most of the stakeholders must be participating in that activity. You must be doing that activity since last many years. You should have some, you know, evidences, some success, evidences of success. And if you are having some problems, you can highlight that problem as well. But here also many colleges struggling. But you see, like these are 2 important points where the bulk of mark can be scored whenever PA team is going to visit. But here, most of the colleges and universities are struggling here. And because time is very short now, I'm going to tell you what should be like overall strategies IQAC should plan. Truly speaking, in order to address those, you know, whatever you know, like criteria-wise challenges we have so far discussed, in order to address those, what we need to do is IQAC should have a very comprehensive long-term planning to address these challenges. In terms of, they need to look into their vision, mission. They need to look into their you know, like what is their ultimate short-term planning, strategic planning, and accordingly these points need to be taken into consideration to prepare the comprehensive plan, like academic leadership, faculty development, enhancing employability through curriculum, promotion of research development, augmentation of infrastructure, value system and social responsibility. These are some of the points need to be considered, and this is the system that everybody should follow. I will finish within 5 minutes only now. What Central IQAC should do? Central IQAC should conduct meetings with undergraduate student, postgraduate student, research scholar, teaching staff, non-teaching staff, everybody, all stakeholders, including alumni, parents, you know, employers at different point of time, right? And collect their feedback in terms of first very important 1, 2, 3 and 4, first 4 criteria, right? Curricular aspect, teaching, learning, research, innovation and infrastructure, right? And once because you see, like, why this need to be done by central IQAC? Because if we ask the departmental IQAC to take feedback from their students, student may be biased or they may be biased. So student may not be that much outspoken, right? If they have been asked to speak in front of their own teachers, right? So central IQAC should go ahead and collect all those feedback from all stakeholders, and the next step should be there should be department wise meeting, right, of IQAC coordinator, head of the department, discussing with those issues related to the respective department, right? And accordingly the draft must be prepared. And once that draft of various initiatives, criteria wise initiatives, when that draft is prepared with the meeting of central IQAC with the departmental IQAC, then that draft must be discussed comprehensively with IQAC advisory committee. Accordingly, many modification, whatever the required modification, if needed to be done, should be done, and then the final draft to be prepared and should be submitted to the highest authority of the institution for implementation. If you could do that, definitely the things can be like, जो philosophy की बात हम कर रहे हैं, NAAC की philosophy, continuous improvement of higher educational institution to maximize their resources, and purpose की जो बात कर रहे हैं हम कि to fulfill the expectation of stakeholders, वो कुछ हद तक तो हम कर पाए. And accordingly, this is the, I mean, the typical format you can follow. Like, you can frame this kind of quality initiatives criteria wise, like what are the component of quality initiatives and benchmarking, action plan, and then there should be more columns like action plan, like what like if this is like, for example, involvement of industry for curriculum designing, what is your action plan, what should be deadline, and then at the later on, because if deadline is after 6 months, then after 6 months what kind of outcome and achievement you have, so that need to be there criteria wise, right? So this is related to curricular aspect, and then teaching learning process, research innovation. So criteria wise, this kind of quality initiatives need to be planned, implemented, and ensure the proper outcome. If you could do that, then only we will be able to, fully speaking, fulfill the expectation of our stakeholders, particularly student. My concern is because student being a very, very important stakeholder, we need to at least ensure that the student expectations must be fulfilled by the institution. If you could do that, then only NAAC assessment और accreditation का कुछ तो फायदा होगा. Otherwise, ये तो हर 5 साल के बाद में NAAC assessment होते रहेगा, A grade, A grade तो बढ़ते रहेगा, but at the end of the day, student को कोई benefit नहीं मिलेगा. And if it is the case, then this activity is going to be meaningless. So I hope that मतलब जो मैंने आप लोगों को बताया, क्योंकि समय कम था, इसलिए मैंने बहुत ही स्पीडीली ये बातें बोलने की कोशिश की. अगर मेरे मतलब while deliberation, if I hurt the feelings of anybody, because that was not my ultimate intention, क्योंकि हो सकता है शायद आप लोग सभी अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशन को बिलोंग करते होंगे. I assume that you all are from good institutions and everything is happening in your institution. If it is the case, I'm extremely sorry, because I can never have intention of hurting anybody. With this, I'm going to stop here. If you are having any query, I will be very happy to respond to the query. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shivsat sir. Yeah.
If anyone having any query or question, please ask.
Aarti, can you check the chat box? Because maybe some queries in chat box.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
There is no question.
So it means that either they are fully agree with me or they are fully disagree with me.
No, maybe the audience is not agree, but I am fully agree with me, sir. You, sir, because just I have gone through this whole NAAC process, and whatever you have really explained, all this difficulty I faced during completing the NAAC formality of my university. So you are just show the mirror exactly what difficulty we actually face in NAAC. But again, I think on other side, even though there are difficulty, but if whatever the criteria the NAC have designed, if we think that direction, maybe in present situation, in few cases there is mockery, but after few years there may be some reality comes forward. Okay. Because now the people are facing difficulty in implementation of CBCS or implementation of OB system. But due to the introduction of all these concepts in the NAC formality, we get aware with that concept. Outcome-based education, what is exactly outcome-based education and how the implementation takes place. The thinking process is start. Okay, in some advanced universities or advanced institutes, they are implementing earlier. But as the NAC have incorporated all these concepts here, therefore the thinking process start, and it take, of course, implementation take time, and there is a role of an individual for effectiveness of everything, all these practices. But I think that the thinking process may realize after few years, and actually whatever the philosophy of NAC, that is getting not in 100%, but more than in 70%, that is get acceptable. That optimization as well as enhancement in all quality related to the education practices, that will get improved. So I'm totally agree with you. But again, I feel that my opinion is that the people are now the thinking. And again, there is an individual mindset is required to implementing or effective implementation of all this practice. Because always in every system, 50% effectiveness is there and 50% inefficiency is always there. But if the people are taking in positive mindset and they are thinking, so even though there are the manpower problem, okay, in most of the institutes the manpower problem are facing there, but the new platform like NPTEL, SWAYAM or some blended courses are also there. So that will make the more effectiveness in implementation of CBCS or in implementation of new education policy or multidisciplinary nature or OB effective implementation of OB system. So we will have to think or take it in positive way. And as a experts, the expert academician, expert educationist designed a particular procedure how that proper implementation takes place, even though the less human power is there, then I think the effectiveness is more of all this.
Aarti Chaudhary, now you can ask the question.
Am I audible, Aarti madam?
Yes, you are very much audible.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Aarti Chaudhary from Yeshwant Mahavidyalaya, Wardha. I congratulate you, sir, for your informative and valuable session. Actually, I heard before 2 years, and really from that moment only, I become a fan of you, sir. So again, congratulate you for your informative session. Being as a coordinator of criteria number 6, I have one query in my mind regarding key indicator 6.2.3, that is implementation of e-governance in area of operation. And as per SOP, documents needed are ERP document. So ERP document is what kind of, it is a kind of agreement, sir? That ERP documents mean what it actually
like okay, whatever e-governance you are, because there are various sectors for adopting e-governance, right?
Exactly.
As far as the governance leadership is concerned. Like you need to identify what kind of e-governance you are adopting in your institution. Like for example, if you bought some software, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we have a software.
Yes, if you are having some software, so receipt of the software can be one of the proofs. Another could be like whatever processes you have initiated. So screenshot of those processes can be included in the in terms of proof of that particular indicator.
Exactly, that is a screenshot of user interface.
Yeah, and then
as
far as agreement is concerned, for example, we have got MKCL, right? So in most of the universities, MKCL is being used, their help is being taken right from admission to the result processing, right? So if at all this kind of external agency is involved in the making these processes, right, digitized, then you can have the agreement copy, right? So it all depends on what kind of e-governance process you are proposing under that particular quality indicator.
Okay, and another curious, sir, what kind of policy document we have to submit as an evidence?
Because you see, if you are from university, you are from college, no?
Yes, sir, affiliated college.
So if you are from college, then your college management committee, because they need to have some meetings, and then they must decide to implement this and this. Okay, first of
Yes,
all, that's minutes of regulation number 1, right? So, and then minutes of the meeting in which they must have taken decision for implementation of e-governance. This is one document, and second document would be a policy of your institution, right? So you need to develop policy how e-governance is being adopted in various processes, right? So that policy need to be developed at institution level, and it can be signed by the highest authority of your institution.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Moreover, Smita Acharya madam, I would like to mention here, because although I spoke about the reality, it doesn't mean that I am having negative mindset. I'm very no, you have not you have not mentioned that, but I'm just telling you. So I don't have negative mindset, but you see, like, there must be someone who should speak reality, because we need to understand what are the reality, because there are many institutions who are, in spite of a lot of challenges, still there is a scope for doing miracle with limited resources too. If we are really honest at institution level, forget about government, like CBCS, for example, right? For true implementation of CBCS, we need government support, we need extra manpower. But if it is not happening, then whatever limited option we can provide, those options need to be provided. लेकिन होता क्या है मैडम कि बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पे हो सकता है, लेकिन हम करते नहीं.
Yes, I really agree with you, sir. Yeah.
आपको पता होगा कि यूनिवर्सिटी के कुछ डिपार्टमेंट ऐसे होंगे कि जिनके पास बहुत ही कम मैनपावर होगा. Maybe they may be having 2-3 people.
But there might be डिपार्टमेंट तो ऐसे कि है ही नहीं, मैनपावर ही नहीं है, पूरा डिपार्टमेंट का कंट्रीब्यूटर.
I agree. But कुछ ऐसे डिपार्टमेंट है कि कुछ वो कर सकते हैं. So if we can do it, we need to do it. This is what I'm trying to mention here. That was my concern.
Yeah, really means you have really show us the mirror, because it's a very important issue to discuss, because whatever the challenges that NAC have designed, these are real challenges to actually face. Yeah.
मैडम आपको बताऊं कि जैसे कि ICT इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, फॉर एग्जांपल ये जो है ना अभी पेंडेमिक के थ्रू जा रहे हैं हम, तो इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए आई डोंट थिंक वी फाइनेंशियल expenses, like with minimum expenses also we can manage, but that need to be initiated, that need to be initiated. Moreover, अभी ये टीचिंग लर्निंग हम ऑनलाइन कर रहे हैं, राइट? क्या आपको पता है कि इज देयर एनी इंस्टीट्यूशन वेयर द अथॉरिटी इज आस्किंग फैकल्टी मेंबर्स कि भाई क्या कर रहे हो आप? आपने कुछ किया भी है? Nobody is asking, ना? Nobody. Rather, like what I believe is, like मैं अगर अथॉरिटी हूँ तो I need to make it mandatory. सभी टीचर्स को मैं कहूंगा कि भाई मुझे नथिंग डूइंग, आपको ये करना ही है, ठीक है ना? मान लो अगर टीचर्स को हम कहते हैं कि भाई यू परचेस सॉफ्टवेयर, तो ठीक है, बिकॉज वी आर गेटिंग गुड सैलरी नाउ, एवरीबडी इज रेडी टू डू दैट. लेकिन वो रिकॉग्नाइज करने के लिए कोई तो होना चाहिए ना. कुछ टीचर करते भी है. आप देखिए ना, हर यूनिवर्सिटी में, कॉलेजेस में कुछ टीचर्स हैं, मतलब मेरे पास तो कुछ ऐसे, जैसे मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में we bought cameras on our own. And we started blended teaching right from second wave. On our own expenses. So there are few departments in some of the universities, and there are few teachers in colleges as well, but they are not being recognized. They are not being recognized. So authority need to recognize, क्योंकि वो जो हम कहते हैं ना कि पीठ पे हाथ भी रखने वाला कोई चाहिए ना. So otherwise, what is, like, why you are sitting there then? Like, because you are there because you are going to be a parental person. You need to appreciate the people who are doing good, and you need to identify those who are not doing good. So unfortunately this is not happening.
Sir, my personal question is that in everywhere, means in NAC, in NIRF, that the university accreditation system is expecting Scopus and Web of Science, or they have prepared the UGC listed journal, because in university pattern, I'm not discussing about affiliated, but in university pattern, they have scored more, research publications score more.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, the credentiality depends upon that. Then why in a CAS and all this university consider peer review, not directly, why they have not mentioned Scopus or Web of Science?
Yes, this is mismatch. This is mismatch, madam.
This is
As
really
you see,
mismatch. Yeah, yeah.
for professor promotion, you know, they are even forget, they have not talked about even UGC index. They said peer reviewed. Any journal can be peer reviewed. Any journal can be peer reviewed.
Yeah.
And then the research score they are expecting for becoming professor is almost nothing. Is almost nothing.
Yes, it's the same.
So everybody is got gain. On one hand, I'm very happy that all the teachers are becoming professor. On one hand, it is a very good news. On other hand, we are not being able to discriminate good teachers and I'm not saying bad teacher, but good teacher and those who are not doing anything, right? तो जब हम हमारी सिस्टम में जो लोग अच्छा कर रहे हैं उनको अगर हम रिकॉग्नाइज ही नहीं करेंगे तो मैडम लोग बढ़ेंगे नहीं ना, लोग कहेंगे कि यार ये तो अच्छा कर रहा है, ये तो अकेला ही है, नोबडी इज एप्रिशिएटिंग। रादर जो नहीं कर रहे हैं, इवन आप पॉलिटिक्स भी देखिए यूनिवर्सिटी का, दोज हु आर डूइंग नथिंग, those who are very at the down in the academic credential, they are playing the role, they are dominating. So बच्चे भी यही सीखते हैं ना, बच्चे को लगता है यार ये अच्छे टीचर है जिनको कोई कीमत नहीं यूनिवर्सिटी में, और ये जो जिसको पढ़ाना भी नहीं आता, रिसर्च कुछ नहीं है, लाइक दे आर प्लेइंग, दे आर लाइक ये है, मतलब उनकी चलती है सब तरफ, तो वो रोल मॉडल तो उन्हीं को मानेंगे ना मैडम। तो बच्चों को क्या वैल्यूज हम ट्रांसफॉर्म कर रहे हैं मैडम?
नहीं तो वही यूनिवर्सिटी यूजीसी लेवल पे वो पॉलिसी है ना सर, वही नेशनल लेवल पॉलिसी।
यस यस, इट इज बीइंग परकोलेटेड फ्रॉम टॉप। इट इज मैं खाली यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल, क्योंकि हम इस सिस्टम में, इसलिए हम यूनिवर्सिटी की बात कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल बराबर, तो वो नेशनल लेवल पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए।
यस यस यस, इसलिए तो ये जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, जो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, इट इज वेरी गुड ऑन पेपर, बट देयर आर मेनी ऑब्स्टेकल which need to be first of all addressed to begin before we start implementing new policy. Otherwise कोई मतलब नहीं रहेगा मैडम। पहली पॉलिसी में भी बहुत सारे पॉइंट थे जो अभी तक इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुए, जो अच्छे पॉइंट थे।
yes.
तो anyway, because I thought like whenever the teachers are coming together, so we need to discuss this, like because I remember when I was HRDC director during 2013 to 16, I used to have interaction on these issues फॉर कपल ऑफ सेशंस। मैं इस टीचर को कहता था कि भाई चलो आप बोलिए, जो भी बोलना है ना डिस्कस करते हैं, लेट अस क्रिटिसाइज एवरी, एंड देन बिकॉज इससे क्या होता है ना, एक पता चलता है कि क्या हो रहा है, हमें क्या करना चाहिए, एंड व्हाट इज मिसिंग एक्चुअली।
So thank you very much sir, you have really show us the real mirror, and I think every IQSC director who are designing or preparing their institutes for NAC, they are facing the same problem whatever you have highlighted here. Thank you very much for highlighting all this important problem, and hope so we all are in the teacher community, so we will get a solution. Either we search from our side or some expert opinion we will get to just find out the answer for this. So
let us hope.
So thank you sir. Very good interactions with you. I like.
Thank you very much ma'am. Thank you, and thanks to principal of this college, Pense साहब, आप शायद सुन रहे कि मुझे पता नहीं, but thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And आरती मैडम, आप मेरे से कांटेक्ट कर रही थी, आपको भी मतलब तहे दिल से धन्यवाद, एंड जो मैडम जो एंकरिंग कर रही थी, मैडम आपको भी धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
For his informative talk and sparing valuable time with us. I'm so thankful to Dr. Smita Acharya ma'am for sharing this technical session and to summarize it. Special thanks to Acharya ma'am. Even you are not feeling well, you still present with us. Thank you so much ma'am. All the participants, please stay with us. Now we are proceeding to next technical session. So I hand over the mic to Dr. Megha ma'am. Thank you very much.
A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. On behalf of Organizing Committee of National Seminar on Revised Assessment Framework, Understandings and Challenges, I, Dr. Megha Bhambre, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, Dada Ramchand Bakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, welcome you all in the technical session 2. First and foremost, I would like to take the privilege to introduce our eminent guest speaker and chairperson. The chairperson of this technical session is Dr. Suresh Bakre sir, Principal Sri Danesh Mahavidyalaya, Nagargaon, Chandrapur. He has a vast teaching experience of 38 years and 20 years of research experience. Around 4 students have been awarded PhD under his esteemed guidance. He has published more than 15 research papers in national and international reputed journals and also presented many papers in national and international conferences. He has number of books in his credit too. He has successfully completed one minor research project funded by UGC. He has been chairperson and member of various academic bodies of RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur and Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. Not only this, he has successfully organized many conferences, seminars, workshops, and sports events. Sir has several honors, awards, and prizes in his credit. He has been honored recipient of Gondwana University and received Best Principal Award in 2020. Under his able guidance, Sri Danesh Mahavidyalaya, Nagargaon was accredited with A grade with CGPA 3.07 and also recognized by Atal Ranking of Institution on Innovation and Achievements in the band beginner under the category General, that is non-technical. With this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, and thank you for accepting our invitation for chairing the session. Now, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our distinguished guest speaker, Dr. Rajesh Sindhu, sir, Principal, Tai Golwalkar College, Rantik, Nagpur. Sir has an extensive teaching experience of 33 years, within which he has 10 years of administrative experience as a principal. He was member of Board of Studies of Chemistry in Gondwana University for 10 years. He has published 70 research papers in national and international reputed journals and also presented many papers in national and international conferences. He has 3 books in his credit too. He was ex-dean Faculty of Science and Technology, RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. He is presently working in various committees in university. Sir has several honors, awards, prizes in his credit too. Young Scientist Award in International Conference in 2017 and many more. With this short introduction, I welcome you, sir, and request you to please deliver your talk on the topic Revised Accreditation Framework, Importance and Challenges of NAC. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Am I audible, madam? Screenshot now, share.
Screen sharing, sir.
Yes, sir, audible.
Audible? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Professor,
You are, yes, sir.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
Yeah.
You are very much audible. No problem. Carry on.
Okay. This is. A very good afternoon and greetings to all the participants in this seminar. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries, invited guests, and all respected participants in this online national seminar on revised accreditation framework RAF today on 11th February 2020, which is organized by IQAC Dada Ramachandra Sindhu Mahavidyalaya and sponsored by National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Distinguished Chairman, President, Secretary, and the members of Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, distinguished speakers Dr. Devendra Kaude and Dr. Professor Mahendra Sirsat of previous technical sessions, respected Principal Dr. Vishwajit Pense sir, Convener Dr. Yogesh Bhute sir, Co-Convener, Organizing Secretary, Treasurer, the Chairman of this technical sessions, my friend, respected Dr. Bakri sir, and all other near and dear participants who have attended this online conference on revised accreditation framework. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Pense sir, Principal of Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, and Dr. Bhute sir, who invited me here to share my views on the topic of understanding of revised accreditation framework of NAAC accreditations in and its benefits, issues, and the challenges. Presented by me, I am Dr. Rajesh Singru, Principal Thai Govalkar Science College, Ramtech District, Nagpur, ex-dean the Faculty of Science, ex-dean the Faculty of Science Technology, RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur. Here I have to share my topic from the education's quality education. Here we explain first the educations, what the impact of educations, what is quality educations, and what the use of or impact of quality educations for the betterment of human lives. We know that education opens up and expand the mind of human beings, which are useful in the life of many ways of humans. So far as the globalization is concerned, we know there is a need of quality educations. Instead of education now, we use the quality, we require the quality education. Quality education की जरूरत है हमको, and quality education is for the betterment of the prospectus in human life. यानी अगर quality education है तो अपना जो life है वो prospectus है, यानी we can grow in futures if we have the quality educations. We know that the ultimate growth of the nation is based on the quality of education. The quality of education, of higher education, can be evaluated both internally as well as externally. Already Dr. Kaude sir has discussed regarding this internal and the external evaluations. So quality educations we have analyzed both by externally as well as the internally. But internal evaluation कैसा किया जाता है? Is done through the self-study, self-analysis, and self-interpretations. And therefore, emphasis should be given on the internal evaluation than the external one. So for the accreditation is concerned, accreditation of the higher education is very crucial to provide quality education. यानी निर्णयात्मक जो quality education का जो निर्णयात्मक जो ये रहता है, वो accreditations of higher education institute का वो internal quality evaluation से होता है. And NAAC जो करती है, NAAC makes the internal self evaluation of the institutions and to develop to maintain quality education in the higher education. Actually NAAC यही काम करती है कि सभी higher education institute में quality education कैसे maintain किया जाए, assess करना चाहिए और कैसे उसको enhance करना चाहिए. इसी का यानी हेच आपल्याला NAAC हेच काम करत असते. Next is the NAC and its role in the accreditations of higher education. We know that the NAC is a government organization and it assesses and accreditates the higher education institutions. Autonomous body funded, it is an autonomous body funded by UGC and its headquarters is at Bangalore. So far as the certification of the NAC is concerned, it is a measure of standard of quality education, we know. Nowadays, it is a standard of quality education. If the institute has the certificate of NAC, then it is the quality in higher education institute, we can say. The purpose of the NAC, what's the purpose of the NAC? Is to enhance, promote, and to maintain the quality education. So far as the role of the NAC accreditation is concerned, it is going to focus on improving the quality parameters like research, innovation, student success, governance, and many more. As per the requirement and demand is concerned, it has always going to revise its manual and parameter from time to time. And therefore, we can say that NAC has never stagnant with a rigid policy in the framework of accreditation. जब भी कोई requirements और डिमांड होती है, तो NAC ने 2070 से लेकर उसमें रिवाइज किए हुए अपने पैरामीटर्स. Therefore, we can say that it is not a stagnant. उसकी पॉलिसी stagnant नहीं है NAC की, वो continuously रिवाइज होते रहती है. So far as this revised accreditation framework, which has been established in July 2017, the total entire procedure is process of the evaluation becomes online, which provides uniformity without discrimination. यानी online जो procedure है evaluation की, उसमें uniformity भी आती है और कोई discrimination उसमें आता नहीं है. But ये online procedure की वजह से most of the institutions have to face certain issues and challenges to maintain and promote the quality of education. So we will study, we will discuss these challenges, issues in the next some slides. Next slide is the process of NAC has brought the positive approach in the education. Why we can say it? Because when we are observing the NAC parameters, then we, instead of the negative words, we use here the positive words. That is, for example, we can say that instead of inspection, we use the assessment here. Instead of sitting above, we use the sitting beside. Instead of subjective, we use objective. Instead of informal, we use the systematic word. Instead of weakness, we use the strength. Instead of looking at past, we use the looking at future. Instead of minimum standard, we use the standard of excellence. Instead of fault finding, we use the institutional improvement. That means whatever the negative words are there, they are replaced by the positive words, and therefore we can say that the process of NAC has brought the positive approach in the education system. Then we see the revised accreditation framework. This revised accreditation framework, which has been launched in July 2017, actually we know that change is a continuous and ongoing process for getting excellence. Change होता ही रहता है और उसी change की वजह से we are getting the excellence. So where the revised guidelines are concerned, it's just a step in the journey and not the destinations. With the passage of time soon, these revised guidelines will undergoes the process of revision. And जब भी requirement रहेगा, जब भी demand रहेंगी, तो NAC is ready to revise its guidelines. वो rigid policy लेकर नहीं चल रही है, इसलिए उसमें revision होते रहेगा. Now we discuss the revised accreditation framework in this 10 points, in terms of 10 points. These are the silent feature of the, we can say the silent feature of this RAF. These are the, so these are the 10 points of silent feature of this new revised accreditation framework. Qualitative, first is the qualitative to quantitative shift. Second is the use of ICT for scalability. Third is the simplification of the process. Fourth is the online data validation and verification. Fifth is the system generated score. Sixth is the student satisfactory survey. Then electronic assessment and accreditation and offsite evaluation, matrix appropriation, benchmarking, and on-site assessment. These are these 10 points of which are the very important. We बोल सकते हैं कि these are the 10 heads of this revised accreditation framework. जैसे रावण को 10 heads थे, उसी तरह ये जो 10 heads अभी अपने ये अपने revised accreditation framework के. Due to this, the process of this on that accreditation and assessment process becomes very easy and very fruitful, transparent ban gayi hai ye process. The first we will discuss it, and then we'll go in the next slide. The qualitative to quantitative shift. Initially, previously, before 2017, there was a 100% qualitative analysis. Accreditation assessment was 100% qualitative by peer team visit. But nowadays, this should be decreased from 30, then 70% now. 70% quantitative analysis होती है और 30% qualitative होती है. That means qualitative, we can say that in the revised accreditation framework, there is a change. There is a shift from the qualitative to quantitative shift. Then second is the use of ICT for the scalability. In this array, there is an extensive use of the ICT. Online submission of the IIQ, online submission of the SSR, online DVV, online SSR, and on the basis of this, the CGPA can be calculated. So everything is online, and that is, therefore we can say that there is a use of ICT extensively for the scalability. So far as the simplification of the process is concerned, which is the third point, here in this case, the process becomes very simple. Initially or previously before the 2017, there was large number of questionnaires. The big SSR became very big, but nowadays the questionnaires are very small, and the report becomes very simple and small. And the process, therefore, we can say that the process is simplified as possible. ये अपने revised accreditation framework में अपने को एक simplified process NAAC की दी हुई है. Then next is this is a very outstanding step, that is online DV data validation and the verification. And after submissions of SSR online, there is an online evaluation is there, which is known as the data validation and the verifications. And on the basis of this data DVV, there is a automatic generations of the score, which is known as the pre-qualifier score or the system generated score, that is the fifth number. If this system generated score is 25% or below 35%, then that higher education institute is said to be fail in the accreditation, and if it is more, then it is said to be pass. Then next is the student satisfactory survey. It is again the outstanding features so far the revised accreditation framework is concerned. SSS, that is 21 questions are being sent to the students, and on the quantitative matrix, near about 10%, minimum 10% student of the 100 students are taken, and this score of student satisfactory survey score is to be considered in the calculations of the CGPA. Second, seventh step is the electronic accreditation and assessment and offsite evaluation. That means fourth cycle onward, the analysis or the evaluation is completely online. There is only the electronic accreditation and assessment. There is no on-site visit of the peer team to the higher education institutions. Therefore, purely electronic assessment, and a very important step, the outstanding step again in the revised accreditation framework, that is electronic accreditation and assessment, and there is a on-site visit of the peer team. Then the matrices appropriations, in matrices appropriation, we know that there are 7 criteria. Then the criteria, each criteria has the key indicators. Then each key indicators have the quantitative as well as the qualitative matrices. And these matrices, they are equally, they are appropriately distributed. That is, so far as the university म्हणा किंवा autonomous institution म्हणा किंवा higher education म्हणजे affiliated college, undergraduate PG म्हणा, appropriately they are distributed. म्हणजे याच्यामध्ये खूप वाद करायला मार्ग नाही आपल्याजवळ. And therefore, this is the 8th step of the revised accreditation framework. That is, the matrices are appropriately distributed. Then 9th is the benchmarking. Actually, benchmarking is the quality improvement tool. To make this benchmarking more powerful, in revised accreditation, it has made by comparing with the universities of the foreign universities like Australia, America, and by comparing this benchmarking, जो RAF जो उन्होंने ये किया, उनके parameters वो strong किए. So this is again very important head so far the RAF, that is revised accreditation framework, is concerned. And the last one is the on-site assessment. On-site assessment is only, that is on-site peer team visit. This is a peer team visit, and it is specific for the evaluations of only 30% qualitative matrices. Very specific. 30% आता आपल्याला ऑनलाइन मध्ये peer team कडे आपले मार्क आहे. बाकी everything, that is 70% is analyzed online. It is evaluated online. So these are the 10 points of revised accreditation framework. These are the distributions of the key indicators and the quality indicator. There are seven criteria, and there are 7 criteria. हे जात नाही का इथे ठेवू. So there are 7 criteria. These are the various indicators, and each indicator has qualitative as well as the quantitative matrices. So summations are different for the different higher education institution. If we see for the university, there are 115 total qualitative, quantitative matrices are required. For autonomous colleges, there are 107. For affiliated college, UG college 93, and PG college 96. And there is an appropriate distribution. We can see here this on this table. Appropriate distributions of the matrices is done for the university, autonomous college, and various affiliated college in revised accreditation framework. So this is a very interesting. Then this is the assessment outcome and calculation of CGPA. Assessment outcome, you know, it includes 3 steps. Number 1 is the peer team report and score based on 30% assessment of qualitative metrics. यानी जो peer team जो अपने को score देती है qualitative metrics, वो अपन visit करके अपने institution में, that is the 30%. Then system generated जो score रहता है SGS, which is based on the 70% assessment of quantitative metrics, and स्टूडेंट सर्वे सेटिस्फैक्टरी सर्वे जो रहता है उसका स्कोर. ये तीनों को मिला के CGPA is the combination of evaluation of qualitative, quantitative matrices along with the score of SSS, and therefore the final CGPA जो रहता है स्कोर का, it is a combination of the score of qualitative metric plus quantitative matrix plus the score of the student satisfactory survey. And we know that the CGPA is obtained on 5-point scale, which was 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And therefore, we can say that these are the CGPA and institutional grades. Here, if the CGPA is 4 to 3.51, then that institute has A++. Then if the CGPA is 3.50 to 3.26, then it is A+ grade. 3.25 to 3, then the institute has A grade. So in this way, these are the B+, then B+, B, B+, B, C, and D. So if the CGPA score is equal or less than 1.50, then the institutions has acquired the D grade and it is known as a non-accredited institution. Then that institute again, they have to submit the fresh IIQA and SSR. The next is this is the NAC accreditation process. You know that there are 7 steps in this ICT enabled accreditation process. So these are the number 1 is the online registrations, then online IIQA submissions. The report of the online IIQA submission informed within 15 days to the institution. If it is rejected, then then again the institute has to fresh IIQA, and if it is accepted, then within 45 days that institute has to submit SSR online. SSR is the combination of quantitative matrix and the qualitative matrix. Everybody knows these steps, but again, because I have mentioned this, we will just within 2 minutes we discuss, and later on we go to the next slide. Then after SSR submission, there is an online evaluation start, that is DVV process start for the 70% quantitative matrix within 30 days, and simultaneously there is a student satisfactory survey which is on the basis of the quantitative matrix. And for this, the 10% students, minimum 10% students or the 100 students are required. After DVV, that is quantitative matrix evaluation, it generates automatically the score which is known as the pre-qualifier score, which is also known as the system generated score. If it is below the 20%, then that institute fail, and it has again have to submit the IIQA which fresh fees. And if it is more than 20% SGS, then that institute is said to be passed and is ready for the peer team visit for 30% qualitative matrices within 90 days. Then the next step is the calculation of the CGPA, and last one is the declaration of the result. So these are the 7 steps so far as the NAC accreditation process is concerned. And therefore, we can say that the assessment and the accreditation process is in 3 dimensions. The 3 dimension means is the online submission of letter, preparation of submission of SSR, and peer team visit. This is a 3-dimensional process. Online submission of letter for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and onward cycle is concerned, only you have to submit the AQAS, that is annual quality assurance report. So for the first cycle is concerned, there is no AQAS for the cycle 1. Then this preparation of the submission of SSR, it is a backbone of the assessment. It covers the holistic framework of the institutions. And next dimension is the peer team visit. That is peer team visit at different departments of the institutions, interacts with the faculties, students, and the alumni. So with this, we can say that it is a 3-dimensional process है, और 3-dimensional process रहने के कारण सभी जो उसके जो कॉर्नर्स है वो सभी स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाए अपने RF यानी रिवाइज एक्रेडिटेशन सिस्टम में. इसीलिए ये जो सिस्टम है, it is highly appreciable and universally it is accepted by other universities also. Next, which is again the very important, that is we will discuss within 2 minutes, the management information system, this MIS, which is very important so far as the accreditation and the functional of the IQAC is concerned. Unless and until you have not the MIS, that is proper MIS, then a strong MIS, the IQAC जो रहती है इसमें अपने कॉलेज की इंस्टीट्यूशन की, वो बराबर फंक्शन नहीं कर सकती. तो MIS is very important for the functioning of the IQAC, because we know that the RAF जो है revised accreditation framework है, it has an extensive use of ICT है उसमें. And for facing this entire online process, there should be a डायनेमिक ऑफ IQAC विद स्ट्रॉन्ग मैनेजमेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम। MIS ये बहुत ही जरूरी है विद द IQAC और MIS अगर वो इंस्टीट्यूट की अच्छी है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, तो दे कैन वेरी इजीली फेस द NAAC accreditation process. Actually MIS provide the data. MIS क्या करती है? ये डाटा प्रोवाइड करती है रिगार्डिंग हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन थ्रू एंटरप्राइज रिसोर्सेज में। ERPS जो रहता है इस सॉफ्टवेयर में, वो ERPS से अपने को वो डाटा वहां पर क्लाउड में, एक्चुअली क्लाउड में वो स्टोर किया जाता है, और वी कैन जो डाटा है ये डाटा हम कहाँ भी एनीवेयर एनी टाइम एट ए क्लिक ऑफ द माउस वी कैन gain it, we can obtain the data. This is the way, this is the advantage of the management information system, that data security रहती है, data accuracy रहती है, and accessibility of information from anywhere anytime at the click of the mouse. So ये जो MIS system है, वो MIS system generally जो बाकी इंस्टीट्यूट सभी most of the institution में क्या दिखाई गई है, this ERPS जो रहता है in the software are only focused on the admission, accounts and the academic result. ये जो दो तीन बातें हैं वो ERPS में अपने को दिखाई देती है और मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम में भी अपने को यही दिखाई देती है. But actually in addition to these three, that is admission, account and the academic result, ERPS should include teaching, learning, curriculum, co-curriculum, extracurricular activities, student progression, research function of functions of placement है, and career counseling है, feedback mechanism है, record है of best practices and innovations and incubations of the institution. ये सभी बातें वो अगर ERPS में है, तो ऐसे ERPS की डिमांड वो अपने हमने वो सर्विस प्रोवाइड को करना चाहिए, ताकि they should understand the potentiality of the market of such a ERPS and they are going to develop such ERPS. अदरवाइज क्या हो जाएंगे, अगर ERPS अच्छा नहीं है और अपना अगर मैनेजमेंट इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम अगर स्ट्रांग नहीं है, तो वी कैन नॉट ऑब्टेन द डाटा एट प्रॉपर टाइम. सो ये जो क्लाउड में जो डाटा भरा हुआ है वो अपने को अपने तरफ अगर लाना है, तो उसके लिए ये जो ERPS है वो स्ट्रांग रहना चाहिए तुम्हारे मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम में. ये सभी बातें जो NAAC के 7 से 7 क्राइटेरिया में दिए हुए, वो सभी बातें अपने को वो मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम में रहनी चाहिए. Then the next is the importance of the NAAC accreditation. ये जैसे importance तो सभी ने बताया कि NAAC accreditations help us help very important, that is outstanding. उसकी help क्या होती है कि institutions to know its strength, weakness and the opportunity as well as threat. ये अपने को strength, weakness और opportunity and threat मालूम होने के कारण we can cope up our weakness by the strength, and for this we can plan in the institution and can find out the areas of planning. This is a very important importance and benefits so far as the NAAC accreditation is concerned, that is to know the strength, weakness and opportunity of the higher education institution. Next is on the basis of CGPA we can differentiate one institute from the other institute in quality education. यानी quality education कौन से institute की अच्छी है, कौन से institute की उससे कम है, it depends on the CGPA. Nowadays it depends on the CGPA, and therefore student can very easily select the quality institutions. That means ये जो है ये student के लिए बहुत important है कि कौन से quality education और कौन सा quality institute हमने choose करना चाहिए. Then next is the NAAC accreditation can identify the quality of the institute in terms of education है, research है, faculty infrastructure है, etc. Therefore it can easy for students in selecting a quality institution. That means student के लिए कौन सा quality, कौन सा institution, कौन सा college सिलेक्ट करना, ये सब डिपेंड करता है NAAC के accreditation के ऊपर, क्योंकि उसमें सभी डेवलपमेंट क्वालिटी यानी एजुकेशन की आती है, रिसर्च की आती है, फैसिलिटी की आती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की आती है, एंड देयरफॉर इट इज वेरी अगेन very beneficial for the higher education institution and also for the student. Next is the NAAC accreditation gives an institute instant credibility and increases its admission. यानी अगर उसको अगर बी ग्रेड या सी ग्रेड, ए ग्रेड या ए प्लस ग्रेड अगर मिलता है तो उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी बढ़ जाती है वो इंस्टीट्यूशन की। एंड दैट्स व्हाई द एडमिशन जो रहती है उसकी वो इंस्टीट्यूशन में एडमिशन लेने वाले स्टूडेंट भी बढ़ते हैं। So this is again the, so far the higher education system is higher education institution is concerned and the student is concerned, both these are the beneficial this accreditation system is. Next is the accreditation has become a powerful weapons for the job placement. देखो job placement के लिए, advertising for the college के लिए, draw good staff के लिए, attracting good student, management taking interest to improve the infrastructure, support services increase होती है, alumni support increase होता है, and resources mobilization होता है, ये सब होता है are happening on the verge of the accreditation. यानी accreditation की वजह से ये सब अपने हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट में अपने को सब बेनिफिट यानी अपने एनहांसमेंट हो जाती है अपने क्वालिटी अपने कॉलेज की अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की. सो दीज आर वेरी द फ्यू आई हैव मेंशन हियर द वेरी फ्यू benefit of the or importance of the NAC accreditation. Also in addition to this there are also more importance or the beneficiaries of NAC accreditation is there, but due to some time lag we discuss only 4 or 5 years. The next is the we discuss here the issues and challenges faced by the higher education institution. These are the issues and challenges faced by the institution. Number one is the appointment of IQAC coordinator. Next is the unequal role of peer team and IQAC in assessment. Next challenge is the preparing learners for online courses MOOCs and SWAYAM. Fourth is the feedback system. Fifth is the reimbursement of the peer team visit, logistic fees. Next is the process of NAC accreditation covers all the institutions under the same criteria and matrices. And last one is the institutions offering open and distance education not brought under NAC and accreditation and the assessment. So these are the 7 challenges. So far as my opinion is concerned, these are these 7 challenges, issues and challenges I observed against the revised accreditation framework. But excluding these few challenges, there is no doubt about the accountability and transparency of the NAC process in all concerns. Okay, so one by one we will discuss very shortly. First is the appointment of IQAC coordinator. We know that many higher education institution अभी भी वहाँ पर traditional thinking teaching staff की बहुत ज़्यादा है, and therefore orientation of such a teaching staff is a big challenge to many institutions for the qualitative functioning of the IQAC. यानी IQAC को qualitative functioning करने के लिए ये जो traditional thinking teacher है उनका orientation करना ये बहुत बड़ा challenge है अभी institution के सामने. As per the NAC guidelines is concerned, a senior teacher shall be appointed as a coordinator of the IQAC with English language proficiency and the ICT skill. यानी वो टीचर को इंग्लिश आना चाहिए और ICT enabled वो जो प्रोफेसर और टीचर वो रहना चाहिए. But what is the fact here? The many senior teachers in the higher education institute do not have the proficiency of English language and ICT. ICT स्किल उनको मालूम नहीं है. उन इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूट की बात कर रहे हो ना, सभी इंस्टीट्यूशन में ये पॉसिबल नहीं है, लेकिन बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में आज भी कॉलेजेस में सीनियर टीचर जो रहते हैं दे आर नॉट फैमिलियर विद द इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज, दे आर नॉट टेक्नो सेवी, एंड देयरफॉर इट इज अ बिग challenge to appoint the IQAC coordinator as a leader of the NAC. So many institutions are constrained to appoint junior. ऐसे वक्त क्या करेंगे तो वो जो इंस्टीट्यूट है वो जूनियर टीचर को अपॉइंट करता है as a leader of the IQAC, as a coordinator, discarding the guidelines of IQAC compositions of the NAC. अब अगर जूनियर टीचर को अपन ने लीडरशिप लीडरशिप दे दी उनको तो नेचुरली दिस मेक्स द कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अमंग द स्टाफ. यानी सीनियर और जूनियर में जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट उसमें स्टाफ में आता है, एंड देयरफॉर सो फार दिस इज अ बिग चैलेंज in front of the higher education institution, and Therefore, so far as my opinion is concerned, I have given some recommendation and suggestions to the NAC that the appointment of the IQAC coordinator, ये जो IQAC coordinator का appointment है, should be done through the external expert panel in the university level, like career advancement scheme from the existing teaching staff proposed by the management of the institution. यानी मैनेजमेंट ने जो स्टाफ को प्रपोज किया, 2-3 स्टाफ को, उनका इंटरव्यू यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पे होना चाहिए और उसमें से सिलेक्ट करना चाहिए कि हु इज द IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर ऑफ दैट इंस्टीट्यूशन। इस तरीके से अगर अपॉइंटमेंट अगर करते हो IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर की, तो ये जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स जो आता है स्टाफ में, वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट नहीं आएगा और NAC का जो IQAC जो है, वो IQAC भी उसका जो वर्क है वो बराबर कर सकेंगे। सो दिस इज फर्स्ट चैलेंज एंड इट्स रिकमेंडेशन एंड सजेशन। देन नेक्स्ट चैलेंज which generally higher education institution is going to face is the unequal role of and responsibility of peer team of NAC and IQAC in assessment. We know that theoretically क्या कहते हैं, theoretically speaking, at the time of on-site visit, a peer team of the NAC and the IQAC of the institution have equal role and responsibility in the assessment process. ये theoretically speaking ठीक है, यानी है भी, ये भी गाइडलाइंस में है कि दोनों का भी जो रोल है, NAC पीयर टीम का और IQAC का रोल जो है वो कैसा रहना चाहिए, इक्वल रोल एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है उसकी। लेकिन जब प्रैक्टिकली जब पीयर टीम अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में आती है तो प्रैक्टिकली some situation is different. The practically many times peer team has played a dominant role and IQAC has become a subordinated partner at the time of on-site visit. हमें देखा ही देता है कि जो peer team रहती है उसका dominance ही रहती है, यानी the members of the peer team sometimes play very biased in the subjective behavior, यानी वो पक्षपातीपना करते हैं, उसका बिहेवियर अच्छा नहीं रहता, आर्बिट्रेरी स्टेटमेंट देते हैं एंड इट इम्पोज देयर ओन पर्सनल व्यूज। यानी ये जो है पीयर टीम, ये पीयर टीम जो रहती है, बहुत कम ऐसे पीयर टीम रहती होंगी कि जो सब्जेक्टिव यानी बायस्ड जो बिहेवियर नहीं दिखाती है, आर्बिट्रेरी स्टेटमेंट नहीं देती है, ऐसे बहुत कम बार दिखता है, लेकिन मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम ऐसी पीयर टीम आती है। एंड देयरफॉर फॉर दिस, so far as my opinion is concerned, the recommendation and suggestion is to avoid this. IQAC coordinator from any of the higher education institution should be included as fourth member in peer team for better coordination between the institution and the peer team. यानी जो IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर जो रहता है उसको फोर्थ मेंबर करके अपने पीयर टीम में जगह देना चाहिए, क्योंकि जैसे कोऑर्डिनेटर जो रहता है उसको तो सभी मालूमात रहती है, अगर वो 7 क्राइटेरिया अपलोड कर सकता है, 7 क्राइटेरिया को इन्फो यानी उसका स्टडी कर सकता है, तो दैट मींस ही इज द बेस्ट व्हाट वी कैन से दैट इज द बेस्ट टीम मेंबर ऑफ द पीयर टीम एंड देयरफॉर ऐसे बेस्ट को अपने पीयर टीम में जगह देना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा रिकमेंडेशन है NAC को। एंड आल्सो दिस कैन आल्सो बी फुलफिल द शॉर्टेज। अभी शॉर्टेज है बोलते, NAC बहुत बार बोलती है कि शॉर्टेज है, पीयर टीम तैयार करने में बहुत सारे लोग मिल नहीं रहे, तो अगर IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर को एक मेंबर अगर बना दिए पीयर टीम का, तो वो जो शॉर्टेज का प्रॉब्लम है वो भी निकल जाएगा। सो दिस इज द नेक्स्ट चैलेंज, another challenge so far the higher education institution is going to face normally. The next is the feedback. अब feedback देना, practically the IQAC of the institution is always expecting good peer team report. अब कोई भी हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट हो वो तो अच्छा गुड पीयर टीम रिपोर्ट ही चाहिए उनको, एंड गुड ग्रेड भी चाहिए फॉर द इंस्टीट्यूशन, एंड देयरफॉर इंस्टीट्यूशन मस्ट बी फेयर ऑफ पीयर टीम ऑन साइट विजिट एंड देयर इवैल्यूएशन ऑफ द क्वालिटेटिव मैट्रिसेस। यानी इंस्टीट्यूशन क्या होता है, वो उनको डर लगता है, पीयर टीम आना बोले तो वो ऐसे बिल्कुल डर जाते हैं, कहीं तो भी उनको एक घबराहट हो जाती है कि अरे अभी पीयर टीम आ रही, क्या होगा क्या होगा। इसीलिए वो जो रिपो यानी जो फीडबैक देना चाहिए वो फीडबैक प्रॉपरली दे नहीं सकते। नेक्स्ट, दैट इज व्हाई द हेड ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन कैन नॉट एक्चुअली क्या होता है, कैन नॉट डिस्पैच देयर रियल फीडबैक अबाउट द ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ द पीयर टीम। यानी पीयर टीम के ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस के ऊपर जो वो दे नहीं सकते, प्रॉपर फीडबैक दे नहीं सकते। And therefore, so far as my recommendation is concerned, a third party feedback from the affiliated university should also be considered along with the feedback of the head of the institution before awarding to the grade to that institution. यानी institution के feedback से along with this, there should also be the feedback by the university, affiliated university. And वो feedback जाने के बाद ही उनको grade मिलना चाहिए वो institution की. And also IQAC coordinator also be included as a member of the peer team. यानी peer team में अगर IQAC coordinator अगर member करके जाता है तो ये सब solve हो जाएगा. Next challenge is the preparation of learners for the online courses MOOCs and Swayam. This is again a great challenge भी बोल सकते हैं, ये problem भी बोल सकते हैं कि अभी तक revised accreditation system में NAAC manuals has not yet covered the massive open online courses for the assessment of the higher education institute. Actually MOOCs and Swayam का अभी तक उन्होंने assessment पे लिया नहीं है. How many teachers and students have been benefited by the MOOCs? The beneficiary of the course from the institution should also be under the scanner of assessment process of the higher education institution. ये भी होना चाहिए. MOOCs have been fulfilling the अपने को मालूम है कि ये जो MOOCs है, fulfilling the dreams of our national poet Rabindranath Tagore. उनका क्या कहना था? There is a knowledge must be free to every citizens of the country. Any learner should learn through the ICT methods without geographical constraint. अगर बुक्स का ऑनलाइन अगर ये कोर्सेस है तो कोई भी आदमी विदाउट जियोग्राफिकल कंस्ट्रेंट वो कोर्सेस वो पढ़ सकता है. यही अपना कि सबको समान शिक्षण देना चाहिए, यही अपनी नेशनल पोएट है रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर की, तो वो भी फुलफिल हो जाता है. Actually seeing the relevance of this books का जो relevance देख के MHRD has again launched the program of study waves of active learning for young aspiring minds, which is known as the Swayam, with an objective to fulfill the demands of the learners. Learners के demand fulfill करने के लिए ही तो ये Swayam बनाया MHRD ने in addition to the books. This new development may play an important role to accelerate the accessibility of the quality education. लेकिन रिवाइज उसमें NAAC ने वो उसमें अभी तक लिया नहीं है अपने. So my recommendation is the NAAC has to consider the enrollment of the learners in MOOCs as a qualitative step in the higher education institution. If NAAC provides more weightage to MOOCs in its accreditation process, then all higher education institutions will take special initiative to enroll the learner in MOOCs. Such institution may boost access, equity, and excellence in almost all higher education institutions in India. So this is again a very important aspect of the which is not included in the NAAC accreditation. Then reimbursement of the peer team visit logistic fee. ये तो सभी को मालूम है कि there is also a challenge in the grant in added higher education recognized under 2F, जो भी 2F and 12B में due to non-compliance of the reimbursement of accreditation fees and the PTV logistic fees. यानी non-compliance देती है लेकिन लेट देती है, बस इतना ही है. non-compliance वाले तो वो अनिश्चित हो जाता है फिर reimbursement. तो actually वो जो reimbursement है वो जल्दी करना चाहिए. As per the NAAC revised new manual, the fees and the expenses would be reimbursed on the submission of the necessary document. यानी necessary document submit करने के बाद तुरंत अपने को वो जो logistic fee and fees है वो institution को मिलना चाहिए कि those under 2F and the 12B उन्हीं को मिलता है. So but many higher education institutions which have completed their accreditation process and received grade, even though they do not have received this reimbursement amount from the NAAC. ऐसा होता है, बहुत सारे हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन का कहना है कि हमें तो मिली नहीं, 2 साल हो गए अभी तक मिली नहीं है accreditation होने के बाद भी. So also so far as my opinion is concerned, this logistic जो expenses is too much for the 3 members peer team, even though they travel in the business class in the height. ये ज्यादा होती है बाकी जो बडिंग जो हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट है उनके लिए. So my recommendation and suggestion for the NAAC is there should be a time bonded reimbursement system from NAC for all higher education institutions under 2F and 12B of UGC Act 1956. And also it is very difficult to afford fee structure for new colleges which are not under 12B and 2F during its first cycle, and therefore there should have some consideration in their fee structure by the NAC. So this is again the new one of the challenge against the NAC accreditation process. Then the process of next challenge is the process of NAC accreditation should cover all the institution under the same criteria and the matrices. Actually, ये भी बहुत बड़ा challenge है कि NAC has one procedure parameters है of accreditation and the assessment of all higher education institution. यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए बोलो थोड़ा फर्क है, लेकिन बहुत सारे जो 93 अगर एफिलिएटेड कॉलेज को है तो 115 यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए, यानी वो डिफरेंस बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है. There is no discrimination in the rural, tribal and the urban colleges. The procedure is equal to all the colleges, but the institutions which are in the budding stage initially do not have all the infrastructure and resources. They find it as a difficult process with their limited resources. So you cannot make the same pant for the fat and the lean person. एक ही पैंट तो अपन नहीं कर सकते कि एक समझो जाड़ा है और एकदम थीन पर्सन है, एक पैंट तो दोनों भी आदमी नहीं पहन सकते. इसलिए ये जो प्रोसेस है, ये भी प्रोसेस बडिंग जो कॉलेजेस है, इंस्टीट्यूशन है, जो थोड़ा सा हायर एजुकेशन है, ट्राइबल के इंस्टीट्यूशन है, उनके लिए थोड़ा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होना चाहिए ताकि वो भी नेक इंस्टीट्यूशन बड़े मन से और इंटरेस्ट से कर सके. They cannot take, actually this is budding जो रहते institutions or weak institution, they are not cannot take major projects like autonomous institution. वो तो प्रोजेक्ट ले नहीं सकते क्योंकि वो 12B में नहीं रहते, 2F में नहीं आते, इसलिए उनको प्रोजेक्ट नहीं ले सकते वो. Also the such institution in the rural area find it difficult to make industry academia MOU, as most of the industries are in the cities and near, and they are not approachable for them. यानी cities में बहुत सारी industries रहते हैं, इसलिए MOU भी नहीं बना सकते. अगर वो MOU नहीं बना सकते, बाद में वो अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, तो how it is going to face this difficult accreditation process of the NAC? It is very difficult for the higher education institution. So far my opinion is concerned, this is my opinion. Therefore, I am going to recommend or suggest some matter to the NAC that there should be a discrimination in the rural, tribal and urban colleges in the progress of the NAC, process of the NAC. And the government must ensure the infrastructure and other facility before opening a new institution. Then after there should be a process of the NAC. यानी NAC, यानी गवर्नमेंट क्या करती है, नए नए लोगों को कॉलेज खोलने के लिए परवानगी देते हैं, इन्हें खोलने के लिए परमिशन देते हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद में उनके पास जो ना कोई स्ट्रक्चर रहता है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रहता है, ना स्पोर्ट्स रहती है, ना लाइब्रेरी रहती है. ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशन को NAC फेस करना बहुत ही बड़ी चैलेंज है, बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. तो मेरे ख्याल से ऐसा लगता है मुझे कि गवर्नमेंट मस्ट इंश्योर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, माने जब वो न्यू कॉलेज और न्यू इंस्टीट्यूशन ओपन होते तभी उनको गवर्नमेंट ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर देना चाहिए, सब फैसिलिटी देना चाहिए, और तभी जाके फिर उन्होंने वो प्रोसेस को हैंडल करना चाहिए NAC की, ऐसा मेरा कहना है. सो दिस इज अगेन द वन ऑफ द limitations बोलो या challenge बोलो, so far as the NAC accreditation system is concerned. Next is the institution offering open and the distance education should brought under NAC accreditation and the assessment. यानी अभी बहुत सारे education है, number of education are offering open and distance education using multimedia strategy. अरे आज को तो टेक्नो सेवी लोग है, टेक्नोलॉजी का जमाना है, मल्टीमीडिया स्ट्रेटेजी यूज करके बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन अभी offering open and the distance educations. हाई नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट फ्रॉम द अलग अलग, यानी एक अगर इंस्टीट्यूट यहाँ पर है नागपुर में, तो स्टूडेंट अमेरिका के भी ले सकते हैं, अलग अलग इसके भी ले सकते हैं, बहुत सारे जगह की ले सकते हैं, और ओपन डिस्टेंस एजुकेशन दे आर गोइंग टू बी गिवन टू द स्टूडेंट्स. These initiations, these institutes are not covered under accreditation agency, and it is difficult to measure, quality assurance, and it may have serious implication. Actually, ये भी जो ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशन है, वो भी इंस्टीट्यूशन जिसे डिस्टेंस एंड ओपन एजुकेशन दिया जाता है, वो भी NAC के एक्रेडिटेशन में आना चाहिए. एंड देयरफॉर सो फार एज माय रिकमेंडेशन इज कंसर्न, द क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस सिस्टम हैव टू चेंज and modify their methods to include such open and distance learning higher education institution which is stimulated by the use of information technology. So these are all the, we can say that these are all the challenges, these issues and challenges pose the impediment or hurdles in the growth of quality of education system in the nation. But in addition to this, there is also the importance, there is also the benefit of the NAC process. So even though the NAC process have the challenges, there is also the beneficiary, or there is also the importance of the challenges. Then some challenges are there for the, especially for the rural and the tribal colleges. Because what happened here? The government of Maharashtra issued a GR that NAC is mandatory. NAC is mandatory for every colleges and university. If anybody fails to do the same, salary grant and the affiliation from university will be discontinued. ये GR निकल गया government of Maharashtra का. The state director of higher education has set a deadline for the colleges. The colleges have to overcome several difficulties to get the NAC certification. ऐसे position में the main objective of assessment and the accreditation is that every higher education institute should follow the quality in every aspect. अच्छा, NAC तो सभी एस्पेक्ट में वो एनहांसमेंट बताती है, यानी चाहती है. टीचिंग लर्निंग में होना, उनको एनहांसमेंट, रिसर्च में होना, टीचर्स क्वालिटी में होना, पब्लिकेशन में होना, एल्यूमिनी में होना, मैनेजमेंट में होना, टीचिंग लर्निंग एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉलेज, सभी में क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट चाहिए NAC को. अब अगर ये ट्राइबल और रूरल कॉलेजेस है, उनके पास ना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, ना बुक्स है, ना स्पोर्ट्स के सामान है, ना ग्राउंड है, वो क्या ये NAC के पूरे ये जो दिए हुए जो पैरामीटर, हाउ दे आर गोइंग टू फेस, हाउ दे आर गोइंग टू मैनेज ऑल दिस थिंग्स, इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट. एंड देयरफॉर देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ चैलेंजेस फेस्ड बाय द रूरल एंड द ट्राइबल कॉलेजेस टू प्रिपेयर एंड फेस द NAC assessment. So we see here the some challenges regarding or against faced by the rural and the tribal colleges. Number one is the research oriented teacher. सबसे पहली बात वो ये है कि उसमें रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड टीचर ही नहीं है बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन में. ट्राइबल है, दे आर ट्रेडिशनल थिंकर टीचर है वो सब. नेक्स्ट इज इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रॉब्लम तो हमेशा रहता है ट्राइबल कॉलेज में, रूरल कॉलेज में. मुझे अनुभव है, आई हैव दैट एक्सपीरियंस बिकॉज आई हैव सर्विंग 22 years at Aheri, which is a very remote town, remote village, and RD Science College is a very poor college at that time. So electricity problem रहता है, internet का problem रहता है. Some rural and the tribal colleges have internet connectivity, but the range and speed is very slow. ICT awareness, the number of faculties and the staff members has less knowledge about the ICT अवेयरनेस बिल्कुल रहता नहीं पुअर ट्राइबल एंड रूरल कॉलेजेस में. लैंग्वेज बैरियर भी बहुत सारे, जैसे ट्राइबल कॉलेजेस में गढ़चिरौली, आहिरी अगर तुम चले गए तो मोस्ट ऑफ देयर स्टूडेंट दे आर द ट्राइबल स्टूडेंट्स, एंड द ट्राइबल स्टूडेंट्स हैव मराठी एंड इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज बैरियर. प्रॉब्लम है उनको. दे आर नॉट वेरी फियर अबाउट दे आर वेरी फियर अबाउट द इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज. मराठी भी बराबर नहीं बोल सकते वो. उनकी लैंग्वेज जो तेलुगु है, उनमें माड़िया लोग हैं, उनके जो अलग अलग लैंग्वेज है वो लैंग्वेज में वो अच्छी बात कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मराठी वन नहीं आती तो वो इंग्लिश के तो इंग्लिश में बात करना बहुत दूर की बात है. ऐसा ये जो इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज बैरियर भी रूरल एंड द ट्राइबल कॉलेजेस में अपने को दिखाई देता है. देन द बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है रूरल एंड ट्राइबल कॉलेज में फेस प्रॉब्लम ऑफ बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. दे डोंट हैव एडुकेट लाइब्रेरी एंड द स्पोर्ट फैसिलिटी फॉर द स्टूडेंट. Also, in addition to this, the transportation facility is a very big problem in rural and the tribal area, because number of the students comes to the college from the walk of bicycle से आते हैं या अगर बस से आते हैं तो बस का बहुत प्रॉब्लम रहता है ट्राइबल एंड द रूरल कॉलेजेस में. In addition to this, the students time in the campus, यानी जो स्टूडेंट जो रहते हैं वो बहुत कम समय कैंपस में रहते हैं. Why? Because they go back to help their parents in farming for livelihood. यानी उनके उपजीविका के लिए पेरेंट्स को फार्मिंग में मदद करने के लिए उनको जाना पड़ता है. To respond डिपार्टमेंट अँड द कॉलेज ऍक्ट, यानी वो जो है त्याच्यामुळे काय होते की दे फेल टू रिस्पॉन्ड डिपार्टमेंटल एंड द कॉलेज एक्टिविटी, यानी कॉलेज एक्टिविटी में वो रिस्पॉन्ड ही नहीं दे सकते, इन्वॉल्व नहीं हो सकते. दिस इज अ वेरी अगेन द वेरी great challenge in front of the rural and the tribal colleges regarding the students. So again the higher education, again I say rural or the tribal colleges mein it is very difficult to promote the students for the higher educations and the competitive examinations like MPSC and the UPSC examination. Fund and finance may be problem hai, government of Maharashtra staff non-salary grant, hence the infrastructural development of the college are not possible in rural and the tribal colleges. Fear about NAC, इसी की वजह से I personally feel that number of the colleges fear about NAC accreditation and the assessment system due to less quality of teaching and other activities relating to the students. Also the cooperation of the support, यानी स्टाफ का भी सपोर्ट कम रहता है, टीचिंग नॉन टीचिंग का भी सपोर्ट कम रहता है, इवन मैनेजमेंट का भी सपोर्ट कम रहता है. मैनेजमेंट, टीचिंग, नॉन टीचिंग स्टाफ यही कहती है कि दिस इज द ओनली रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द आईक्यूएससी कमिटी, ये सिर्फ आईक्यूएससी कमेटी की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, हमारा कोई लेन देन नहीं इसमें. ऐसा सभी लोग अगर सोचते हैं तो इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू फेस सच ए डिफिकल्ट प्रोसेस ऑफ NAC accreditation and assessment system regarding the rural and the tribal colleges. So looking these limitations, some latest initiative taken by the UGC to promote the quality in education. ये 3 system अभी latest दिया हुआ है, उसके बारे में बहुत जानकारी नहीं है, मुझे भी नहीं जानकारी बेटा. दिस इज द लेटेस्ट इनिशिएटिव टेकन बाय UGC. इसमें पहली है कि इनोवेटिव यूनिवर्सिटी स्कीम बताई है UGC ने, दूसरी है परामर्श स्कीम ऑफ UGC फॉर NAC असेसमेंट एंड द एक्रेडिटेशन, एंड थर्ड है हायर एजुकेशन क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट प्रोग्राम मैंडेट HEQIPM. ये 3 यूनिवर्सिटी ने अभी इनिशिएटिव दिया हुआ है, उसके बारे में बहुत जानकारी नहीं है, फिर भी उसका सामने अपने को फेस करना पड़ेगा. ये इनोवेटिव सिस्टम जो पहली है इनोवेशन ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटी, इसमें क्या है, ये ए ग्रेड जो रहता है यूनिवर्सिटी और जो कॉलेजेस है इंस्टीट्यूशन है हैविंग ए ग्रेड, सो ये जो ए ग्रेड वाले जो स्कीम है, इन्होंने इनोवेटिव टीचिंग लर्निंग शेयरिंग कलेक्टिवली एंड ग्रोइंग, जो टीचिंग लर्निंग उन्होंने ग्रो करना चाहिए और अपने जो कॉलेजेस है दूसरे यूनिवर्सिटीज है कि जिनको ग्रेड कम है उनको वो शेयर करना चाहिए. ये इसका एक क्या बोलते हैं, उसका एक एम है, उसका जो मोटो है इनोवेटिव यूनिवर्सिटी स्कीम ऑफ UGC का, यानी बड़े लोगों ने छोटे लोगों को मदद करना चाहिए, यही इसका मीनिंग है. दूसरा भी वही है परामर्श स्कीम ऑफ द UGC फॉर NAC असेसमेंट एंड एक्रेडिटेशन. इसमें भी जो बड़े यानी ए ग्रेड वाले, बड़े ग्रेड वाले जो है उन्होंने वो मेंटर रहेंगे, और छोटे ग्रेड वाले जो है यानी बस ये बडिंग कॉलेजेस है, जो ट्राइबल कॉलेजेस है, रूरल कॉलेज है, वो मेंटी रहेंगे और उनको पूरा परामर्श, या ये जो छोटे क्या बोलते हैं वो इंस्टीट्यूट है वो परामर्श लेंगे इनका, जो बड़े ग्रेड जो ग्रेड है उनको उन इंस्टीट्यूशंस का. तो दिस इज ये एम है इसका कि परामर्श लेना, यानी बड़े लोगों का परामर्श लेना छोटे लोगों ने, ये स्कीम है अभी UGC ने लॉन्च की हुई है. एंड नेक्स्ट थर्ड है द हायर एजुकेशन क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट प्रोग्राम मैंडेट, जो है इसमें ये 5 स्किल दिया है, यानी स्किल, नॉलेज एंड एथिक्स. इनका कहना है कि स्किल के बजाय स्किल के साथ नॉलेज भी होना और एथिक्स भी स्टूडेंट में डेवलप होने को होना. उसके लिए उन्हें 5 डॉक्यूमेंट दिया हुआ है, इवैल्यूएशन रिफॉर्म्स है, इको फ्रेंडली एंड सस्टेनेबल यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस है, ह्यूमन वैल्यूज एंड प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स है, फैकल्टी इंडक्शन एंड एकेडमिक रिसर्च इंटीग्रिटी है. ये सभी ये अभी लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट है UGC का. आगे जाके अपने को वी विल सी these are included in the NAC accreditation processes. The next is this is the conclusion. So the ultimate growth, in conclusion, the ultimate growth of the nation is based on the quality of education. NAC and IQAC plays a crucial role in improving the quality of higher education institution. The NAC accreditation and the institution help the institutions to know its SWOT, that is strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Then institution must depend on their internal quality assessment. The internal mechanism provides self-introspections and self-evaluation. If any, this is very important, that if any higher education institution failed to maintain quality aspect, may definitely will disappear from the educational map of India. यानी जो इंस्टीट्यूशन ने अगर क्वालिटी एजुकेशन अगर मेंटेन नहीं किया तो वो इंडियन एजुकेशन के मैप से बाहर हो जाएगा. ये अभी परिस्थिति है, इसीलिए ये परिस्थिति को जान के every institution should have to recognize these conditions, and therefore everybody should have to face the NAAC accreditation and the assessment process. Therefore, sustaining quality is prime responsible for our education system. यहाँ अभी ये जो क्वालिटी यानी क्वालिटी सस्टेन करना, क्वालिटी एनहांस करना, ये प्राइम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हो गई अभी सभी एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट की. सो दिस इज द कंक्लूजन एंड लास्ट my some 2-3 recommendations are there for the NAAC. That first my recommendation is to provide salary only to NAAC accredited higher education institution. मेरा कहना है कि ऐसे जो NAAC accredited है ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट को सैलरी देना चाहिए अगर वो उसका यानी एनकरेजमेंट अगर करना चाहते हैं तो. दूसरी बात है कि एनकरेज दिस NAAC accreditation टू ऑल द पेरेंट्स ऑफ द स्टूडेंट, यानी पेरेंट्स के परकुलेट करना चाहिए, पेरेंट्स तक ये जो एनकरेजमेंट है NAAC accreditation की वो परकुलेट करना चाहिए. थर्ड इज द रेगुलर सपोर्टिव सुपरविजन जो है, यानी एक कमिटी करना चाहिए. अब क्या होता है, एक आधा यानी इंस्टीट्यूशन का एक्रीडिएशन हो गया कि उसके बाद में उसके तरफ NAAC ढूंढ के भी नहीं देखता 5 साल, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. There should be a regular supportive supervisions, RSS we can say it here, to NAAC accredited higher education by nominated by team. यानी वो टीम नॉमिनेट करना चाहिए NAAC ने, और वो हर 5 साल रेगुलर 5 साल तक उसमें सुपरविजन करना चाहिए वो कमेटी ने. ऐसा मेरा रिकमेंडेशन है NAAC को. एंड लास्ट इज द कोर्स आउटकम्स एंड द प्रोग्राम आउटकम्स शुड बी क्लियरली डिफाइंड. ये जो इसमें थोड़ी क्लियरिटी कम है, मोस्ट ऑफ द इंस्टीट्यूशन में, मोस्ट ऑफ द IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर तक ये जो कोर्स आउटकम थोड़ा सा है, क्लियरिटी उसमें बहुत सारी क्लियरिटी आना चाहिए. सो दीज आर द रिकमेंडेशंस एंड this is my topic, understanding challenges, issues, and everything for the revised accreditation framework of the NAAC. With this, I stop my few words. Thank you very much for listening me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Singru, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful talk. No doubt, sir, you have truly said that NAAC and IQAC plays a crucial role in improving the quality of higher education. Now the forum is open for the questionnaire. If anybody wants to ask any question, you may ask. Any questions? I think there is no question, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Suresh Bake sir to brief the visionary words of Dr. Rajesh Singru sir. Dr. Rajesh sir, please.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you, Dr. Singru, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Principal Tai Golwalkar College, Ramtech, for nice, informative, elaborative remark on benefit, issues, challenges, and recommendation for revised accreditation and assessment framework. Sir, you are rightly pointed out the utilization of ERPS. Actually, most of the colleges, they don't know most of the things of the ERPS that should be properly utilized. Actually, our NAAC team also pointed out this thing, and because of the limited access, we cannot use that ERPS. Secondly, I too agree with you, sir, your opinion regarding the appointment of IQAC coordinator as one of the member of the peer team. Along with that, incorporation of IQAC third party feedback should be there. And then regarding the MOU, you know, in the rural areas, as you are rightly pointed out, in the rural areas, there are very few industries, and therefore we face problem with the, and NAC always insist on the MOU with the industry. So I think your talk was really informative and eye-opener for others. RAP, in my view, is more transparent, effective, and appropriate. I feel following points made it more effective. One thing is 70% system generated score, that is DVV, data validation and verification. Then involvement and recognition of all stakeholder remark and feedback. SSS student satisfaction survey, making qualifying score for accreditation, evaluation through 7 criteria and 35 indicators, then 30% valuation through peer review qualitative metrics, and the SWOT analysis during the physical verification. I think these 6 points made it more effective. NAC promote to derive an understanding of quality status. Accreditation is a process used around the world to evaluate the standard of academic institution. It is an excellent concept from the several perspectives, including the institutional prestige, graduates prospect, teaching quality, requirement compliance, and others. The training and upgradation of the individual not only helps them in execution of their work with some finance, but also this will improve the outcome of the overall program in its quality. Any institution can improve its quality provided the personnel in the various segments of the educational system are up to date in their knowledge. In particular, the quality of research degree they hold and the application of the same quality requirement in the teaching and research program of the institution. New RAP mandate will be helpful in the quality enhancement of the institution, in pushing the institution to improve in certain areas and adopt the latest practices in education. Ultimately, student will only be benefited with the improvement in the institution through the implementing the best practices. Accreditation, I think, is the step toward the NEP, which focuses on gross enrollment ratio of the student, flexibility, liberty in selection of stream, help them to get basic and quality education. Thanks once again. I am grateful to Principal Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Dr. Pensis sir, for giving me opportunity and honor to be a chairman of this session. Thank you, organizing team. Thanks all. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for briefing the talk so efficiently. Now I would like to express my deep regards and hearty thanks to Dr. Rajesh Sindhu sir for such an informative talk and for sharing his expertise and experience with all of us. Sir, we are greatly encouraged and immensely benefited from your talk. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Suresh Bhagre sir for taking time from his busy schedule and gracing the occasion. Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll proceed with our valedictory function. Stay tuned. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to honorable dignitaries on virtual platform and dear participants across the various institutions. I, Dr. Ragini Matangar, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, Dada Ramchand Bhakra Sindhu Mahavidyalaya. On behalf of IPSC, Dada Ramchand Bhakra Sindhu Mahavidyalaya welcomes you all for a valedictory session on NAC-sponsored National Seminar on Revised Assessment Framework, Understanding and Challenges. I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to the Honorable Chief Guest of today's valedictory session, Professor Manish Uttarwal, Director, Innovation, Incubation and Increase, Gondwana University, Kochi. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Rajesh Sindhu sir and Dr. Bakri sir for their presence. It's my pleasure to welcome President of today's valedictory function, respected Dr. V.M. Francis sir, Principal Dada Ramchand Bakri Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. I welcome Dr. Satish Tiwari, Dr. Anand Harani, and Dr. Milind Shinkhede, Vice Principal, Dada Ramchand Bakri Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. Dr. Yogesh Bhute, Convener of National Seminar and IPLC Coordinator, IPLC members, Organizing Committee, and my dear faculty members. I welcome all the wonderful participants who enthusiastically present in the seminar. We had very eminent key speaker, Dr. Devendra Kavle, Deputy Advisor, NAC, Bangalore, and a very wonderful speaker, Professor Mahendra Sirsar, Professor and Head Department of Electronics, Aurangabad, and Dr. Rajesh Sindhu sir, Principal Dai Golwalkar College, Ramdeo. Now, I invite Dr. Yogesh Bhute sir, Convener of National Seminar and IPLC Coordinator, to read the report of today's National Seminar.
Good afternoon, all the delegates and my dear friends. I am Dr. Yogesh Bhute, convener of this seminar. Dada Ramchand Bakri Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, it's an honor to present the report on National Seminar on Revised Assessment Framework, Understanding and Challenges, which was organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Dada Ramchand Bakri Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, sponsored by NAC. It also aimed to provide a handful of resources for building the confidence and pace in taking up the task of NAC assessment and quality sustenance in the non-accredited HEI. Also, the present seminar has helped in developing a structured process of self-evaluation and introspection for quality enhancement. The seminar begins with the inaugural session with the introductory remark by Dr. V.M. Pense, Principal Dada Ramchand Bakri Sindhu Mahavidyalaya. He showed concern about the quality of HEI and need of such a seminar to enhance the quality. Guest of the honor, Dr. I.P. Keswani, General Secretary, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, shared his view about the quality culture in HEI and requirement of quality culture in the HEI for the holistic development of the student. Another guest, Dr. V.M. Rugwani sir, Chairman Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, spoke about the assessment of HEI and leadership that help in achieving the desired goals. In the presidential address, Shri H.R. Bakri sir, President Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, enlightened the audience with his vast experience of running the HEI. He profusely praised the IQC in arranging such worthy seminar regarding the revised assessment framework. He assured that any such endeavor related to the enhancement of the quality would be taken up in future. Dr. Kavle, Advisor NAC, has delivered his keynote address on revised assessment framework, NAC expectation and reform. He illustrated the purpose of revised assessment framework. He told about the goals achieved by the NAC and elaborated the dynamic solution and transformation through standard operating procedure. Further, he informed about the future of the revised assessment framework He answered the queries of the participants. In the first technical session, Professor Mahendra Sirsak, Head Department of Electronics, BAMU, Aurangabad, delivered a talk on revised assessment framework for the state universities, compatibilities and challenges. He drew the attention of all the participants toward the university setup as well as the college and RAF mismatch. He also discussed about the challenges faced by HE during the NAAC assessment. He also put forward some suggestions for the improvement of the RAF and guiding point for peer. Dr. Smita Acharya, Director IQAC IIT Nagpur University Nagpur, was the chairperson for this session. She also explained and briefed the entire procedure of the NAAC. In the second technical session, Dr. Rajesh Shimbu sir, Principal Thai Goldberger College, Ramtek, expressed his views on revised assessment framework for affiliated colleges. He highlighted the problems faced by the higher education institutions, especially affiliated colleges in the rural as well as urban areas, for the quality enhancement and suggested possible solutions also. This session was chaired by Dr. Suresh Bakre, Principal Manish Mahavidyalaya, Chandrapur, and he also explained us how this NAAC process and the entire session was beneficially for the rural area as well as the affiliated colleges. In the seminar, total 157 participants have participated from all across the country. The participants were from Maharashtra, Uttarakhand, Karnataka, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, to name a few. We have received ample of research paper that will be peer-reviewed and will be incorporated in the proceeding in the form of a book with ISBN. Thank you all.
Sir, thanks so much. Now, it's time to give feedback for today's national seminar. For this, I request Dr. Aarti Chaudhary ma'am, Assistant Professor, Yashwant Mahavidyalaya, Wardha, to share her view about today's national seminar in the form of feedback.
Good evening, one and all present over here. Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. So, good evening, one and all present over here. Chief guest of this valedictory session, Professor Manish Uttarwar sir, Principal of this college, Dr. Painse sir, Vice Principal, Dr. Milind Shinkhede sir, Convener, Dr. Yogesh Bhute sir, all honorable delegates, dignitaries. First of all, I, Dr. Aarti Chaudhary, paying my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee for giving me opportunity in order to put feedback for today's national seminar. Thank you, sir. At present, with the COVID-19 situation, Sindhu Mahavidyalaya has recognized the need to promote quality education and research in higher education institutions and well organized this today's national seminar. So congratulate to all team. In keynote address, Dr. Devendra Kawade sir explained the need of assessment and accreditation. He gave an indication of quality framework of NAAC and emergence of revised assessment framework. So thank you, sir. In technical session one started with informative and valuable session by Dr. Mahendra Sirsak sir. Sir has gave an overview on philosophy, purpose, importance of NAAC and benefits as well. He has highlighted on challenges in terms of criteria and different pathways in order to overcome these challenges. This session chaired by Dr. Smita Acharya ma'am, who explore about how NAAC facilitates the higher education institution to climb the quality ladder. So thank you, ma'am. In technical session 2, Dr. Rajesh Singh sir brief about the role of NAC, registration process, RAF in terms of 10 heads, then IIQS submissions. He very well spoke about the assessment outcomes and calculation of CGPA. So thank you, sir, for this valuable session. This session chaired by Dr. Suresh Bakre, sir, who emphasized that the criteria prescribed for NAC accreditation is so objective and holistic and have a sufficient focus on
Thank you for your valuable feedback. We would also like to hear from Dr. Virendra Sangure sir, Assistant Professor, MD Patel College of Art, Commerce and Science, Chadakardhani District, Mondia. Sangure sir.
Unmute करो.
Very good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Well, it's my privilege to provide a feedback on such wonderful national seminar on revised assessment framework based on understanding and challenges. Now, as we all know that quality enhancement is a continuous process. We all know that the accuracy will become part of the institution system and work toward the realization of the goals of quality enhancement and academic excellence. As per the entire scenario is concerned, the motto of this seminar is to channelize efforts and measure towards promoting the holistic academic excellence by developing a system for conscious, consistent, and catalytic action to improve the academic and administrative performance of the host institution and grant in colleges. With this seminar, probably we all learn 3 rules for IQAC, like number 1, quality benchmark, learner-centric environment, collection and analysis of feedback from all stakeholders. So finally, I would like to congratulate all the concerning teams and supportive staff members of Dada Ramchand Bakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur for arranging such a wonderful national seminar on revised assessment, frameworks, understanding and challenges. And again, I would like also to be thankful to the various eminent speakers, like we are having Dr. Devin Kavade sir, Dr. MD Sir Sat sir, Dr. Rajesh Singh sir, and Dr. Milind Bakre sir, along with Dr. Yogesh Bhute sir for arranging such a fruitful seminar. Thank you very much.
Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce today's chief guest, Professor Manish Vikarwar, Director, Innovation, Incubation and Linkage, Gondwana University, Kochi. Sir has 30 years of experience in industry, research, teaching and administration together. His graduation and post-graduation in open cast mining from MSI IIT Dhanbad and doctorate in mining engineering from NIT Nagpur. Formerly, he was professor and head Department of Mining Engineering, Rajiv Gandhi College of Engineering, Chandrapur. Formerly, he was Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology and Chairman, Board of Studies in Mining Engineering at Gondwana University, Gadchiroli, Maharashtra. Formerly, He was Dean IISA, Rajiv Gandhi College of Engineering, Research and Technology, Chandrapur, Maharashtra. He has published more than 40 research papers in international and national journals. He guides number of academia, industry men, executive for MT and PhD in mining engineering. As a dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Gondwana University, he has played an instrumental role in implementing semester pattern of education with credit-based systems across the entire faculty and chaired a direction committee to come up with the first 76 direction. As a director of innovation, incubation and linkage, he has actively engaged in creation of startup ecosystem leading to generation of establishment of incubation center at university and affiliated colleges, promoting research across university region by the way of formulation of research and patent policy, recognizing research center, MRTS for faculties, then financial support for IPR and copyrights, etc. Linkage with regional, state and national level institutes. Due to some reason, Sir is not available with us in the valedictory session, but he addresses all of us through the recorded video.
I would like to extend my gratitude and thankfulness towards the organizers of this national seminar on revised assessment framework, understandings and challenges, which is being organized by the Data Ramchand Bakru Sindhu Hindi Vidya Samiti, the principal of the college, Dr. V.M. Pense. We have a galaxy of keynote speakers, namely Dr. Devendra Kaude as the deputy advisor of NAC, Dr. Mahindra Chirsat from Bambu Nagpur, Dr. Rajesh Singru, principal, Tai Golwalkar College, Ramtek. All the esteemed participants in this August National Online Seminar on the revised framework of the NAC, the attendees, the supporting team. So I welcome you all to this valediction. So as far as the NAC is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, I will prefer to have a dialogue with you on this valediction ceremony in a mixed language. Both say लाभ व्हावा या समारोप समारंभामध्ये मी मधला आणि विद्यापीठ प्रशासनामधला रिसर्च मधला जो एक अनुभव आहे माझा, तो आज मी आपल्यासोबत इथे शेअर करणार आहे. तर जसं आपल्याला माहितच आहे की ब्रॉडली हे नॅक असेसमेंट आपल्याला एक क्वालिटी मॅन्डेट आहे आपल्या अफिलिएटेड कॉलेजेससाठी. आणि आजकाल आपण बघितलं असेल, जर फंडिंग हवं असेल तर आपल्याला नॅक असणं फार आवश्यक आहे. आणि या निमित्ताने मी बघतोय की आपल्या DRB सिंधू कॉलेजचं हे जे आहे 3 सायकल पूर्ण झालेल्या आहे आणि 4थ्या सायकल मध्ये त्यांनी प्रवेश केलेला आहे. आणि मला वाटतं बहुतेक अंदाजे 2024 मध्ये आपण 4थी सायकल जी आहे ती फेस करणार आहात. तर निश्चितपणे आपलं एक वरिष्ठ महाविद्यालय आहे आणि त्या अनुषंगाने आपले जे क्रेडेन्शियल्स आहेत ते सुद्धा 4थ्या सायकलच्या अनुषंगानेच आपली जी PTV आहे, जी जेव्हा पीअर टीम व्हिजिट होईल आणि त्या अनुषंगानेच त्या आपल्या महाविद्यालयाचं असेसमेंट होणार आहे, हे आज एक इथे निश्चितपणे मला तुम्हाला इथे सांगायचं आहे. तर मग एक व्हॉट मेक्स इट फॉर दी अवर सिंधू कॉलेज इन पर्टिक्युलर वेन यू कम्पेअर, की जेव्हा एखादं अफिलिएटेड कॉलेज पहिली सायकल फेस करताय आणि आपलं सिंधू महाविद्यालय 4थी सायकल फेस करताय, मग नेमका काय डिफरन्स असायला हवा. तर मला आज इथे उपस्थितांना हे प्रामुख्याने सांगायचं आहे, आवर्जून सांगायचं, या गोष्टीवरती रात्र भर द्यायचा आहे की काय वृद्धी केली आहे, एक महाविद्यालय वृद्धिंगत झालेलं आहे की नाही, हे आपल्या DBB आणि PTV मध्ये याचा असेसमेंट होणार आहे, हे मला आज आपल्याला आवर्जून सांगायचं आहे. तर तुम्ही बघाल की ओव्हरऑल आपले 7 क्वांटिटेटिव्ह याच्यावरती आज मी तुमच्याकडे जास्त भर देणार आहे. जर मला इथे आज आवर्जून सांगायचं आहे की टोटल नंबर ऑफ मॅट्रिक्स काय असणार आपल्याकडे, हा तर टोटल एकूण आपल्याकडे जसं याचे 7 क्रायटेरियामध्ये 32 याचे KIs आहेत, म्हणजे की इंडिकेटर्स आहेत. तर त्यामध्ये क्वालिटेटिव्ह इंडिकेटर्स हे फक्त मॅट्रायसेस ज्याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला इन्फॉर्मेशन भरून आपल्याला स्कोर करायचे आहे हे 41 आहेत. व्हेअर द क्वांटिटेटिव्ह मॅट्रायसेस जे आहेत हे 80 आहेत. 80. सो इट इज ऑलमोस्ट 1:2. तर एक अभियंता या नात्याने मला इथे तुम्हाला सांगायचं आहे की तुम्हाला हे इथे भर द्यायचं आहे. तुम्हाला जर चांगला स्कोर हवा असेल तर तुम्हाला जे क्वांटिटेटिव्ह मॅट्रायसेस आहेत त्यावरती आपल्याला भर द्यावा लागेल. आणि हे एकदम नेमकं नाव जसं आहे तसंच आहे. तसं एखाद्या अभ्यासक्रमाचे विद्यार्थी आणि ते पदवीकांक्षी होत आहे तर आपल्या महाविद्यालयाचे जे प्लेसमेंट सेल आहे हे किती त्यापैकी उत्तीर्ण होणाऱ्या विद्यार्थ्यांपैकी किती विद्यार्थ्यांना रोजगार उपलब्ध करून देऊ शकत आहे हे असं हे डायरेक्ट प्रमाणे क्वांटिटेटिव्ह मॅट्रायस आणि अशा एकूण आपल्याला 121 मॅट्रायसेसचं आपल्याला इथे फेस करायचं आहे. तर आज इथे उपस्थित आणि सहभागी प्राध्यापक वृंदाला मला हे इथे सांगायचं आहे की आता याचं नेमकं आपल्याला अरिथमेटिक्स कसं आपण बघितलं पाहिजे. हे जे 7 क्रायटेरिया ज्याच्यामध्ये आपण प्रिपरेशन करू, डॉक्युमेंटेशन करू, खूप साऱ्या ऍक्टिव्हिटीज तुम्ही आतापर्यंत केल्या असेल जस्ट विथ अन ऑब्जेक्ट टू एन्श्युअर ए सिग्निफिकंट अँड इम्पॉर्टंट स्कोर इन द गिव्हन क्रायटेरिया. जसं तुम्हाला आता मी थोडं बोललो की क्वालिटेटिव्ह आणि क्वांटिटेटिव्ह. आता थोडंसं परत मागे येऊया आपण. आपल्याला माहितच आहे की हे 7 क्रायटेरियन्स आहेत. तुमची 4थी सायकल आहे, सगळं माहिती आहे. तर आता नेमकं आपल्याला हे बघायचं आहे. तर आता दुसरी गोष्ट मला इथे ही सांगायची आहे. जसं 7 क्रायटेरियामध्ये तुम्ही बघाल मग आपला फोकस कुठे असणार, आपला जोर कुठे असणार, आपलं लक्ष कुठे असणार. जसं यामध्ये दुसरा क्रायटेरियन आहे टीचिंग लर्निंग इव्हॅल्युएशनचा. स्वाभाविकपणे त्यामध्ये 1000 पैकी 350 मार्क दिले आहे म्हणून आपलं सगळं भर तिथे असतो. निश्चितपणे हे बरोबर आहे. मग बाकीचे जे 2 क्रायटेरियन आहेत जसं रिसर्च इनोव्हेशन्स अँड एक्सटेन्शन ज्याच्यामध्ये 120 गुण आहेत आणि 5वा स्टुडंट सपोर्ट अँड प्रोग्रेशन ज्याला 130 गुण विभागणी केली आहे समांतर. पण त्यातही तुम्हाला काय बघायचं आहे. ठीक आहे, एखादा 100 गुण दिलेले आहेत. जसं मला सांगायचं आहे की एक 7वा क्रायटेरियन आहे ते इन्स्टिट्यूशनल व्हॅल्यूज अँड बेस्ट प्रॅक्टिसेस ज्याला 100 गुण दिले आहेत. तर त्यामध्ये पण ब्रेकअप जेव्हा बघाल तर तुम्हाला इन्स्टिट्यूशनल व्हॅल्यूज वरती 50 गुण दिलेले दिसणार. काही ठिकाणी तुम्हाला 30 गुण दिलेले दिसणार, काही ठिकाणी 60 आहे. पण यामध्ये आपल्याला मग प्रश्न पडतो की कुणावरती भर द्यायचा. तर तुम्हाला दिसेल की हे शक्य आहे, हे मी करू शकतो, हे मी केलं पाहिजे असं नाही. आपल्याला याच्या स्ट्रक्चर प्रमाणे चालावं लागतं. तर मला इथे आज हे सांगायचे की ज्या क्रायटेरियन मध्ये ज्या पॅरामीटरला 10 किंवा 20 गुण दिले असेल तर प्रश्न आपल्या पुढे हा निर्माण झाला पाहिजे की याला आपण किती गुण द्यायचे, किती याला वेळ द्यायचा, याच्यासाठी किती श्रम करायचे. ऊर्जा आणि वेळ हे वाया नाही घातला. कारण त्याची निष्पत्ती काय होणार, त्याचा आपल्याला लाभ काय होणार आपल्याला हे बघायचं. मध्ये एखादे 10 किंवा 20 गुणाचं एखादं पॅरामीटर मॅट्रिक्स आहे आणि तिथे आपण खूप वेळ देतोय पण आपल्याला वाटते की त्याचा वेळ देतोय म्हणून आपला लाभ होईल, पण आपण तिथे त्याला वेटेज किती दिलाय ते बघितलं पाहिजे. तर मला इथे सांगायचं जसं 3रा क्रायटेरिया आहे रिसर्च इनोव्हेशन अँड एक्सटेन्शन. आता हा खूप महत्वाचा क्रायटेरिया. तसं बघाल तर तुम्ही ओव्हरऑल असेसमेंटमध्ये याला वेटेजच्या अनुसाराने याचं दुसरं रँकिंग आहे आफ्टर द 2nd क्रायटेरियन दॅट इज टीचिंग लर्निंग अँड इव्हॅल्युएशन. तर इथे मला हे सांगायचं आहे की पर्टिक्युलरली जसं आता आपण नक्की काय करायचं. जर तुमची 4थी सायकल आहे म्हणतात तर मग पीयर टीम काय बघणार आहे. जसं आपले समजा एक 40-50 आपल्याकडे 100 प्राध्यापक आहेत. मग इथे आपण बघतोय की त्यांची इतके पब्लिकेशन्स आहेत, इतके पेटंट्स आहेत. मग यावेळेस तिथे पीटीव्ही काय बघणार आहे, पब्लिकेशनचा आकडा नाही बघणार आहे. ते बघतील आहे की याचा इम्पॅक्ट फॅक्टर काय झाला आहे, तुमचे सायटेशन्स किती आहेत, तुमच्या प्राध्यापकांनी रिसर्च मध्ये किती फंडिंग आणलाय, किती मायनर मेजर प्रोजेक्ट्स आहेत तुमच्याकडे, मोटिवेशन काय रिसर्च मध्ये तुमच्या इथे. जर कोणी फक्त नेटसेट प्राध्यापक असेल आणि तो पीएचडी डॉक्टरेट नसेल तर तुम्ही त्याला क्यूआयपी मध्ये का बरं नाही स्पॉन्सर. तर इथे असे प्रश्न निर्माण होणार आहे. आणि तुम्ही बघाल या 3ऱ्या क्रायटेरियामध्ये की 120 गुणामध्ये एक्सटेन्शन ऍक्टिव्हिटीजवर अर्धे गुण दिलेले आहेत 60 आणि नेमकं एखादं महाविद्यालय इथे कमी पडतं. आता तुम्ही म्हणाल की विद्यापीठांनी सिलेबस प्रिस्क्राईब केला याच्यामध्ये हे प्रोव्हिजन नाही, आम्ही कसं करायचं. सॉरी टू एक्सटेन्शन आउटरीच साठी कोणीच तुम्हाला रोखलेलं नाही, कोणीच तुमचे हातपाय बांधलेले नाही. दिस हॅज टू बी अंडरटेकन रिलेव्हंट टू द प्रिस्क्राईब करिक्युलम ऑफ द युनिव्हर्सिटी. मग तुम्हाला वाटेल नाही बा आम्ही स्वच्छता अभियान केलं. सॉरी टू से मग तुम्ही म्हणाल की उन्नत भारत अभियानमध्ये आम्ही गाव दत्तक घेतलं आणि तिथे हे उपक्रम केलं. देन अगेन वन्स अगेन आय विल से सॉरी. दिस इज नॉट गोइंग टू सफाइस फॉर दी DRB Sindhu College because you are to face the fourth cycle. So what is expected from the DRB Sindhu College by the PT? मला इथे तिसरी गोष्ट सांगायची आहे. जसं मी तुम्हाला दुसऱ्यांदा अरिथमेटिक सांगितलं की 10-20 गुणांच्या पॅरामीटर्सला तुम्ही जास्त वेळ आणि ऊर्जा खर्च नका करू. ज्या पॅरामीटरला जास्त गुण असाइन केले तिथे वेळ द्या, त्याच्यासाठी काम करा. कारण तुमच्याकडे मला असं दिसतंय की जवळपास 2 वर्षाचा कालावधी आहे आपल्या महाविद्यालयाकडे की या संदर्भात आपण काम करू शकतो. मी परत येतो, मग एक्सटेन्शन मध्ये आपण नेमकं काय करणार. आज तुम्ही बघाल की या पॅरामीटर मध्ये आज भारतामध्ये एक मोठी चळवळ निर्माण झाली. मेक इन इंडिया, मेड इन इंडिया, डिजिटल इंडिया, रिसर्च अँड इनोव्हेशन पॉलिसी, इनोव्हेशन अँड स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी. तर काय आहे ह्या सगळ्या ज्या चळवळी या मोहीम 2014 पासून सुरुवात झालेली आहे. या संदर्भात मग आपल्या पुढे प्रश्न येतो की आपले जे पदवीकांक्षी पदवीधर विद्यार्थी आहेत सगळ्यांना रोजगार मिळत नाही. मग ते आपल्या स्वतःच्या पायावर उभे झाले पाहिजे, म्हणजे त्यांनी आपला काहीतरी उद्योग केला पाहिजे. पण त्याच्यासाठी काहीतरी नवीन संकल्पना हवी, ज्याला आपण स्टार्टअप म्हणतो. तर मला इथे सांगायचं आहे की हा जो दुसरा पॅरामीटर आहे इथे इनोव्हेशन्स, तर याची एक इकोसिस्टीम तुम्हाला आपल्या महाविद्यालयाअंतर्गत तयार करायची. जसं आता आपलं नागपूर सारख्या शहरामध्ये स्थित महाविद्यालय, तर डेफिनेटली निश्चित मध्ये खूप मोठ्या मुबलक प्रमाणात आपल्या इथे संसाधन आहेत, इन्स्टिट्यूशन्स आहेत, गव्हर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स आहेत, एलिट इन्स्टिट्यूशन्स आहेत, जिथे आपण कनेक्ट करू शकतो. मग तुम्हाला नेटवर्किंग करावं लागेल, कोलॅबोरेशन करावं लागेल. तुम्हाला ह्या विद्यार्थ्यांना एक इकोसिस्टीम तयार करून दिली पाहिजे, जिथे हे विद्यार्थी त्यांच्याकडे काही नवीन संकल्पना असेल तर त्याच्यावरती काम करू शकतील. एक्सटेन्शन ऍक्टिव्हिटीमध्ये मी जसं तुम्हाला सांगतो, ग्रामीण भागात जायचं. नुसतं गाव दत्तक घेतल्याने तुमचं कॉलेजचं फोर्थ सायकल पूर्ण नाही होणार आहे. तिथे एक विविधांगी प्रोजेक्ट तुम्हाला चालवावं लागतील आणि त्याच्यासाठी तुम्हाला कुणाची वाट बघायची गरज नाही आहे. एक साधे तुम्ही जिल्हा परिषद आहे, पंचायत आहे, ग्रामसभा आहे त्या गावाची, तुम्ही त्यांच्यासोबत कनेक्ट होऊ शकता, एखादं सर्वेक्षण करू शकता आणि एखादी काही स्टेट गव्हर्नमेंटची, गव्हर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंटची, सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटची काही वेलफेअर स्कीम चालू असेल तर त्याचं तुम्ही परफॉर्मन्स इव्हॅल्युएशन करू शकता की त्या योजनेचं जे उद्दिष्ट होतं खरंच त्या ग्रामस्थांपर्यंत पोहोचलं की नाही. कारण रेकॉर्ड सांगते की ती योजना पूर्ण झाली. तर असे हे प्रश्न आहेत. ते दिस इज अवर, जसं मी परत एक उदाहरण देतो की आता कोरोना लॉकडाऊनमुळे आपण वर्क फ्रॉम होम झालो, आपण ऑनलाईन झालो. मग माझा प्रश्न आहे, मग याच्यामुळे आपली ग्रामीण व्यवस्था जी आहे ती कोलमडली नाही का? कारण त्यांचा डिजिटल कनेक्ट फार पुअर आहे. मग अशा वेळी आपलं महाविद्यालय काय करू शकतं? खूप सिंपल आहे. तुम्ही अडॉप्टेड व्हिलेज मध्ये म्हणा किंवा सर्वसाधारणपणे तुम्ही आउटरीच ऍक्टिव्हिटीमध्ये तुमचे विद्यार्थी आणि प्राध्यापक काय करू शकतात? तर तुम्ही जो आपला 2-3 हजाराचा अँड्रॉइड येतो त्याचं तुम्ही अवेअरनेस गावकऱ्यांना शिकवू शकता, हाऊ टू हँडल अँड्रॉइड, अँड इट्स व्हेरी सिम्पल अँड इट कॅन बी डन इझिली. त्याकरता तुमचे जे विद्यार्थी आहेत, जे प्राध्यापक आहेत, त्यांना कुठलं ट्रेनिंग सर्टिफिकेट घ्यायची आवश्यकता नाही. सरळ मोबाईल घ्यायचा आणि गावागावांमध्ये जायचं, ग्रुप्स तयार करायचे आणि तिथे एक अवेअरनेस, जनजागृती करायची, त्यांना व्हर्च्युअली शिकवायचं हाऊ टू यूज दिस अँड्रॉइड, हाऊ टू यूज दिस इंटरनेट, हाऊ टू सर्च. यू कॅन टीच देम हाऊ टू ओपन अप देअर ईमेल अकाउंट. नाही करू शकत का? आपले ग्रॅज्युएट्स, आपले शाळकरी विद्यार्थी जेव्हा अगदी सहजतेने अँड्रॉइड हँडल करतात, मग आपल्या पुढे प्रश्न निर्माण होतो की मग आपले हे जे गावकरी आहे यांचं काय होईल? आणि आज आपल्याला हा कोरोना, हे जे व्हायरस आहे, याचा जो इन्फ्लुएन्झा आहे, हा फ्लू आहे, हा आपल्याला घेऊन चालायचा आहे. म्हणजे आता हे चालू बंद हे शुक्लकाष्ट गतिरोध हा चालू राहणार. मग अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये आपण ऑनलाईन इनिशिएटिव्ह मध्ये नेमकं काय केलं ते आपण बघितलं पाहिजे. मग त्यानंतर येईल मी परत 5व्या याच्यावरती, जो स्टुडंट सपोर्ट अँड प्रोग्रेशन आहे, ज्याला 130 मार्क दिले आहे. दिस इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट, कारण हे सगळं कसं स्टुडंट सेंट्रिक आहे. बेसिकली दिस इज व्हेरी स्टुडंट सेंट्रिक. अँड तुम्ही बघाल 1 आणि 2 मध्ये पण तिथे स्टुडंटच इन्व्हॉल्ड आहे. तर इथे मग नेमकं आपल्याला काय करायचं? आता तुम्ही म्हणाल की टिपिकल ब्लॅकबोर्ड चॉक टीचिंग आहे, सिलेबस आहे, टाइम टेबल आहे आणि मग आमचं प्लेसमेंट सेल आहे. पण व्हॉट नेक्स्ट? याच्या व्यतिरिक्त काय? तर आता मला इथे तिसरी गोष्ट तुम्हाला सांगायची आहे की तुमची ही चौथी सायकल आहे म्हणून मला आवर्जून सांगायची आहे. मी तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना एक सांगेन की तुम्ही स्वतःलाच एक प्रश्न विचारा. जसं तुम्हाला माहिती आहे की अराउंड 70% डीपीव्ही मध्ये असेसमेंट होऊन जातं आणि त्यांची ग्रेड फिक्स होतं आणि मग महाविद्यालयाच्या भेटी करता ही पीअर टीम व्हिजिट येते 2-3 दिवसाकरता आणि मग त्याच्यानंतर आपली ग्रेड फायनल होते. तर मला इथे तुम्हाला तिसऱ्या मुद्द्यावरती इथे सांगायचं आहे की व्हॉट इज द सिग्निफिकन्स ऑफ दिस पीटीव्ही. ग्रेड तर पहिलेच ठरली आहे कारण डीव्हीव्ही झालेला आहे. मग माझं म्हणणं तुम्हाला हे आहे की जर त्या महाविद्यालयाला जर ए ग्रेड फिक्स झाली असेल डीव्हीव्ही मध्ये तर व्हॉट इज द रोल अँड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द गव्हर्निंग मॅनेजमेंट, द फॅकल्टीज अँड स्टुडंट्स. पीटीव्हीला आपण असं अपियर झालं पाहिजे, असं इम्प्रेशन दिलं पाहिजे, आपण आपला अप्रोच आणि माइंडसेट असा ठेवला पाहिजे की हा डीव्हीव्ही मध्ये ए झालेली ग्रेड ही A+ झाली पाहिजे. A+ फिक्स झालेली ग्रेड पीटीव्ही नंतर A++ झाली पाहिजे. अँड दिस इज पॉसिबल. दिस इज व्हेरी मच पॉसिबल. दिस इज व्हेरी मच पॉसिबल. जसं इथे मग सांगायचं आहे की आज काय नुसतं प्लेसमेंट सेल उघडलं, कंपनीज कॅम्पससाठी बोलवल्या, बीपीओ केपीओ बीपीएस मध्ये एक छोटे मोठे मिडल लेवलचे जॉब मिळाले. सो नो, वी शुड नॉट स्टॉप हिअर. मला इथे तुम्हाला हे सांगायचं आहे की ओव्हर अँड अबाउट द प्रिस्क्राईब करिक्युलम बाय दी युअर अफिलिएटिंग युनिव्हर्सिटी आपण काय केलं. परत एक मी तुम्हाला म्हणेन की तुम्ही स्वतःलाच एक प्रश्न विचारा, व्हॉट मेक्स द डिफरन्स. म्हणजे तुमच्यात आणि त्यात काय फरक आहे, तुम्ही काय त्याच्यामध्ये नवीन ऍड केलेलं आहे. जसं एक तुम्हाला इथे उदाहरण द्यायचं आहे 5व्या क्रायटेरियनसाठी इंटर्नशिपचं प्रोव्हिजन तुम्ही करू शकता. मग तुम्ही म्हणाल पैसे कुठून आले, का बरं अनपेड इंटर्नशिप पण होऊ शकते. इट इज पॉसिबल. मी तुम्हाला आमचंच एक उदाहरण देतो. माहिती आहे गडचिरोली मध्ये आमचा विद्यापीठाचा हेडक्वार्टर आहे आणि इथलं जवळपास 77% भूभाग जो आहे हा जंगल वनसंपदेने व्यापलेला आहे. तर तिथे दर उन्हाळ्यात जंगलाला आग लागते आणि त्याचं आपल्या नैसर्गिक साधन संपत्तीचं फार मोठं नुकसान होतं. तर मग आम्ही इथे विद्यापीठात काय केलं तर आम्ही त्याच्यावरती वन विभागाला गेलो, विनंती केली. मग त्यांनी आम्हाला फायनान्शियल सपोर्ट दिला. आम्ही 3 रिसर्च स्टडीज केल्या, आम्ही कारणं शोधून काढली, 3 त्याची वर्गवारी करून. मग आता आम्ही काय करतोय, मग त्याला आपल्याला आता उपाययोजना करायची. तर आम्ही काय केलं, जनजागृती करतोय. तर काय केलं तर आम्ही आमच्या विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी इंटर्नशिप इन्स्टिट्यूट केली आणि त्यांचा स्टायपंड जो आहे वन विभाग देणार. आणि ते गावागावात जाऊन त्या वन म्हणजे ज्याला इंग्रजीमध्ये आपण वाईल्ड फायर्स म्हणतो याबद्दल ते एक अवेअरनेस क्रिएट करणार ग्रामीण भागामध्ये जाऊन. सो दिस इज इट. तर अशा पद्धतीने तुम्हाला इथे सांगायचं की इंटर्नशिप आहेत, मुलांचे खूप रिवॉर्ड्स आहेत. आज खूप स्टेट लेवलचे आणि नॅशनल लेवलचे मुलांचे प्राइजेस आहेत, कॉम्पिटिशन्स आहेत. त्याच्यामध्ये पार्टिसिपेट व्हायसाठी आपलं सिंधू महाविद्यालय आपल्या विद्यार्थ्यांना काय सुविधा देतं, काय मार्गदर्शन करतं हे आपण तिथे बघितलं पाहिजे. जसं आपण ॲलमनी म्हणतो, तर तुम्ही काय केलं, ॲलमनी असोसिएशन बनवलं. ठीक आहे, आजपर्यंत इतके 1000 विद्यार्थी पास झाले, त्यापैकी इतक्या 1000 विद्यार्थ्यांना तुम्ही ॲलमनी असोसिएशनचं मेंबर करून टाकलं. इट्स ओके. आणि तुम्ही एक वार्षिक त्यांचं स्नेहसंमेलन घेऊन राहिले. इट्स ओके. बट व्हॉट नेक्स्ट? त्या ॲलमनी असोसिएशनचा सिंधू महाविद्यालय आणि तिथे असलेला विद्यार्थी यांना लाभ देण्याकरता तुम्ही काय उपयोग करून राहिले? इन व्हॉट वेज यू आर एंगेजिंग युअर ॲलमनी असोसिएशन विथ द इन्स्टिट्यूशन अँड व्हॉट इज युअर ऑब्जेक्ट टू बेनिफिट द एनरोल्ड स्टुडंट ऑफ युअर कॉलेज. जसं एखाद्या प्रयोगशाळेमध्ये काही यंत्र लावायचं, काही लायब्ररीमध्ये ई रिसोर्सेस घ्यायचे, इम्प्लिमेंट घ्यायचा किंवा काही ऑनलाईन सर्टिफिकेशनची व्यवस्था करायची आहे, तुमच्याकडे पैसे नाही तर तुम्ही ॲलमनी असोसिएशनला जनरसली डोनेशन मागू शकता. तुम्ही त्यांना म्हणू शकता की तुम्ही ही व्यवस्था आमच्या इथे कायम करून द्या, ते करतील. इंडस्ट्रीमधले ॲलमनीज तुमचे असतील, गव्हर्नमेंट एजन्सीज मध्ये, ऑर्गनायझेशन मध्ये असतील, तर तुम्ही त्यांना इंटर्नशिपसाठी विद्यार्थ्यांना आपल्याला न चुकता समर आणि विंटर व्हॅकेशन असतं. मग तिथे 1 आठवड्याची म्हणा, 2 आठवड्याची म्हणा, 4 आठवड्याची म्हणा, पेड म्हणा, अनपेड म्हणा, ही इंटर्नशिप आपण का बरं इन्स्टिट्यूट नाही केली? इव्हन मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, जसं तुम्ही पाचपावली नागपूरला आहात तर तुम्ही तुमच्या कॉर्पोरेशन मध्ये जाऊन सुद्धा अप्रोच होऊ शकता. यू कॅन कंडक्ट एनी काइंड ऑफ इकॉनॉमिक सर्व्हिस, यू कॅन कंडक्ट सोशल सर्व्हिस. एक प्रोफार्मा तयार करायचा, विद्यार्थी फिरतील आहे, त्यांना टार्गेट द्यायचं, तुम्हाला इतके इंडिव्हिज्युअल्स इतके हाऊसहोल्ड कव्हर करायचे आणि मग त्याचं विश्लेषण करायचं आणि त्याच्यातनं जे काही इंटरप्रिटेशन निष्पन्न निघते ते त्यांना त्या ऑर्गनायझेशनला सादर करायचं. इट इज देअर प्रिरॉगेटिव्ह टू रेफर दॅट डॉक्युमेंट. आणि मग अशा प्रकारे त्यांच्यावरती एक बंधन नाही बा, त्यांच्या एक या सर्वेक्षणामधून याची ही निष्पत्ती झाली आहे आणि असं काहीतरी करावं लागेल. सो धिस इज. तसंच मला तुम्हाला इथे सांगायचं आहे, या सिंधू कॉलेज खूप वरिष्ठ पातळीला गेल्या 4थ्या सायकलला जात आहे. जसं मी म्हटलं होतं की उन्नत भारत अभियानमध्ये तुम्ही गावं दत्तक घेतलेच असाल. मग एखादा तुमचा अभ्यासक्रम आहे, एखाद्या विषयाचं काही सिलेबस आहे, त्याच्यामध्ये जर तुम्हाला काही बदल करायचा असेल तर त्याला काही आधार लागतो. तर तुम्ही त्यावेळेस त्याला तो कनेक्ट दाखवू शकता की नाही बा आम्ही ह्या गावी आम्ही हे सर्वेक्षण केलं, इतकं त्याचं टार्गेट ग्रुप होतं आणि त्याच्यामधनं हे निष्पत्ती झाली. तर आज ही काळाची गरज म्हणून या अभ्यासक्रमाच्या या विषयाचं हे सिलेबस या पद्धतीने बदललं पाहिजे. याच्यासाठी तुमच्याकडे एक शास्त्रीय आधार निर्माण होईल आणि नेमकं नॅकला पीटीव्हीला हेच बघायचं आहे, कारण तुमची 4th सायकल आहे. आणि तुम्हाला जसं सांगितलं की 7वा क्रायटेरियन आहे इन्स्टिट्यूशनल व्हॅल्यूज अँड बेस्ट प्रॅक्टिसेस. सगळ्या प्राध्यापकांना वाटत असेल की नाही हे आमचं काम टीचिंग, लर्निंग, पेपर तपासणी, इव्हॅल्युएशन अँड दॅट्स इट. मग ते थोडंसं एक दिसतं की यामध्ये आमच्यासाठी काही नाही. नो, आय एम सॉरी टू से, कोणीच तुमचे हातपाय बांधलेले नाहीये. तुम्हाला इथे दाखवायचं आहे की व्हॉट इज, मी पहिले पण म्हणालो होतो, 3ऱ्या नंबरचा माझा जो आजचा इथे व्हॅलिडेशन मध्ये माझा प्रमुख मुद्दा आहे की यू शुड रिपीटेडली आस्क युअर सेल्फ बिंग द 4th सायकल व्हॉट मेक्स द डिफरन्स. मग माझं पुढे आहे आपल्या पुढे की ग्लोबल वॉर्मिंग, क्लायमेट चेंज, त्यांना एक प्रेरणा मिळाली असेल, प्रोत्साहन मिळाले असेल तर निश्चितपणे याचा मला खूप आनंद होईल. मी लॅटर ऑन प्राध्यापक योगेश भुते जे आपले IQAC कोऑर्डिनेटर आहेत आणि या नॅशनल सेमिनारचे कन्व्हेनर आहेत, मी यांच्यासोबत नंतर बोललेलं आहे, फीडबॅक सुद्धा पण घेईल आहे. आणि या संदर्भात नॅक संदर्भात जर प्रत्यक्षपणे आपल्याला महाविद्यालयात येऊन जर माझ्या सारख्या रिसोर्स पर्सनशी काही गरज वाटत असेल तर निश्चितपणे मी आपलं स्वागत करतो. आणि परत एकदा आपल्या 4थ्या सायकल करिता माझ्यातर्फे आपल्याला अनेक शुभेच्छा देतो. एक विश्वास करतो की निश्चितपणे मागच्या पेक्षा वरच्या ग्रेड आपल्याला प्राप्त होतील. तसेच ही मला व्हॅलिडेशन समारोपीय समारंभामध्ये एक प्रमुख अतिथी म्हणून आपल्यासोबत हितगुज करण्याची एक जो मला अवसर दिला, संधी दिली, त्याबद्दल मी आयोजकांचे आभार मानतो आणि आपली रजा घेतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your scholar contribution on the topic that has helped us to discover a new horizon of knowledge. Sir, you very well explained what we can do while facing that. We can focus on what makes difference. The interpretation framework of your thoughts and knowledge are beyond the boundaries. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Now, I would like to invite our enthusiastic mentor, Dr. V.M. Pense, sir, Principal, Dr. Ramji Bharti Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, for his presidential speech.
Audience, this is concluding part of this one-day seminar, and it was a fantastic day. Throughout, we have well-crafted presentations from all the experts, and they were simply amazing. There has to be some kind of a takeaway for all of us. Even in this presentation, we have seen that the scheme was given for this Hindu market. It is applicable for each and everyone. So let's use the methodology where we are taking one piece and explaining the phenomena. So that's wonderful presentation. I will take you to a different kind of work. What we have listened from the morning, and I will take hardly 4 minutes to complete. We are working on a quality, and we have a Bharatiya concept of round table. पार्क में बैठते थे, सब लोग चर्चा करते थे कि गोल टेबल रहता है. So that round table doesn't have dimension. So there is no one sitting on the official side and no one sitting on unofficial side. There is no right, there is no left. We all sit in a circle, and that creates a beautiful concept of peer understanding, peer presence, and peer thinking. So that's a concept which we all have to adhere. We have to think as an HEI that NAC is our extension, and the NAC has to think that the colleges, HEIs are their extension. If we think like this, not sitting in the opposite side of the table and not criticizing each other, so then only we can have the quality in our existence. Otherwise, we'll always talk, but how much will be implemented will be a question mark. So we need to have this peerness concept in our mind first. There are two keys to reach this particular point. One key is from criticism to correction. Many times we criticize about certain key parameters, metrics which is there. But instead of that, we can make it correct by taking the case studies. In this conference, we're focused on this issue, and we ask the participants to submit the case studies which they have done. So probably this will lead to a good feedback where NAC can correct themselves. And this is our own system. So instead of saying NAC can correct themselves, I will say that we all can correct our quality measures. So that is one part. And NAC should also look from one aspect at the HEIs, from what not to distinctively. So instead of saying that this HEI doesn't have this what not analysis, instead of that, we can say what the distinctive qualities, distinctive features a particular HEI has. So we can have one more analysis in the report, and which can say what distinctiveness, what actually they can appreciate apart from the marking, apart from whatever they have marks, whether it's a 2.56, whether it's a 3.56, irrespective of that, they must have appreciated something, and that something which comes from the PhD visit, which comes from the analysis of data, can be a part of what report they hand over to a college. So if we look for this particular aspect, then as our team together we work, I think in the near future, where the NEP is taking shape for the beautification of education, we can add one more figure where we can also have the internationalization of education. Thank you for all participants who have joined this conference, and thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable words. So you always inspire and motivate us through your speech. Participants, we want to hear your feedback so we can keep improving. Please fill the feedback form and let us know your thoughts. The feedback link will be provided to you in the WhatsApp group. Now, I invite Ms. Ravita Yadav ma'am, Department of Chemistry, to propose formal vote of thanks.
A lovely and warm afternoon to our most valued and worthy guests, management committee, respected faculty members, and dear participants. I, Assistant Professor Babita Yadav, deeming a privilege to propose this vote of thanks. To propose this vote of thanks at today's NAC-sponsored national seminar on revised assessment framework, understanding and challenges, organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell, that is IQAC, of the Ramchandra Thakur Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. So to begin with, my first sincere thanks goes to our management. Shri H.R. Thakur sir, President, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, Dr. Vinky Rugwani sir, Chairman, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, Dr. I.P. Keshwani sir, General Secretary, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, and Mr. Neeraj Gangur sir, Secretary,
College Affairs, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, and to all other honorable members of Management Committee for not only granting us the permission to organize this national seminar, but also to stand behind us like a pillar throughout from beginning to end. A big thank to all of you, sir. Now, it's turn to express our gratitude for the most imperative companion and sponsor for today's national seminar, that is NAAC, the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. We are highly obliged towards NAAC for accepting our proposal and sponsoring the seminar. The funding by NAAC has not only acted as a source of strength to us, but also motivated us to work hard and to make it a great success. The presence of NAAC in the conference has acted as indeed a booster to all the members of organizing committee and participants too. I heartily express our gratitude to National Assessment and Accreditation Council for all kinds of support and suggestions they have provided us. A big thank to them. Now it's time to express our gratefulness towards the keynote address of today's seminar delivered by Dr. Devendra Kavle sir, Deputy Advisor, NAAC, Bangalore, who has come from a long distance to support and guide us. Respected sir, on behalf of our college and IQAC, my most sincere thanks to you for delivering the keynote address at today's national seminar. We thank you from bottom of our heart for sparing your vital time with us and gracing this conference with your presence. Each and every word of yours was certainly enlightening and inspiring to go towards the betterment of self as well as for the institution. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind presence and cooperation. Now, I want to thank the esteemed and valued speakers of today's national seminar for donning their necessary work and sharing with us their graceful opinions. Let me first thank Professor Mahendra D. Shifat sir, Professor and Head, Department of Electronics, BAMU, Aurangabad, the resource person for technical session 1. Respected sir, you have very well spilled beans over key concepts of today's seminar, such as revised assessment framework, understanding and challenges with respect to the university point of view and in a broad way. Your discussion has definitely led each of us understand the updated assessments more vividly than ever before. We thank you for sharing your knowledge with us in today's seminar. Thank you so much, sir. In the same row, my thank goes to Dr. Rajesh Singh sir, Principal, Tai Golwakar College, Ramtech Nagpur, the resource person for the technical session 2. Respected sir, your talk on today's concept was so impactful and elaborating that I am sure each participant faculty from the different colleges must have understand the assessment process with no left doubts with them. They must have some key taking points to them. Thank you so much, sir, for your unparalleled inputs to today's discussion. Now let me place my word of thanks to the chairpersons of today's seminar. Respected Dr. Smita Acharya ma'am, Director, IQAC, RTM Nagpur University, and respected Dr. Suresh Bakre sir, Principal, Dhyanish Mahavidyalaya, Namaklab, Chandrapur. Dear sir and ma'am, with no doubt it was a privilege to have both of us with the chairpersons today in our national seminar. I want to extend my generous thanks to both of you. Your involvement throughout the conference was worth appreciating and inspiring to all the participants. My next deep sense of gratitude is for the chief guest of the valedictory function, Professor Manish Uttarkar sir, Director, Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, Gondwana University, Darjeeling. Respected sir, your words of appreciation and motivation are like pearls to us. They are precious to us and will be with us always in terms of motivation and inspiration. Thank you so much, sir. Let me now thank Dr. V.M. Paints sir, Principal, Dr. Ramchandra Bakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, and Chairman of today's national seminar
for always being there with us, not as head but as a colleague. He has guided us at each step, whether it's a matter of planning or the execution. He is always there with new ideas and innovative suggestions to make things beyond good. Thank you so much, sir. You are a true inspiration to all of us for sure. Thank you. I would also like to extend our gratitude to Vice Principals of our college, Dr. Satish Tiwari, sir, Dr. Anand Kadani, sir, and Dr. Milind Shingale, sir, who have always helped and guided us at each step. Their untiring efforts has always led the institution to set such big goals and achieve them. Thank you so much to all of you, sir. Now I extend my deep sense of appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Yogesh Bhute, sir, IQAC coordinator of our college and convener of this seminar. Thank you so much, sir, for your more than 100% inputs and hard work for this seminar. It is the result of your vision and prompt planning that we are all here today from different parts, sitting together and discussing for each other's growth. Thank you so much, sir, for creating and providing this platform to all of us. Now it's time to express the deepest and highest sense of appreciation and a big thank to all the members of organizing committee who have left no stone unturned to make this seminar's vision into reality. Let me express and show the credits to them. Mr. Anjay Mudra, sir, Dr. Azaz Qureshi, sir, Dr. Rajkumar Thabikar, sir. They are the co-conveners of today's national seminar. Dr. Milind Shingale, sir, organizing secretary for the today's seminar. Dr. Anuradha Poddar ma'am, Dr. Reena Chandani ma'am, Dr. Sudhanshu Khattate, sir, joint organizing secretaries for the today's seminar. Dr. Rima Kamlani ma'am, president for the today's seminar. And at the same time, I even express my words of appreciation with lots of gratitude to all the in charges and members of faculty committees who have proved themselves as achievers by fulfilling each and every responsibility they have been provided and have been performed their best. I will fail in my duty if I don't thank Mr. Naveen Agrawal, sir, Registrar, Ranjan Bahadur Sindhu Mahavidyalaya. The technical knowledge of sir has always been a rescue for all of us at last minute's headers. Thank you so much, sir, for your all technical support and suggestions. I would also like to place my words of appreciation to Dr. R.T. Chaudhary ma'am, Yashwant Mahavidyalaya, Wardha, and Dr. Virendra Sanghure sir, MD Patel College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Gondia, for their valuable feedback. It matters a lot to us for further improvements. Thank you to both of them. I even appreciate and show my gratitude to Dr. Bharti Anirao ma'am, Dr. Ajay Mudra sir, Dr. Rajkumar Thabikar sir, and Mr. Gidam sir for their active participation in the interactive sessions. Moving ahead, I also like to praise my words for all the anchors of today's seminar, Dr. Valku sir, Dr. Aarti Bholar ma'am, Dr. Megha Bhambi ma'am, and Dr. Ragini Madhukar ma'am, for the smooth conduction of program and maintaining the flow. I would also here like to place words of thanks to Mayank Rale and Nikki Putangale, students of our college from Computer Science Department, for all their technical supports. Last but not the least, I thank all teaching and non-teaching members of our Sindhu Parvar for their constant support and encouragement. I thank all the participants who have joined us today and have been active listeners to make this national seminar a huge success. I sincerely thank one and all at the same time and even beg your pardon if I have missed any of the names. So with the hope that all of us must have received some excellent and valuable takeaways from this national seminar. And permission of chair, I would like to declare that this seminar is over now. Thank you once again to one and all for being here with us and making it a huge success. Thank you.